This boy was training at home when all of a sudden, boom, an explosion happened. People didn't know it, but that was the beginning of the end of the world. A huge tower appeared in the middle of the city. He went to the window and witnessed the scene. It was unbelievable. And right in front of him, something even more incredible happened. A bright light appeared. Then a blue book showed up and landed in his hands. It was the Book of the Sage, a power never before seen by humanity. Lee Ho-young was a normal boy until he was teleported to another dimension. A system window popped up informing him that it was a tutorial for him to learn about the game. He received the swordsman class, and several other windows appeared. The main one showed his name, status, and class as Swordsman Level 1. He didn't refuse to believe the reality. He simply picked up the sword and decided to accept the opportunity. Another important window informed him that he had the Sage's secret window, which would make him see the best stats for the future. A harmless creature appeared, but he defeated it and gained experience. He went out through the forest hunting more creatures until he leveled up. But then the negative effect of the Sage was activated. Lee Ho-young went back from level 2 to level 1. He noticed something incredible. Even going back a level, the reward wasn't taken away. He had 2 points to distribute in attributes. He thought that if God made this game, he made a mistake and left a bug in the system. He spent some time defeating various creatures, accumulating 20 status points, which he put into sensitivity. When the raccoon boss appeared, he was already too strong and defeated it with a single blow. He thought it was easy, but at that instant, the world around him turned red. When he blinked, everything was red, and several people were nearby. They were strangers, but it wasn't a dream. But that bizarre creature in the shape of a rabbit made it look like a dream. The protagonist asked what was happening. Could it be that the world is ending, and this is the apocalypse? The rabbit named Kungum pointed at him and said he was partially correct. This world will end if no one fulfills the final objective. All the people were teleported to the tower and are on the first floor. After surviving the tutorial, they will be sent to the mission of climbing the tower. The protagonist questions what happens to those who refuse to climb. The rabbit says there are only 2 options: refuse and die, or try to pass the tutorial and maybe die too. He isn't surprised when people rebel. Then he asks, "Does anyone want to try to kill me now?" This took our protagonist by surprise as his system, the Sage's guide, said he needed to help the manager of the lower floor return home. The rabbit said that if they killed him, they would be doing him a favor, as that's how he will return home. Lee Ho-young thought this could only be a trap, but the system said it was what he needed to do. Someone approached the rabbit. "Since you're begging, I'll help you go to another world." The man picked up the sword and attacked, but that was a joke. The rabbit gave a mortal blow to the man's face, and he exploded. He was certainly eliminated, as all that was left of him was a red puddle which left the blonde girl in a panic. The rabbit said sarcastically that he retaliated unintentionally. Everyone was in shock, as they just witnessed someone losing their life. The protagonist also froze. That was terrifying. How can a human being turn into a red puddle? What if he had offered himself? The strangest thing is that the system was still stained with red, telling him to do what the rabbit asked. He pondered for a moment, his neurons working overtime. He thought there could only be one answer. The guide lied. Unintentionally, he activated the secret ability, the Sage's Eyes. This ability allows him to see the system window of other players, something that is normally only possible to see your own window. With this, he was able to see the rabbit's secret, and smiled. Lee Ho-young raised his hand and offered to fulfill the rabbit's wish to send him to another world. The boss became interested in the courageous boy. The blonde girl approached, saying it was dangerous. He should have realized that the guy from before didn't survive. "Why would you be any different?" she asked. But the protagonist had a plan. "Trust me, you'll see something really cool." The rabbit didn't let its guard down and attacked with everything, but the punch passed through him as if it were a hologram. Everyone thought his head had exploded, but nothing happened. The protagonist cut the rabbit in 2 with just 1 blow. He saw with his Sage's eye that the rabbit had said there were 24 people, but there were 25. That was certainly a hologram. The rabbit regenerated. This is interesting. It seems that among you there is someone with courage. The rabbit dropped a pearl with a status point, and the protagonist took it. This isn't fake. It will give an extra status point to whoever uses it, he said. The people around asked how he knew the truth. He replied that the blood that splattered on the blonde girl didn't stain her clothes. Besides, the rabbit said there were 24 people, but in reality there were 25 there. A red-haired man approached. He looked like Yugjiro Hanma, but his name was Kim Xiang, level 4. He said Li Hoyong was a coward and that using the pill would be a waste. He asked him to hand it over. The protagonist got annoyed with the arrogance and decided to break the pill in front of the guy just to provoke him. The guy became furious and said that handing over the pill would be good for everyone, as he would become strong and could save everyone. Despite the intimidating look, our protagonist was not intimidated. He thought it was better to stay away from this type of person. Before the discussion continued, everything shook, and a voice said they were to be congratulated. Everyone received a reward, but one person would get 5 times more coins for finishing in first place. The others received a certain amount, but Li Hoyong, the lowest level player, got 7,400 coins. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone about it, nor would he reveal that he could see the system and the amount of gold other people had. He looked at his system and decided to increase his skill points. He now had 20 in all skill points, with 4,600 gold left over. He spent 100 gold to change his clothes, and thinking he wouldn't help anyone, he walked away. But the blonde girl from before, Chayol, level 3, came up to ask for advice. She was impressed with his performance and wanted him to help her. The protagonist didn't reveal that he could see her stats. He asked her how much gold she had and what her worst weakness was. She said she didn't have much stamina and was terrible at running. He confirmed his suspicion when he saw that her stamina stat was the lowest. He advised her that the best thing to do was balance it out and spend her points on stamina. The girl agreed and decided to follow his tips. The overhead voice returned. The first floor's mission was about to begin. All players were to form groups of 3 within 30 minutes. Anyone left over would be grouped randomly. Hoyong had expected group missions, but not this soon. A man named Junong suggested they all share their classes to form balanced teams. Immediately, the higher-level players, mostly level 4s, clumped together, leaving the outliers behind. The healer, whose name was Isel, asked if she could team up with Hoyong. He readily agreed. A healer was always an asset, but to everyone else, a level 1 swordsman was dead weight. The 30 minutes passed. Hoyong and Eol were left with the only other person no one wanted to team with, Seong Kim. They were all teleported to the mission area. Seong was already seething, lamenting his bad luck at being saddled with the 2 weakest players. Teamwork was going to be a challenge, but survival was the only thing that mattered. Their mission: eliminate the entire Cobalt tribe within 12 hours. Seong immediately took charge. "I'll handle this myself," he grunted. "You two just stay out of my way," Hoyong simply replied. "This is a team mission. You should be grateful I'm here to carry you." Seong shot back. To avoid a pointless fight, Hoyong relented, saying he was eager to see just how well the brawler could carry them. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Isiel quietly asked Hoyong if kobolds were strong. He explained that they were much tougher than the tutorial raccoons. Even on the first floor, they couldn't afford to let their guard down. This was the Tower of the Apocalypse after all. Up ahead, they spotted their first target. It was a kobold, but not the scrawny creature they expected. This thing was chiseled from dark muscle built like a professional bodybuilder. While they hid, Xiong scoffed at Hoyong's caution. "This is why you're still level 1, he sneered, before leaping from the bushes and landing a powerful punch directly on the kobold's face. The hit was clean, and for a moment they thought it was over. But as the dust settled, the kobold stood unfazed, its head barely having moved. Its eyes glowed a furious red. With a wild grin, Xiong unleashed a flurry of blows, completely ignoring his teammates. Seeing him take damage, Ishil began casting a healing spell on him. Hyong observed the fight, noticing something strange. Despite Seong's high strength, his attacks were having almost no effect. Did the creatures have a specific weakness? A notification from the sage's guide appeared. It confirmed his suspicion. Kobolds were passive monsters who only fought when attacked, but more importantly, it hinted at a vulnerability. Just as he processed this, Seong, frustrated, used a skill to punch a nearby tree, sending it crashing down, right on top of another larger kobold. This one was level 6. Now facing two opponents, the momentum shifted. The new kobold pressed Xiong hard, landing heavy blows. Pinned down, the brawler screamed, "Why aren't you helping?" He looked around, but Hoyong was gone. Just as the level 6 kobold raised its club for a finishing blow on Xiong, Eol charged in, landing a weak slash with her sword, before tripping and falling flat on her face. The monster turned its attention to the helpless healer, but as it lifted its weapon, something small and round flew through the air, landing on the kobold's back. A moment later, Hoyong appeared, his sword flashing as he sliced a strange fruit in half above the creature. The fruit's juice rained down on the kobold. It hissed and bubbled on its skin, and a second later, the monster exploded in a shower of gore. The level 6 kobold was defeated. Hoyong helped a tearful Isol to her feet. He had noticed those fruits earlier, while insects swarmed every other plant in the forest. They avoided those ones completely. He pulled another from his inventory. A system window confirmed his theory. Kobolds were fatally weak to poison. He had found the key to clearing the first floor. He was glad Ile was safe, but their relief was cut short by a furious roar. "Where were you?" Xiong screamed, storming over to Ho Yang. Before he could answer, the brawler shoved him. "You selfish piece of trash. You hid like a coward and only showed up to steal the kill after I wore it down." He pointed an accusing finger at Ho Yong. "I knew it from the start, ever since you took that stat point for yourself. You're nothing but a leech." With that, Seong turned and stalked off into the woods, his mind too clouded by rage and pride to understand what had truly happened. The man known as Seong Kim had a reputation. The strength of his fists was famous throughout the country. In his mind, these kobolds should have been easy. He repeated this mantra to himself even as he was being mercilessly pummeled. Meanwhile, just a few feet away, Hoyong and Isel were calmly dispatching one monster after another, the strange fruit poison doing most of the work for them. Xiong could only watch, his pride shattering with every blow he took. How were they making it look so easy? A heavy club connected squarely with his head, and tears of pain and frustration began to stream down his face. Soon, two kobolds were on top of him, stomping him into the dirt. He tried to shield himself, a silent, desperate plea for help in his tear-filled eyes. Suddenly, the stomping stopped. He looked up just in time to see both kobolds bubble and explode. The threat was gone. A hand reached down to him. It was Ho Yang. "Tried my luck carrying you," the protagonist said with a slight smirk. Seong stared at the offered hand, and something inside him broke. He began to weep, overcome with gratitude for being saved. A short while later, the mission was officially complete. Back in the tower lobby, Seong was in turmoil. He had just bowed before another man, shamelessly begging to become his subordinate. He couldn't believe he had just called a level 2 player boss when he himself was already level 8. The only other person he had ever called boss was the leader of his old gang, a man he respected above all others. But as much as it wounded his pride, Seong was a man of his word. He would not take it back. The trio had been the first to return to the lobby. Hoyong theorized it was because they discovered the kobold's weakness so quickly. Eol was quick to correct him, saying it wasn't luck, but his own keen observation that saved them. Hoyong, however, simply downplayed his role, insisting that without her healing support, the mission would have been much harder. He felt a pang of guilt, like a con man hiding his true ace in the hole, the sage's guide. Soon other portals opened, and the remaining squads began to file in. The groups led by Junong and Junho were next, meaning they had likely discovered the weakness as well. But as more teams arrived, a grim reality set in. One group returned with only 2 members. Then the loudspeaker crackled to life, announcing that all teams had returned. Eol cried out in protest, saying that some people were still missing, but the voice continued, cold and indifferent. Only 6 squads had successfully returned. 8 players had failed to complete the mission. The number struck Ho Yong like a physical blow. He had expected casualties, but a third of their number gone on the very first floor. He couldn't help but wonder how many thousands or millions were dying in the countless other towers across the world. How many deaths would he have to witness before this nightmare ended? The voice announced the mission rewards. The first group to complete the mission, as well as any group with all members surviving, would receive a bonus of 1,000 gold each. Having met both conditions, Hoyong, Isol, and Seong each received 2,000 gold. The other survivors began to murmur amongst themselves, wondering who had cleared the mission first. Hong knew he couldn't hide it forever. Yun's group had seen them arrive. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted. Seong Kim stepped forward, puffing out his chest and assuming the posture of a fearsome leader. The others stared in disbelief. Xiang glared back at them. "What?" he growled. "You got a problem with us coming in first?" While Seong boasted, Ho Yang remembered the man being beaten senseless by those same kobolds. But at least the brawler's loud mouth was drawing all the attention away from him. The problem was the others now saw Ho Yong as a freeloader, who had lucked his way into 2,000 gold without lifting a finger. The whispers followed him. Leech cowered baggage, tried to argue to tell them that Ho Yong was the real reason they succeeded, but he gently stopped her. "It doesn't matter what you say," he told her quietly. "They won't listen to words. I'll have to show them." Junong, one of the higher-level players, called for calm, reminding them that the survivors needed to stick together. But just as the group began to celebrate their victory, the torches lighting the lobby flickered, their calm blue flames, turning a sinister blood red. The voice from the loudspeaker returned. It announced that due to the district's survival rate being far below average, a penalty mission would be administered. The death mission. The rules were simple and cruel. Each player would secretly vote for one candidate. The player who received the most votes would be sent on the mission alone. Refusing to vote was the same as voting for yourself. They had 5 minutes. Panic erupted. They had to choose someone to die. Eol suggested that if everyone voted for themselves, the votes would be tied and no one would have to go. But the others were too afraid. What if that just sent all of them to their deaths? The clock was ticking. Then someone pointed at Hoyong. Hunho, another highly player, approached him, his face etched with guilt. "I'm sorry," he said, "but we have to vote for you." Hoyong had expected it, but the feeling of being chosen as a sacrifice was still a bitter pill to swallow. Eol pleaded with them again, but Hoyong stopped her. "It won't work," he said. "The trust between us is already broken." With every passing second, more votes piled onto his name. Even Junho voted for him. Ho Yong understood their logic. They saw a low-level player and assumed he was weak. An easy sacrifice. In the face of death, the ideal of protecting the weak had crumbled into dust. The survivors showed their true colors. In the final second, Xiang Kim looked Ho Yong in the eye. With an ironic smirk, he cast his vote for him as well. It was a final stark reminder. This was the apocalypse. The voting is complete. The portal to the death mission will now open. Eol covered her mouth in horror. Xiong, however, let out a wild laugh. "If the boss I just picked disappears, I'll be fine. I'm a genius." The sacrifice has been chosen, the voice intoned, the altar has been erected. Huang walked through the crowd, some with faces of guilt, others of relief, but none who could meet his gaze. However, what awaited him was not death. A familiar window appeared in his vision. Participation in the death mission is recommended. The sage's guide read, "Your chances of completing it are high, and a satisfying reward awaits you." Back in the lobby, the survivors wrestled with their guilt. Seong, however, was back to his old self. "Whatever," he scoffed. "He deserved to die anyway. All he did was hide until the end and steal the reward while I did all the work." "What are you talking about?" Isol shot back. "Ho Yong is the only reason we were able to complete the mission at all. He saved you from being beaten to death." Her words gave Seong pause. How did a level 2 player accomplish that? For the first time, a sliver of doubt entered his mind. Meanwhile, Ho Yong arrived back in the now-deserted Cobalt Village. He wasn't angry about the mission itself. He'd been prepared to vote for himself to get the reward. But Xiang's betrayal, that was a debt that would be repaid. The mission began. He had to defeat the tribe's returning hunting party and their enraged level 12 chieftain. A quick check from the guide confirmed they were all vulnerable to the same poison. This would be easy. He crushed one of the fruits, coated his blade in the venom, and waited. The hunters charged. He sidestepped the first spear and unleashed a sword skill, his poisoned blade cutting through all 3 minions in a single fluid motion. Now only the chieftain remained. It was more impressive than the others, clad in metal pauldrons and wielding 2 short swords. Ho Yong charged, and the chieftain crossed its blades, blocking the attack. It was skilled, but then the monster did something unexpected. It turned and fled. Ho Yong gave chase, easily landing a slash on its back. The poison began to do its work. He felt a wave of disappointment. This was less a death mission and more a bonus stage. He swung his sword for the final blow, but this time it was met with a sharp clang. The blade didn't cut. He looked up and saw the moon had turned a bloody red. The chieftain's eyes flared with an unnatural light. In a blur of motion, too fast to see, a searing pain erupted in his shoulder. He looked down to see a deep, bleeding gash. The hunt was just beginning. Back in the lobby, Seong Kim was all smiles, loudly proclaiming that he could carry everyone through the rest of the tower. All they had to do was follow his orders. But no one was listening. The death mission was named that for a reason. There was no point in praying for a man who was already gone. Eol shouted at him to stop. "Have you no decency?" she demanded. Xiang just scoffed. "Why would I look him in the eye?" "He's dead." As they argued, the portal flared to life once more. Every head turned, and from the shimmering gate a lone figure emerged. Ho Yong was back. Hunyo's face lit up with genuine relief, while Jun Chong's expression was unreadable. The protagonist stood before them, a ragged, bleeding gash across his chest, and offered a grim smile. "I'm back," he said, "but to understand how he survived, we must go back to the final moments of his duel." The guide's warning had come too late. The chieftain's eyes glowed red, its power skyrocketing. The blow had already landed, and Ho Yong was bleeding badly, his health dropping below 50%. The monster's poison was working, but not fast enough. He needed one more clean hit. The cobalt charged, a blur of pure fury. It swung its dual blades, and Ho Yong dodged at the last possible second. The attack missed, obliterating the tree behind him, and in that moment of destruction, an idea sparked in his mind. You can't cut through a wall with a sword, but you can pierce it with a nail. He had been thinking of his weapon only as a tool for slashing. The chieftain leaped, shattering the ground beneath it as it soared through the air, bringing both swords down in a deadly arc aimed at Ho Yong's head. But instead of dodging, Ho Yong stood his ground. He channeled his strength into a single point, meeting the monster's momentum, not with a block, but with a powerful, piercing thrust. The focused attack blasted through the chieftain's shoulder, ending its life instantly. A new skill was unlocked. Thrust. The death mission was complete. Isel ran to him, tears of joy in her eyes. "I knew you could do it," she cried. But before she could reach him, she was knocked aside by a human cannonball. Seong Kim tackled Ho Yong in a crushing hug, screaming with frantic relief. "I always believed in you, boss. A mere death mission could never defeat the great Ho Yong Lee," Seong declared. Ho Yong fought the urge to punch him as other survivors cautiously approached. They were stunned. How was his level still so low after completing such a mission alone? The whispers started again. Maybe the mission was a fake-out, an illusion, just like the rabbit. Ho Yong had faced this his entire life. A flashback hit him, a report card full of perfect scores, and the jealous whispers of other children. He must have cheated. An orphan like him could never get first place. It was a world that refused to let the weak crawl their way up. They were already creating their own narratives. He must have hidden in a cave until the timer ran out. They were determined to push down anyone they perceived as weak to secure their own spot at the top. But this time, Ho Yong knew what he had to do. Isol stepped forward. "Why do you keep doubting him? Isn't the fact that he survived the death mission proof enough?" Seong immediately jumped in. "Exactly what she said," he roared, striking a bodybuilder pose. "You should all be celebrating the return of our super-strong boss. How dare you ruin this moment?" Ho Yong was grateful for the support. To climb this tower, he needed their cooperation. He drew their attention. "There's something I need to show you." He presented the chieftain's weapon, the indomitable sword, a rare item that granted a 15% attack power boost. The crowd stared with envy. Junang stepped forward, genuinely impressed. "You truly are as extraordinary as Eol said." Ho Yang gave an ironic smile. "You're all forgetting something," he said, his voice dropping. "You all voted for me to die." Hunyo bit his lip, his face filled with shame. "You're right," he admitted. "We had no choice. But in the end, we were all just selfish. Happy that it wasn't us." He bowed his head low. "I voted for you to save myself. I'm sorry, and I'm so glad you made it back alive." An argument broke out, but Ho Yang cut it short. "I didn't bring this up to make you feel guilty," he announced. "I brought it up to stop it from happening again. The tower wants us to fight. It wants to destroy us from the inside. My survival is proof that we can defy its will if we make the right choices." His plan was simple: climb the tower together and find a way for everyone to survive. Hunyo, moved by his words, called him a saint for forgiving those who sent him to his death. But the moment of hope was shattered by a familiar, cheerful voice. "What a shame," said Sniffles, appearing out of thin air, "that the next mission is a survival game." Ho Young understood immediately. The second floor was a battle royale. Now, it won't be so intense at the start," the rabbit chirped, and then laid out the rules. The 16 survivors would be joined by 16 perfect doppelgangers. To win, the players only had to kill the doppelgangers. Simple, except the doppelgangers would have the exact same attributes, skills, and even memories as the originals. And the most important rule: there was no reward for killing a doppelganger. But if a player killed another player, they would receive a bounty of gold and skill points. The survivors were outraged. The tower was actively incentivizing them to murder each other. Sniffles just smiled and snapped his fingers. "And one more thing. If a death doesn't occur every 30 minutes, you'll all be summoned back here to face a little catastrophe." As he spoke, a bolt of lightning struck the center of the lobby. A swirling portal ripped open and a colossal monstrous hand reached through, belonging to a being of such an impossibly high level that its stats were nothing but question marks. In a blur of motion, Hoyong shoved Isel and Junho out of the way, narrowly dodging the blow himself. But the creature was already winding up for another attack. The other players could only tremble and scream, paralyzed by fear. The beast turned its attention to another survivor. But with blinding speed, Hoyong scooped the man into his arms, pulling him from the path of destruction just in time. He looked for Sniffles, but the rabbit was cowering with the others. For a moment, Hoyong wondered if this was another illusion, a harmless trick like the one in the lobby. The monster answered that thought by swatting 3 players at once, sending them flying. This was very, very real. The strongest among them fought back. Junong fired arrows while Seong hurled chunks of rock with all his might, but the projectiles bounced off the creature's hide as if they were pebbles. It seemed hopeless. Ezreal was nearly out of mana from constantly healing the injured. It was only a matter of time before their defenses crumbled. Another devastating blow was coming. Ho Yong screamed for everyone to get back. He knew what he had to do. Hunyo tried to pull him to safety, but our protagonist stood firm. If he couldn't stop this thing, no one could. He focused all his power into the tip of his blade, aimed and unleashed his level 2 sword technique. The world exploded in a flash of light. When the survivors opened their eyes, the monster was gone. They erupted in cheers, chanting Hoyong's name, but he only stared at his sword in disbelief. The attack had felt different. A system window appeared. He had used a skill far beyond his normal capacity. As a result, he would now collapse from exhaustion for 3 minutes. His vision faded to black. When he opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by worried faces. Janho looked down at him, his eyes filled with awe. "You're so humble," he said, "even after showing us such power." Hoyong asked, "What happened to the monster?" A cheerful voice answered, "I sent it away," Sniffles said, wearing his cute, innocent face. "That was just a little taste of what happens when you break the rules." The rabbit's eyes glinted, "But it seems you're all still quite eager to play." He leaned in close, whispering a final poisonous thought. "Remember, 1 death every 30 minutes. That means the person standing right next to you might be your next killer." With a wink, he vanished. The paranoia was instant. How could they identify the copies? A mark, a secret password, all useless. As the doppelgangers shared their memories, as they debated, Hoyong interrupted, "I have a plan." His proposal was simple and audacious. Everyone was to gather at the highest point on the map and do nothing. He and he alone would be the hunter. If anyone else attacked, the group was to assume they were a doppelganger and eliminate them together. A powerfully built man, a former Special Forces soldier, challenged him. A woman who had previously accused Junho chimed in. Why should they trust such a reckless plan from a low-level player? Hoyong laid out the cold, hard logic. Sniffles told us the rules. No reward for killing a copy. A massive reward for killing a player. The tower doesn't want us to kill the doppelgangers. It wants us to kill each other. His plan was the only way to defy the system. Junong voiced his support, correctly guessing the truth. "You have a way to identify them, don't you?" Ho-Yong smiled. "Of course I do." The second-floor mission began. The system confirmed it. 16 players, 16 copies. The scene shifts to Seong Kim, grumbling about the plan as he moves toward the rendezvous point. He hears footsteps and clumsily hides behind a tree. "Your shoulders are wider than the trees, Xiong," Ho-Yong's voice called out. The brawler's demeanor instantly changed. "Boss," he said, relieved, "it's you. For a second I thought you were a do." His words were cut short as Ho-Yong's sword sliced clean through him. The plan was simple. Only Ho-Yong would kill because only he could tell the difference between the real and the fake. Before the mission began, he had stared at his sage's window, knowing he needed an edge. He gambled, pouring over half of his gold into a single stat, perception. As his perception score hit 50, a system window appeared. He was the first to reach this milestone, unlocking a unique achievement skill, Sixth Sense. A blue light enveloped his hand. All 5 of his senses were drastically enhanced. He could now perceive the fundamental difference between individuals within a certain range. It was an extra-dimensional filter, allowing him to see the truth. The cost was enormous, but the ability it granted was priceless. He could see the real and he could see the copies. Hoyong was still marveling at his new ability. He could zoom in his vision, seeing and hearing Shang complaining from 500 yards away, as if he were standing right in front of him. But as he watched, something felt wrong. A faint but repulsive odor reached him, the scent of something fundamentally unnatural. And through his sixth sense, he could see a disturbing, malicious aura clinging to the brawler. It wasn't the real Shang. With 1 doppelganger down, 15 remained. But the 30-minute death timer had reset. Standing over the fading copy, Ho-Yong felt a sense of control. With his ability to distinguish humans from fakes, all the others had to do was follow his plan. But his confidence was shattered by a system notification. A player has been killed. The game had barely begun. Was it a doppelganger or had another player already given into temptation? He couldn't be sure. He raced through the forest, hunting his next target. Just as he eliminated another copy, a second notification appeared. Another player was dead. The killer was moving fast. Ho-Yong scaled a tree, scanning the area. Below, he saw 2 figures, one standing with a sword, the other lying motionless on the ground. He leaped into action, moving with inhuman speed. Before the copy could even react, Ho-Yong's blade sliced through its chest. 13 doppelgangers left. He knelt to check the victim, a level 4 player, and that's when he noticed something was wrong. The doppelganger he'd just killed wielded a long sword, But the wound on the dead player wasn't a slash. It was a puncture wound from an arrow. From the trees nearby, an archer knocked another arrow. Ho Yong dove for cover just as it whistled past his head. The killer wasn't a doppelganger, it was a player. "Who's there?" a familiar voice called out. It was Jun Xiang. Ho Yong could see through his sixth sense that it was the real one. He also saw that the archer was wounded, an arrow sticking out of his own back. His doppelganger must have gotten him. Ho Yong stepped out from behind the tree. Junong instantly drew his bow, his voice strained with panic. "Stay back. I can't tell who's real and who isn't." "The one I just killed was a doppelganger," Ho Yong explained. "Isn't that proof enough?" Realization dawned on Junong's face, and he lowered his bow. "Ho Yong, you have to be careful. My doppelganger." His words were cut short as a second arrow slammed into his back. He collapsed unconscious. Ho Yong rushed to his side. He lifted the wounded archer, who weakly apologized for being a burden. "It's a horrible feeling," Junong whispered, "knowing that a copy of you is out there killing people." "It's not your fault," Ho Yong assured him. "We're all victims here." Suddenly Isiel and Junho appeared, relieved to see them. Isol rushed forward to heal Junong, but Ho Yong immediately stepped in her way. "Stay back," he warned, his eyes locked on them. "You're both doppelgangers." Instantly, their friendly expressions vanished, replaced by cold, predatory hunger. They charged. As Hung parried the copy of Junho, his mind raced. Why would they attack him so openly? Eol's copy especially shared her memories. She should know how dangerous he was. Just then, the Isle doppelganger lunged at his back. He dodged, only for the Junho copy to bring its sword down in an overhead smash that cratered the earth where he'd just been standing. As he landed, an arrow shot from the trees, grazing his cheek. "So close," a new voice purred. A third figure emerged, Junong's doppelganger, a 3-on-1 ambush. But Ho Yong wasn't looking at the doppelgangers. He was staring at the man he was still carrying, the man who was supposedly unconscious. "You can drop the act now, Jun Song." The wounded archer pushed himself off Ho Yong's back, pulling the arrow from his own shoulder with a grimace. He stood up, his face twisted in a look of pure ecstasy. "I got a little carried away in my performance, I admit," he said, his voice dripping with mock disappointment. "Tell me, Ho Yong, how do you feel right now? Betrayed, enraged?" Ho Yong's face was a mask of cold fury. "I was waiting for you to show your true colors, but you're even worse than I imagined." He had seen it with his sixth sense. Junong's stats were already far higher than they should be. He was the one who had been killing the other players. "Why?" Ho Yong demanded. "Was the temptation of the rewards that great?" Junong laughed, a chilling, unhinged sound. "Why does a man need a reason? In this wonderful new world, killing is the reward. How could I possibly resist?" He knocked an arrow. The friendly, reliable mask he had worn was gone, replaced by the face of a serial killer who had just been set free. He had not only been hunting players, he had somehow gained control of the doppelgangers of the strongest members of their group. The swordsman and the healer, a perfect team with him at the center. "It's a shame, really," Janong said, licking the tip of his arrow. "You're a persistent one, but the more you struggle, the sweeter it will be when I finally break you." He drew his bow, 2 more spectral arrows appearing beside the first. Now he commanded his puppets. "Attack!" The 3 attackers lunged at once. Oh Yong activated his sixth sense. The world around him took on a bluish hue, every movement becoming crystal clear. His opponents were a perfectly balanced team, levels 7 and 8, but his own core attributes were on another level entirely. In a single fluid motion, his sword flashed. The 3 incoming arrows were sliced in half mid-flight. In the same instant, he closed the distance to the Junho copy, landing a devastating blow to its chest. The Eol copy raised a hand to heal her fallen comrade, but before the spell could form, Huang was already on her. His blade swung again, and her hand fell to the ground. As the doppelganger stared in shock, his sword was already at her stomach, delivering the final fatal thrust. His power was absolute. 2 more doppelgangers gone, 11 to go. Ho Yong turned his cold gaze upon the last man standing. Junong's face was pale with terror. A nervous, broken laugh escaped his lips as reality crashed down on him. He fell to his knees, his face a grotesque mask of fear. "Mercy!" he begged, tears streaming down his face. He rambled about being blinded by the rewards, about how Ho Yong's incredible power had made him desperate to get stronger, and how he had crossed a line he never should have crossed. The performance was almost convincing. As Ho Yong stepped closer, Jun Zhong saw his opening. He lunged upward, a hidden arrow in his hand, screaming, "Die!" He never finished the word. Before he could even register the movement, his head was sliding from his shoulders. A final psychotic smile spread across his face as he died, finally understanding that Ho Yong wasn't just a big fish. He was the entire ocean. A player has been killed. 13 players and 11 doppelgangers remained. The 30-minute timer reset as blood dripped from his sword. Ho Yong felt a wave of disgust. He had been forced to kill. A system window appeared. He had slain a player who had chosen the killer's path. He now had the opportunity to take that player's place. A strange, ethereal aura began to swirl around him, coalescing into a spectral figure, half crimson and half azure. It extended a translucent hand, and the system posed a question. "Will you follow the killer's path?" Huang finally understood. This was how Yu Neng had been controlling the doppelgangers. The system listed the benefits: legendary great equipment and skills, rapid attribute growth, and unique killer properties. The rewards were absurdly powerful. The spectral woman waited, her hand outstretched. Killing the copies had been easy. They weren't human. But this path, this meant hunting down the other players, just as Junong had. He was sure that if he refused, someone else tempted by the power would eventually take the role. He raised his own hand, hesitating for a long moment. Ultimately, he let it fall. He would not become a murderer. When he finally reached the rendezvous point, the real Seong Kim greeted him with an obnoxiously cheerful grin. "Boss, what took you so long?" For a fleeting moment, Ho Yang felt a dark impulse, a thought that maybe the killer's path wouldn't have been so bad after all. He pushed the feeling down. "I'm glad to see you're all safe," he said, scanning the crowd. "Thank you for following my instructions." The survivors, a nervous mix of originals and their identical copies, were gathered, the tension between them thick enough to cut with a knife. They were terrified, unable to trust the person standing next to them. They all turned to Ho Yong, their faces filled with a single desperate question. "Can you really tell which of us are the doppelgangers?" "Yes," Ho Yong said, his voice ringing with confidence, "and I'll start right now." Just then, a second figure walked into the clearing, identical to him in every way. It spoke with his voice, repeating the exact same words. "I'm glad to see you're all safe." The survivors recoiled in shock. Two Ho Yongs. They had no idea who to trust. This was a complication Ho Yong had anticipated. There was one key difference between them. While the doppelganger was pristine, our protagonist was spattered with the dirt and blood of his recent battles. But in their panic, the others didn't seem to notice. A battle of wits was about to begin. One of the survivors demanded proof. "If you really took care of the doppelgangers, tell us which ones are dead." It was a good test. With 5 copies and 3 players dead, naming the fallen doppelgangers would confirm the identities of the remaining players. Ho Yong listed the names, but as he spoke each one, his copy echoed him perfectly without a single flaw. The crowd stared, stunned by the perfect mimicry. This wouldn't be so easy. The doppelganger then went on the offensive. It reminded them that Ho Yong had been in a team with Eol and Xiong. Wasn't it a little too convenient that their doppelgangers were among the first to be eliminated? Then it twisted the knife. It claimed that Ho Yang had accused the real Junyang of being a copy, meaning he was now admitting to murdering their group's highest-level player. It played on their emotions, painting Junyang as a noble leader who had encouraged everyone. "Can you really place your trust in a man who would kill someone like that?" the copy asked, its voice filled with false sincerity. "Even if he is the real Ho Yong Li, do you want to follow a murderer?" The charismatic lie worked. The murmurs of doubt grew into a wave of accusation. Grips tightened on weapons. The copy had won them over. He revealed his identity as a killer to gain your trust, it declared. He must be the doppelganger. The crowd surged forward, ready to eliminate the threat. Aong protested, trying to reason with them, but the fear of the 30-minute timer was too strong. They needed a death, and they had found their target. Ho-Yong watched them, impressed by his copy's strategy. In a way, he was just complimenting himself. He took a step forward, his voice calm and clear. "The other Ho-Yong is right," he said. "I did kill Junong." The copy smirked, believing it had won. "So you admit it, doppelganger?" "I'm disappointed in you. But there's one thing you don't know," Ho-Yong replied. He walked calmly past his double, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The crowd tensed, expecting him to attack his copy. Instead, his blade flashed out, striking down another player standing in the panicked mob. As the man fell, his body dissolving into light, Ho-Yong spoke the truth. "The real Junong," he announced to the stunned survivors, "was a traitor. He was the one killing the other players." The crowd stared in disbelief. The Ho-Yong copy drew its sword, screaming, "What are you doing?" Hunyo watched, his mind racing to put the pieces together. If his reasoning was correct, the Ho-Yong who had just attacked must be the real one. In this game, players had the advantage. A doppelganger couldn't risk killing a player so openly, because if they got it wrong, their own identity would be exposed. Only the real Ho-Yong Lee could have taken such a certain reckless gamble. If he only needed to kill one more doppelganger to prove his identity, and he just revealed that the real Junong was a traitor, then Junho's voice cut through the tension. "Did Junong really kill those players?" Ho-Yong nodded grimly. He was hiding his true nature as a serial killer behind the mask of a good person, just waiting for a chance to let loose. A woman named Unin, whom Jun Chong had saved during the first mission, refused to believe it. "How dare you insult him?" she screamed, drawing her sword and charging at Ho-Yong. "I'll never forgive you." Her rage was cut short as an arrow sprouted from her back. She looked down in shock, whispered, "Why?" and collapsed to the ground. The arrow had come from the Junong doppelganger. With 12 players and 11 doppelgangers left, Ho-Yong readied his sword. The copy let out a wild, unhinged laugh. "This is the despair I wanted to see," it cackled. But as it reveled in the chaos, a massive figure slammed into it from the side. Suchong, the ex-soldier, had made his move, finally eliminating the fake archer. He turned to Ho-Yong. "I'm sorry I didn't trust you," he said, his voice firm. "Tell us what we need to do." With the truth finally revealed, the other survivors drew their weapons, their eyes now fixed on Ho-Yong, waiting for a command. Just as he was about to give the order, his own doppelganger lunged at him, sword raised. "Let's settle this," it roared. Ho-Yong parried the blow and shouted a single brilliant command to the others. "Spend your gold. Upgrade your attributes right now." The doppelgangers were perfect copies, but only of the players as they were at the start of the mission. By instantly upgrading their stats mid-battle, the real players created a massive power gap. The remaining copies, suddenly and hopelessly outmatched, were quickly dispatched without any further casualties. In the aftermath, the mood was somber. "We could have all survived if not for that bastard Junong," Chong said grimly. Ho-Yong felt a wave of discouragement. He had wanted to clear the floor with 0 deaths. He could only imagine the carnage happening in other towers, where no one had a strategy guide, and more people like Jun Jong were surely on the loose. His own power still felt insignificant, but as long as people were willing to trust him, he would do everything he could to keep them alive. Such Chong approached him again, formally thanking him for their survival. He noted that despite Ho-Yong's low level, his strength was undeniable. The perceptive soldier knew there was something special about him. Apologies and thanks came from the other survivors, until Xiong's booming laugh cut through the moment. "You all should have trusted the boss from the start like I did," he declared. Isol immediately shot back that she was the first to recognize Ho-Yong's greatness, while Junho offered another tearful apology. Sichong silenced them. "It may seem sudden," he said, addressing the group, "but I believe our best chance of survival is to officially recognize Ho-Yong as our leader." Ho-Yong was surprised. but a small smile touched his lips. He accepted. Later, with only 5 minutes left on the clock, the last doppelganger was still missing. Ho Yong walked to a dense bush and without hesitation plunged, his sword inside, eliminating the final cowardly copy. The rewards were distributed. Most players received 5 to 700 gold. Seong, however, earned 2,000, striking a pose and declaring himself the 2,000 gold man. But no reward came close to Ho Yong's. He received a staggering 12,500 gold, which also unlocked a higher tier in his shop, giving him access to rare and unique items. He immediately spent 5,000 to upgrade his ultimate sword technique. The risk of collapsing was a small price to pay for its overwhelming power. Then he did something unexpected. He transferred 1,200 gold to Isle. He told her their success wouldn't have been possible without her healing, that her desire to save people was the core of their group. Moved, she promised to become even stronger. He even tossed 200 gold to Shong, telling him to stop being so ridiculous. With their preparations complete, they moved to the 3rd floor. The mission was a siege battle. They were the attackers, tasked with capturing a castle and occupying its altar within 24 hours. Failure, the system warned, would have dire consequences. Each player received a mysterious temporary item, a return stone. As the others fretted, a hint from the sage's guide appeared before Ho Yong. A plan formed in his mind. He called Shong over. "You said you do anything I command, right?" he asked, drawing his sword with a menacing look. A short while later, Seong was grumbling as he sprinted up the mountain path alone. His mission, scout the enemy castle. He arrived at the main gate and, with a defiant roar, began to punch it. The system announced the gate's durability dropped to 81%. A second punch brought it to 62, a third to 40. On the 5th punch, the massive gate shattered completely. The system announced the gate had been breached, but that it would regenerate in 2 seconds. It was just enough time for Seong to slip inside. He got a quick head count, 2 on the walls, 10 more near the altar before retreating. His orders from Ho Yong had been clear. Scout, break the gate to test their defenses, but do not, under any circumstances, kill anyone. He couldn't let the enemy know the secret of the return stones, that upon death, they would simply respawn back at the starting point. Seong's confidence swelled as he saw the defenders tremble before him, but his orders were clear. No killing. As he moved to engage them, a projectile slammed into his face, sending him reeling, dazed. He saw the glint of a gun and then heard the sound of a second shot. Back at the starting point, Ho Yang was stunned. A gun. It was an item none of them had access to in the shop. Not even Sachang, the ex-soldier. The only explanation was that the enemy team had a player who had accepted the killer's path. This fight had just become infinitely more difficult. Isle, her face determined, grabbed his arm. "Don't worry," she said. "I'll be there to support you." The rest of the group voiced their resolve. This was a team fight. Ho Yong drew his blade. "All right," he said. "Here's the strategy." Meanwhile, in the castle, a figure sat lazily on a throne, yawning as another knelt before them in fear. The assault began. Ho Yong activated his 6th sense, his vision piercing through the castle walls. 2 archers, level 8, stood guard. Seong stepped forward once again, acting as bait, drawing their fire. Isel worried it would give away the secret of the return stones, but Ho Yong knew the enemy would likely just assume it was Seong's unique ability. As the arrows flew, Ho Yong moved. He was a blur, intercepting the projectiles in midair before they could even get close to the brawler. He used Seong's shoulder as a springboard, launching himself effortlessly up the high castle wall, and dispatching both archers in a single fluid motion. They had only one chance to win this. If they failed the first assault, the enemy would learn their secret. With the walls cleared, the main force charged. Seong unleashed his level 2 power skill, obliterating the main gate in a single punch. But the blowback, or perhaps another bullet, knocked him unconscious. Ikol immediately rushed to his side to heal him. Inside, the enemy leader stood waiting. A woman armed with a high-powered sniper rifle. Her status window was terrifying. Level 13 with a level 3 sniper skill and a passive called Eye of the Assassin. She was the killer. Without hesitation, she raised her rifle and fired. The bullet slammed into Ho Yang's shoulder. He dove for cover, quickly drinking a healing potion. Fortunately, he had taken precautions. Beneath his shirt, a suit of enchanted leather armor had absorbed the worst of the impact. He quickly analyzed the situation. Each magic bullet cost her 10 mana, with a pool of 150 and likely no way to replenish it. She had limited shots. He just had to make her waste them. He relayed the plan. Charge in zigzags to make it harder to aim. He had provided everyone with the same leather armor. They could survive one hit. They surged forward. June was the first to take a bullet, but the armor held. He was healed by Isol and got back on his feet. The sniper, seeing the charge, ordered her own forces to engage. The courtyard erupted into a chaotic melee. Ho Yong moved through the fight, using non-lethal blows to knock his opponents out. A bullet streaked towards his head. Janho threw himself in the way, his sword taking the impact and flying from his grasp. "Go!" he yelled, but the sniper was already firing again. A second bullet slammed into Junho's temple, and his body was thrown backwards, lifeless. Ho Yong watched in a rage. He knew Junho would respawn, but the cold-blooded indifference of the sniper, the way she killed without a flicker of emotion, filled him with a cold fury. She just smiled. "Your group is quite interesting," she said. That was it. He gripped his sword, a brilliant blue aura erupting around him as he activated his ultimate ability, the level 3 sword technique. He knew the cost of this power. The last time he used it, he'd collapsed. But right now, he didn't care. He became a whirlwind of destruction, cutting down 3 more defenders in an instant. He reached the altar and leaped, soaring towards the sniper. She took aim, her face calm. His sword met her magic bullet in a cataclysmic explosion of energy, the shockwave blasting across the entire altar. With the battle raging below, Ho Yong and the sniper faced each other on the altar. "Who are you?" she demanded. "How can a level 2 be this skilled?" "I could ask the same about a level 13, he shot back. She didn't answer. Ho Yong took a step forward, and the ground beneath him began to glow. He was occupying the altar, but the rules stated 3 people were needed for a capture. He had to get her out of the area. She pulled the trigger. Ho Yong dodged, the sound of the gunshot deafening. He closed the distance, his blade a blur, aimed at her face. She parried with her rifle, and he unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes, too fast for the eye to follow. She tried to fire back, but he deflected every bullet with ease. He charged a powerful slash, but she leaped, flipping upside down in midair, and firing again. None of her shots connected. She realized with a jolt of shock he was predicting her movements. This was a skill he'd learned by watching Junho. The former table tennis prodigy was a master of prediction, able to read an opponent's posture and line of sight to know where the ball would go. Ho Yong had adapted that same principle to combat. He feinted, forcing her to dodge, then unleashed a massive horizontal slash that cleaved the stone pillar behind her in 2. She barely survived, a thin cut bleeding on her cheek. The truth was now undeniable. His base attributes were higher than hers. Below, her team had been defeated. "Finish them before they respawn," Seong roared. The sniper wiped the blood from her cheek. "So the return stones bring you back from the dead," she mused. "Knowing that won't help you now," Ho Yang said. He prepared for her final desperate attack. But instead of fighting, she spent 8,000 gold to instantly upgrade her sniper skill to level 4. Before Ho Yong could react, she raised her rifle and fired twice. The bullets slammed into him with the force of a meteor. He could hear the desperate screams of his teammates as his vision faded to black. The mission was over. Ho Yong opened his eyes. "Why the long face?" he asked a gloomy Seong. "We won!" The brawler grumbled that he'd done most of the work for almost no reward. Ho Yong smiled. He hadn't expected the 2 consecutive shots, but in his final moments, he had landed a fatal blow of his own. As the sniper died, she'd promised she would remember his name. With both leaders dead, his remaining teammates had easily captured the altar. Suddenly, a portal opened, showing them the lobby of the defeated team. As the losers, they now had to face the catastrophe monster. The survivors watched in horror as a man pounded on the invisible barrier, begging for help. Ezil tried to touch the portal, but was repelled by a shock of energy. They could only watch as the colossal monster's hand descended, crushing the man and the rest of his team. When the carnage was over, the system announced that since only one player survived from Tower C1427, the groups would be reorganized. A figure appeared before them, covered in blood. It was the sniper. "How unpleasant," she said, wiping the blood from her face. A new group had been formed. Ho-Yong felt a deep sense of foreboding. The fourth floor was a ruined city. A catastrophe was coming, and their mission was to hunt the monsters that appeared and escape through one of 20 randomly generated single-use portals within 6 hours. The group, now a cohesive unit, quickly strategized. Hunt only when necessary, and escape as soon as a portal appears. But there was one problem. The sniper, whose name they now learned was Seiyun, had no intention of cooperating. "Don't give me orders," she snarled, walking away, "or I'll send you to the next life." When Seong tried to confront her, she fled the massive brawler with a single devastating punch. Ho-Yong stepped between them. "We meet again," he said. As he spoke, a chill ran down his spine. A notification appeared. The killer had marked him as prey. A new ominous strategy appeared in his guide. It warned of a day of blood, a time when killers would reach their maximum power. Dying to a killer on that day would grant them a massive reward. To prepare, Ho-Yong had one objective: level up and fast. The hunt began. He encountered an orc, but instead of fighting, he kicked Xiong into a nearby portal, getting the reckless brawler to safety. Now he could focus. He quickly discovered that the orcs that generated portals had a uniquely foul smell. He found one, a fat blue creature, and sliced it in two. A portal appeared. His escape was secured, but he didn't take it. Instead, he walked until he found Seo. He immediately fell to his knees, his face a mask of pathetic desperation. "Please let me live," he begged. Seo stared, completely baffled. Ho-Yong began to spin a tale of his terrible luck, how he could never find a portal, and how he needed to keep hunting. It was a masterful performance. Seowon, wanting to kill him on the day of blood for the maximum reward, had no choice but to let him continue. She watched, seething with impotent rage as he luckily killed monster after monster, all while feigning frustration. He was secretly farming experience, clearing the way for his teammates to find portals, and driving his would-be assassin mad. "Oh no, only 5 portals left," he'd cry out, striking his head in mock despair. "Curse my bad luck." "Shut up and keep hunting," she'd snarl back, gnawing on her nails. Completely unaware that she was being played, she was genuinely worried. If Ho-Yong died on this mission, her chance at the grand prize would die with him. He glanced back, his sword resting on his shoulder. "Why so nervous?" he asked innocently. "I'm the only one who hasn't found a portal yet." He then pressed his advantage. "You should tell me how many portals you've opened so far." She admitted to opening 5. It was a lot, but Ho-Yong's calculations told him that even after everyone else escaped, there should still be 3 portal-generating orcs left on the map. The system confirmed his math. It meant they were the last 2 people in the mission area. Time to make his exit. With only 10 minutes left on the clock, he feigned panic. "I have to find a portal," he shouted, turning to run. "You find yours and get out of here." "Wait," she called out. He stopped, a nervous sweat breaking on his brow. Had she figured out his plan? He turned, trying to look impatient. "What is it?" "I have less than 10 minutes." She mumbled something incoherent. As he was about to leave, she lunged at him. He instinctively raised his sword to defend himself. But instead of attacking, she grabbed the sleeve of his shirt. With a deeply embarrassed look, she confessed, "I forgot where my portals are." Ho-Yong stared, then looked behind her at the vast open terrain. Her sense of direction was so bad it was almost a superpower. Back in the tower, a voice shouted, "He's back!" A pair of heavy footsteps thundered across the lobby as Xiang charged forward for a celebratory hug. "I knew you could do it, Bo." His words were cut short by Ho-Yong's fist, connecting with his face, sending the brawler flying. "Sorry," Ho-Yong said, lowering his guard. "You startled me." I thought the mission wasn't over. Sioan deadpanned. He really does look like an orc. You probably shouldn't have said that out loud, Hoyong advised. Isol and Junho rushed over, relieved to see them both back safely. Junho extended a hand to Yun. I know we started as enemies, he said, but I hope we can get along now. She just crossed her arms, turned her back on him, and said, You're annoying. Seong, nursing his bruised face, grumbled that she should have been left behind. Shut up, you pig, she shot back. As they argued, Ho Yong reflected that he now had leverage over the killer. He knew she wouldn't try anything serious before the Day of Blood, so for now, he was safe. It seems you're all getting along wonderfully, a familiar voice chirped. It was Sniffles. In the next instant, a gunshot rang out and the rabbit's head exploded. Seon stood with her rifle, smoking. Why did you crawl back here? She demanded. The rabbit's headless body remained standing. That was quite a welcome, it said, as its head regenerated in a swirl of grotesque flesh. A second later, Sniffles appeared in front of Seo and sent her flying with a single devastating kick. She slammed into a wall, coughing up blood. Hoyong noted that given the rabbit's immense power, he had actually gone easy on her. Perhaps the killer role was too important to the Tower's game to be eliminated so carelessly. Calm down, everyone, Sniffles said with a laugh. It's not time for me to go home yet, but it is time for your next mission. With a snap of his fingers, the lobby transformed into a massive library. He explained that each of them would choose one book. It could be a powerful tool for survival or a useless curse. Their fate was in their hands. Most players immediately gravitated toward books related to their classes, but Huang's guide was insistent, pointing him toward a generic-looking fantasy novel in the fiction section. Its title was The SSS Rank Returners Connection Monopoly. Trusting the system, he made his choice, a feeling of dread growing in his stomach. The title alone sounded like absolute trash. His fears were quickly realized, while the others began to show immediate results. Junho practicing new sword forms, Xiang mastering martial arts techniques, Eol emanating a powerful healing aura. Ho Yong was stuck reading a terribly written generic fantasy story. He watched with envy, convinced he'd made a huge mistake. Elsewhere, Sichong was using a book to construct a campsite tent, while Seon was furiously stabbing a voodoo doll of Sniffles with a nail. When the time was up, they were teleported to the 5th floor. They found themselves in a high school classroom, surrounded by students frozen in time, and they were young again. Such was a skinny nerd. Eol and Junho looked largely the same, just in school uniforms, and Seo was a nerdy girl with thick glasses, which she immediately broke in a fit of embarrassment. The classroom's PA system crackled to life. It was Sniffles. Enjoying the trip back to your youth, he asked. The 5th mission is a role-playing game. In this world, you are all cadets at a Monster Hunter Academy. Over the next 4 days, you will undergo a series of tests. Failure in any single test will result in an immediate death mission. Hoyong's heart sank. He had survived one death mission, but he knew the others wouldn't be so lucky. He cursed the useless fantasy novel in his hands. And now Sniffles' voice echoed, You will receive the memories necessary to play your parts. Beams of light shot from the ceiling, striking each player in the head and sending them into unconsciousness. Fragments of memories flooded Ho Yong's mind. When he awoke, gasping for air, he realized with a jolt of fascination that he now possessed 2 distinct timelines in his head and the memories that had just been implanted. They were from the very same trashy fantasy novel the guide had made him choose. Sniffles' voice announced that their first test would begin at the end of class. Time resumed its normal flow as the professor lectured on amplifying mana. Ho Yong looked across the room and identified the protagonist of the story he now knew by heart. His name was Yunam O, a regressor who had returned to the past. Armed with knowledge of the future, Yunam was destined to monopolize all the major events and become the strongest of them all. The professor posed a question so obscure that no normal cadet could possibly know the answer. Yunam smiled, ready to show off his future knowledge, but before he could raise his hand, Ho Yong spoke the answer aloud. Exion. He then elaborated on the university research team that was studying it, stunning the entire class. Yunam could only stare in disbelief. Ho-yong had found his new purpose. He didn't need books on swordsmanship or martial arts. He had the ultimate cheat sheet. He would hijack every single event, every single power-up that was meant for the story's original hero. After class, the first mission was announced. Clear a dungeon that had appeared near Building B-37 within 60 minutes. Failure meant a death mission. Ho-yong knew that the boss of this dungeon dropped an incredibly useful item. In the original story, Yunam claimed it. Not this time. Ho-yong rallied the others and they rushed to the dungeon, arriving just as Yunam was about to enter alone. The regressor was confused. Why were all these extras here? But Ho-yong didn't give him time to think, blasting past him to slice the first orc guard in two. "This dungeon is open to everyone," he declared. The race was on. Yunam, realizing his monopoly was being threatened, unleashed his power. His spear became a blur, dispatching 4 orcs in a single elegant motion, before flying back to his hand as if summoned by will alone. He was incredibly strong. But while Yunim had raw power, Ho-yong had his sixth sense, allowing him to pinpoint the location of every hidden orc. Seo-yan joined the fray, her movements precise and deadly, taking down monsters with clean, efficient shots. The 3 of them tore through the dungeon at an astonishing pace, leaving their friends to watch in awe. Moved by Ho-yong's strength, Junho rallied the others, screaming for them to fight harder for their new hero. When the dust settled, the system announced the final tally. Yunamo had killed the most orcs, earning the right to challenge the boss. Ho-yong watched, frustrated. Had he lost his chance? Number. He approached the regressor just as he was about to open the boss room door. "Give me the right to challenge the boss," Ho-yong demanded. Yunim scoffed. "And why would I do that?" Ho-yong leaned in and whispered. "Because you want to know how to break your endless cycle of regression, don't you?" Yunam froze, his face a mask of pure rage. He grabbed Ho-yong, his spear at his throat, demanding to know how he knew his secret. Hung calmly reminded him of his deepest desire to see the winter of his 32nd year, a future he could never reach, doomed as he was to loop between the ages of 17 and 32. For thousands of years, this had been Yunim's only wish. Gritting his teeth, the regressor had no choice. He relinquished his right to the boss. Alone in the boss room, Ho-yong faced the orc chieftain. He had no guide here, but he had the novel's script. He knew the orc's first attack was a warrior's roar, a morale-shattering scream. Using his sixth sense, he simply turned his hearing off. As the orc roared, Ho-yong charged, unaffected. He then exploited its second weakness. For all its upper body strength, the chieftain had weak legs. With a series of precise slashes, he severed the orc's tendons, crippling it. As the beast fell to its knees, Huang delivered the final blow. The boss dropped a single item, a simple band called the Ring of Nika. It was one of only 2 legendary items in this world, and its effect was simple but game-breaking. It granted the wearer overwhelming luck. Back at the academy, Ho-yong tested his new power, beating Xiong in 11 straight games of rock, paper, scissors, and taking his gold. Intrigued, Seo-yong challenged him to a match for 3,000 gold. Feeling lucky, Ho-yong looked at her and raised the bet, 5,000. Juno comments that he expected no less from Huang. He was good even at games like this. The protagonist is drinking something and has a ring on his finger. He comments to himself that there are only 2 legendary items in this story. The first is Yonam's weapon called Gun Gear, a powerful item that always hits its target when thrown, no matter what. And the second item is Nick's ring, which has the effect of greatly increasing the wearer's luck. The ring's effect is simple, but it's almost as powerful as Gun Gear. This item will be extremely useful for all the decisions he'll have to make in the coming days. Yanam will have to find his own way without this item now, but the protagonist intends to help him in return. In the story, there's only one thing he really wants in life, and we already know what it is. A hand holding a cup slams down on the protagonist table. Someone sits down, and it's Sean Yun asking to play a round of rock, paper, scissors with the protagonist. This isn't just a game of luck. It's about being fast, too. and the protagonist dexterity attribute is almost 50. The protagonist asks what the bet is, and she replies that it's 3,000 gold. Seon is shocked by the amount, but the protagonist looks at her like a JoJo character and raises the bet to 5,000 gold. The next day, everyone is gathered in the school courtyard. The protagonist realizes he's in the scene that happens in every generic fantasy story of this type, measuring strength with some magical item. Will everyone now see how strong the protagonist really is? Of course, Seon lost the bet and became 5,000 gold per. The protagonist stands in front of a very large blue stone, sword in hand. A teacher begins explaining how it will work. They will strike the crystal, which will measure their magical power and divide them into groups for the next dungeon, which will take place in 2 days. Juno thinks this is great. He's been wondering about the strength of the other cadets in their class. The first cadet in line raises his sword and strikes the stone. It registers 43 power, and some people are impressed by such a high number right off the bat. Juno says that judging by people's reactions, it's really a high number, and the protagonist says that from his implanted memories, the guy was actually strong. The teacher calls the next one, and it's Juno's turn. He strikes the stone with his sword, and it registers 69. More people are impressed by the number, and Juno gets full of himself, saying he's pretty strong. Seon moves forward shirtless and tells Juno to get out of his way because he's great at this sort of thing. He boasted, channeling all his strength into a single punch. The crystal flashed, registering a score of 75. The other cadets gasped. It was an incredible number for someone using no weapon. Suddenly, a magic bullet whizzed past Seong's head and struck the stone. The number skyrocketed to 98. Seo-yan stood with her rifle smoking, not even bothering to look at the result. The students were speechless. No one even knew it was possible to infuse magic into bullets. Ho-yong watched, a proud smile on his face. His team was on another level. A massive explosion of energy then erupted from the crystal. The meter blazed, stopping at a shocking 115. Yunimo was already walking away, not needing to see the score. Ho-yong knew the story's original protagonist would be an exception, but as he watched him leave, he remembered a dark event that was fated to happen to him very soon. During lunch, Seong complained that Hwang should have shown off more, but our hero had his reasons. He had intentionally held back, striking the crystal just hard enough to register a modest 64. He needed to avoid a leadership position. His goal was to be placed in the same group as Yunim for the next dungeon. His thoughts were interrupted by a system-wide notification. A second surprise mission was beginning now. Their objective: rescue cadet Yanam O. His location was Water-Eyed Park. They had 1 hour. The group was confused. How could someone as strong as Yunim be in trouble? But Hwang knew exactly what was happening. In the story, after Yunim returned to the past, he dealt with some bullies. One of them happened to be the son of the master of the Red Moon Guild, one of the 10 most powerful guilds in the world. As revenge, the master sent elite agents to teach Yunam a lesson and leave him on the brink of death. In the novel, Yunim was only saved by a mysterious stranger, a 1-in-a-million stroke of luck. Ho-yong now knew the truth, that luck wasn't a coincidence. It was the passive effect of the Ring of Nick, the ring he now possessed. Without it, Yunim was doomed. "This mission is dangerous," Hung warned the others as they raced through the night. "Our opponents are not cadets. Be prepared." They arrived at the park to find Yunam on his knees, a heavy hand on his shoulder. "How dare you touch the master's son, you insect," one of the agents sneered. But before he could continue, a bullet tore through his chest. Seo-yon had opened fire. "You shouldn't have just attacked," Ho-yong yelled. But Seong was already roaring with approval. "I like her style," he bellowed, charging headfirst into the fray. With diplomacy off the table, Ho-yong drew his blade. "Everyone, advance!" The 3 guild members easily parried the initial chaotic assault. They were on a completely different level than the cadets. But the surprise attack had given Yunim the opening he needed. He summoned his spear and fought back, trying to keep the 3 men occupied. As the battle raged, Ho-yong's group joined the fight with Seong leading the charge. In the chaos, Ho-yong and Yunim found themselves standing back to back, surrounded. I don't know how you found me again, Yunim said between breaths. But now isn't the time to ask. You can thank me later, Ho Yong replied, his eyes locked on the enemy. Right now, we need to take care of these guys first. The blue-haired man rose to his feet. With a roar, Seong charged, his fist glowing with the power of a level 2 stone fist. But the agent simply raised a hand, and a shimmering barrier of energy sent Xiang flying. The man sneered, his face a mask of contempt. Insolent children, he spat. He and his two comrades advanced. The battle was joined. Sichong engaged one. Junho clashed with another. And Ho Yong met the blue-haired leader head-on. Seo Yon, Ho Yong shouted. We'll hold the front line. Give us covering fire. She scoffed at him, giving her orders, but her rifle was already cracking, providing precise support. A green light enveloped the battlefield as ICL began healing their wounds. Yunam watched in amazement as his own injuries vanished in an instant. They're strong, Huang yelled to the others. But the tower would never give us a mission we couldn't complete. Now is the time. Use the skills you gained from your books. A new energy flowed through them. Hunyo unleashed a powerful sword technique, while Shang's veins bulged as he slammed into an enemy with the first punch of the Fist King. In the background, Sichong began frantically setting up a tent. The three agents, unimpressed, decided to end it. They unleashed a powerful joint attack, and the battlefield erupted in a massive explosion. When the dust settled, Hoyong's team was still standing, battered but not broken. He knew they were strong, but the experience and flawless teamwork of their enemies were on another level. Their coordinated defense was like an impenetrable steel gate. The blue-haired leader was losing his patience. "You're a real pain in the ass," he screamed, his eyes red with rage. He broke formation, making a fatal error. He targeted the healer. He leaped through the air, his mace raised to crush Eol. "Eol!" Hoyong screamed, but Yunam was faster. "Not so fast," the regressor said calmly, his GNRE spear flashing out to intercept the blow, striking the agent squarely in the stomach. The man tumbled to the ground, stunned that the spear had hit him when he was sure he dodged it. The perfect formation was broken. The steel gate now had an opening. As his comrades rushed to his side, the leader's mace began to sprout wicked metal spikes. "That's it," he seethed. "Now you all die." But Hoyong had seen what he needed to. They were impatient, rushed, and he knew why. "You'd better wrap this up quickly," he called out, a smirk on his face. "Your boss must be getting furious by now." The three agents froze. The blue-haired man demanded to know what he was talking about. "You're too impatient," Ho Yong continued. "Just like the master of the Red Moon Guild, Park Yong." Their faces went pale. "How do you know that name?" one of them stammered. The gate was no longer just open. It was shattered. Ho Yong pressed his advantage, his words like daggers. "How many missions have you failed because your leader lost his patience?" Their professional composure crumbled, replaced by pure, panicked rage. Their guard was completely down. That was the signal. In an instant, the three strongest cadets moved as one. Yunam's spear struck the leader's stomach again. Sean's bullet tore through his side, and Hoyong's blade slashed across his chest in a deep, diagonal cut. They had focused all their power on a single target. The blue-haired man collapsed. His two remaining comrades stared in shock. Then the black-haired one began to laugh. "We'll stop here," he said, sheathing his weapon. They walked over to their fallen leader and lifted him onto their shoulders. "The boss is probably going to kill us for this," he said to his partner. Then he looked at Hoyong's group. "But seeing the future hunters of Korea, I have no regrets." With a smile, they vanished. The system announced their victory. The mission was complete. With only 2 minutes to spare, they had won. As the team celebrated, Yunam approached Hoyong. "You knew," he stated. "How shouldn't you be thanking me first?" Hoyong teased. The regressor blushed embarrassed and mumbled a quiet, "Thank you." "I'm sorry," Hoyong smirked. "I didn't quite hear that." "Thank you," Yunim said louder, a look of genuine gratitude on his face. "Nothing like this has ever happened in my previous regressions. Be careful from now on," Hoyong said, his tone growing serious as he turned to leave. This regression will be your most difficult, Yunim called out. I have one more question. Are you a regressor, too? Ho Yong paused, then looked back with a cryptic smile. No, he said. I'm something far greater than that. A hand lands on the protagonist's shoulder, asking where he's going. He had forgotten to mention one crucial detail, the way to escape the curse of regression. A new day begins. The professor announces that he will be forming the groups for tomorrow's dungeon practice. Our protagonist isn't paying attention. His mind is actually focused on Yunim. That guy really knows how to do things right. He glances at his inventory and sees an item called Thea's Armor. It grants a 25% boost to defense power, a rare item. The MC remembers that this was a thank you gift given in exchange for the answer he provided on how to escape the regression curse. It's becoming much easier for the protagonist to accept realities that are hard to believe. This kind of thing usually only exists in novels. The professor calls out, Group 4 will be led by Yunam, with members Wu Jiho, Shinsung Bayong, Go Yong Wu, and Li Hoyong. The protagonist is pleased to hear he's in Yunam's group just as he planned. It was all thanks to the Ring of Nikki. To get the best rewards, he had to find a way into Yunam's party. But it wasn't time to celebrate just yet. Later, in the school's outdoor area, Yunim approaches him. Are you aware? He asks. The dungeon we're practicing in tomorrow, it's going to be a frenzied one. The protagonist remains silent, so Yunim continues. A frenzied phenomenon in a dungeon happens occasionally, but it makes no sense for them to occur simultaneously. In all his past regressions, he had always struggled in these dungeons, but he never found out why. Yunim looks directly at the MC and says, I expect you to share any information you might have. If your existence is something greater than regression itself, then you must know something. Based on the story our hero read, 3 of the 4 groups formed will experience the frenzied dungeon. In that incident, the only group to avoid annihilation is Group 4, Yunam's group. However, the details of the frenzied phenomenon are never mentioned in the novel. The protagonist replies that even he doesn't know everything. Yunam doesn't accept this answer. He grabs the protagonist by his clothes, shouting, What's meant to happen will happen, but shouldn't we at least try to do something? The protagonist yells back that he truly doesn't know. The author never gave any hints in the novel, ending that part vaguely, so there was nothing he could do. Nearby, Seo hears the protagonist's voice and recognizes it. As she approaches and turns the corner, she asks, What are you two doing? From her perspective, it looks like the protagonist and Yunam are tearing at each other's clothes, a scene that looks far too much like something from a yaoi story. Seo Yan freezes, speechless. The 2 boys don't know how to react either. She turns her back to them and mutters that she must have gotten lost. They both shout after her, insisting it's not what it looks like, but she quickly walks away. We are now at the dungeon. The professor tells Group 4 to enter. They step through the portal and the system announces their entry, sending a new mission to the protagonist. He has to clear the dungeon assigned to him. He's still embarrassed by the misunderstanding with Soyen, but he has the more pressing problem of the frenzied phenomenon to solve. Yunim tells them to split up and check the dungeon first. If anything happens, they should report it on the radio. Everyone agrees. The protagonist, however, is still lost in thought, wandering aimlessly through the dungeon. As he walks, he finds himself in a very long corridor and begins to think to himself. The groups involved in the Frenzy Dungeon incident are Groups 4, 9, and 12. Group 4 is his own. Group 9 has Eol and Seo, and Group 12 has Seong. Group 9 will probably be fine. Eol has healing abilities, and an assassin with the tower's blessing wouldn't die so easily on the 5th floor. It's truly amazing how the protagonist can worry about the very person who tried to send him to his death. Group 12 is led by Shang. The protagonist thinks about it and wishes the best for his fake Yujiro friend. Suddenly, a canine paw appears in front of him. He immediately senses the presence, and when he looks up, at least 4 wolves are in front of him, salivating and ready to devour him down to the bone. The protagonist draws his sword, thinking he needs to focus on his own situation first. The problem was the person with him who was hiding behind his back. His name was Go Yong Wu, an explorer class. He was the youngest player and he was crying. He apologizes to the protagonist, who is completely confused by the situation, not understanding why he's in tears. The wolves have already been killed. The protagonist approaches the other boy and a memory surfaces. He remembers being considered the weakest in the group. This boy had been one of those who voted for him to go on the death mission at the beginning. He asks, "You still haven't let go of what happened before, have you?" The boy replies that he should have talked to him sooner, but couldn't gather the courage. He apologizes again, tears falling like a waterfall down his face. He tries to wipe them away, and the MC just stands there silently, waiting for him to stop. Thinking that the kid has a soft heart, he grips the boy's shoulders. "You don't need to apologize." He says if something similar happens again, you have to do the same thing. The situations they are facing are as real as it gets. In this tower, where their lives could end at any moment, he won't survive with such a soft heart. Learning to think of himself first is the only way to make it out alive. He smiles at the boy, then ruffles his hair. "You don't need to feel guilty." The boy manages a smile, getting emotional again. "I think you're incredible," he says. The MC pulls away. "I don't know what you're talking about, but it's too late." The kid is already smitten with him. Yong-woo, now more cheerful, says, "You must have been someone really amazing before the end happened." But the protagonist remains quiet for a moment as memories of his own past begin to surface. Just because he grew up in an orphanage, he had to fight against discrimination and live desperately. Before he knew it, he was in his 20s, a normal worker earning a salary that was barely enough to feed himself. The only reason he became even slightly special in the tower was because of that one coincidence with the monster he had saved. If it weren't for that one moment, he might not have survived this long. Who was he to teach anyone anything? Yong-woo calls the protagonist's name, asking what he was thinking about so intensely. But Ho-yong just brushes it off, saying it was nothing. The younger boy then thanks him. He explains that even though Ho-yong told him to prioritize his own survival, the protagonist himself is always putting himself in danger to save others. Yong-woo looks at the MC one more time, a smile of pure admiration on his face, and says he wants to be like him, someone who can help other people. The words leave Ho-yong stunned, but also happy. What mattered was what happened from now on. The path forward is the only one you can walk. He thinks this to himself while gently patting Yong-woo's head. The boy places his hands on a stone wall. The MC asks if this is the place he felt the strange energy coming from. Yong-woo confirms it, saying something must be leaking from there. The protagonist realizes that his impeccable senses can't detect everything. If this is something only an adventurer can sense, then there's only one thing to do. He tells Yong-woo to step aside. The MC draws his sword and charges a strike from his level 3 sword technique. The blow explodes against the wall, triggering a strange reaction and causing a second, larger explosion. At that moment, the system announces that they have entered the labyrinth. They are summoned into a cavern filled with vibrant, glowing stones of all colors. The protagonist looks around and realizes something crucial. This labyrinth was never mentioned in the novel. Even in Unim's Infinite Regressions, there was never any mention of this place. This leads to only one conclusion in the protagonist's mind. This area was not created by the book's author. As Ho-yong and Yong-woo venture deeper, the protagonist suspects this place might hold clues as to why the Frenzy Dungeon incident occurred. While they were walking, Yong-woo tugs on the protagonist's sleeve. They look ahead and see several humans in the labyrinth. Or rather, as the protagonist looks closer, he realizes they aren't human at all. The system window identifies them as the fairy race, with one at level 134. His name is Jamba Jamba, and his stats are incredibly high. The dwarf-like creature complains that this is a huge annoyance, standing alongside 6 others who also possess impressive levels and stats. Do they have a Snow White back home, too? The protagonist looks at them and asks, "What are these monsters?" One of the dwarves named Kum tells the others to wait. "Those two, they aren't characters," he says, pointing specifically at the MC, especially the tall one. The dwarf then shouts, accusing him of changing the story completely by giving Yunam a conclusive spoiler. Jamba Jamba glares at the protagonist with hatred in his eyes and says, "We need to talk." The 7 creatures gather around the protagonist with their arms crossed. He might have been nervous. If they weren't all half his height, Jamba Jamba demands to know who he is. The protagonist wonders where he's even looking, and instinctively covers his private parts with his hands. He then answers that he was a reader who had read about this world. Another dwarf asks if he just woke up inside the novel one day, and the protagonist confirms it was something like that. 2 of them begin to whisper amongst themselves, deciding whether or not to believe him. The protagonist then asks who they are. They reply that they are the repair fairies. Shouldn't they be repair dwarves? They explain that they fix plot holes in poorly written novels like this one. Jamba Jamba even tries to strike a cool pose, but his hammer has vanished. The protagonist realizes these must be characters from the novel. He smirks and says, "You must have a hard time with all the plot holes that need fixing." The fairies or dwarves, I can't decide, start to get emotional at the MC's recognition. The book must be really bad in the protagonist's opinion, too. He agrees, saying it was incredibly difficult for him to finish reading that piece of trash. The fairies begin to laugh, saying they were just planning on burying him right here, but now they'll just wipe his memories and let him go. This terrifies the protagonist. It's amazing how they can say something so horrifying with such straight faces. He can't let them do that. If he loses his memories, finding this labyrinth after so much work will have been for nothing. The protagonist shouts, "The 3rd floor's frenzy dungeon is the mistake you haven't been able to fix yet. You still haven't found the solution for it." Jamba Jamba's hand, which was moving closer, stops completely when he hears about the error. The fairies demand to know how he knows about that. Even if the novel was complete garbage, he had still learned a few things from it. Smiling, the protagonist says that he believes he can give them the solution to their problem. A portal opens in the middle of nowhere. The protagonist and Yongwu are summoned out of the labyrinth. Yongwu looks at the protagonist, but he's just standing still, staring into space. He asks, "What's wrong?" but gets no response. Had the dwarves tortured him? Yongwu screams the protagonist's name, but he doesn't seem to hear it, his voice sounding distant and faint. We flash back in time. The protagonist is telling the fairies he thinks he knows how to solve the frenzy dungeon problem for them. The lead fairy thinks to himself that if they leave it as it is, it will become the biggest plot hole in history, and their reputation as repairers will be ruined. He decides to hear what the protagonist has to say, but keeps his hands ready to erase his memory at a moment's notice. The protagonist explains that they need to merge the 3 dungeons that are set to go into a frenzy, combining them into one using a portal. Another fairy chimes in that if they combine them, it would seem more natural for one large dungeon to go frenzied rather than 3 smaller ones simultaneously. Jamba Jamba agrees that it sounds convincing, but if the dungeon's size increases, so will the rewards. The other fairy points out that he's right. It would create a consequence that not even they could handle. Ho Young understands their concern about breaking the story. If Yunim receives a reward larger than intended, he clenches his fists and plays his final card. Then wouldn't it work better, he asks, if I receive the entire reward instead of Yunim? The dwarves begin to debate the proposal amongst themselves. The protagonist thinks that the dice have been cast. He was leaving the matter of luck in the hands of the Ring of Nika. Jamba Jamba announces his decision. It would be better for everyone if the protagonist's memories were erased. The declaration completely shocks him. If an extra character managed to get such a huge reward, it would also put them in a complicated situation. The MC tries to protest, but it's too late. Jamba Jamba's hand is already on his head somehow, and he's screaming and flipping off all the fairies. We return to the present where Yongwu is slapping the MC so hard he's spitting what looks like ketchup. He can't wake the protagonist from his trance, so he pulls one of the fair's hammers from his backpack, wondering what they did to him. The protagonist is standing completely bruised, murmuring Yongwu's name and saying he's fine. The boy sees he's back and is relieved, but the protagonist is trembling, thinking he was about to get bashed with the hammer. They resume their walk through the dungeon, and Yongwoo apologizes for the slaps, explaining he thought his memories had been erased. I almost thought he was going to use the hammer to repair the protagonist, but it wasn't necessary. The protagonist thinks to himself that he was lucky the mission has a time limit. He had used that as an argument to avoid the memory wipe. After all, there was no need to erase the memories of someone who would be disappearing from this place soon anyway. As they walk together, the protagonist notices the hammer in the boy's backpack and asks if it's Jamba Jamba's. Yongwoo gets excited and explains that, when the fairies vanished with the protagonist, one of them left the hammer behind, so he decided to take it. The system window displays the item. It was a fairy's mechanic hammer with the effect of repairing broken items, a chance to strengthen them, and a 24-hour cooldown. The protagonist is impressed. It's a unique item. He looks at the boy and thinks that he's not just some weak and fragile kid. A secret quest appears for the protagonist. He needed to be the first to clear the dungeon discreetly, and the reward was also a secret. This was likely part of the secret contract he made with the fairies, so that he wouldn't become another error in the story. The mission had a condition that he had to do everything without drawing attention. If he could pull it off, a special reward was waiting. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble beneath their feet. He realizes it's starting. The system announces that due to an unknown energy, the dungeon is now becoming frenzied. Stronger monsters have begun to appear. The 3 dungeons had merged into one. Yongwoo shouts the protagonist's name, asking what's happening. 3 dungeons now combined. The protagonist keeps walking and tells the boy to stay focused. He should head northeast to find Yunam. With his scouting ability, he can avoid the most dangerous monsters and reach him safely. The kid is stronger than he looks. If he's with Yunam, the MC won't have to worry about him. Yongwoo asks what the protagonist is going to do. He just offers a faint smile. And with that, we shift to another part of the dungeon. A monstrous scorpion appears, suddenly spitting venom everywhere. An extra asks why this is happening, and another responds that the frenzy has awakened the monsters. He thanks Iseal, saying they'd all be dead if it weren't for her. She screams at the cadet to pay attention. When he turns back, the scorpion stinger is inches from his neck. Suddenly, the stinger freezes. The extra opens his eyes. The scorpion's head was already gone. And then she appears. Sean asks if they're on a picnic and tells them to wake up unless they want to become nothing but skeletons. Meanwhile, the protagonist is running, defeating any monsters in his path when he hears the shots from Seo Yan's gun. He understands that he's now in the same dungeon as her group. Although she has an advantage against the monsters with her firearm, they are still extremely dangerous for the other cadets. The protagonist needs to act with discretion, so he can't help them directly. He leaps forward, realizing the only choice he has is to clear the dungeon as fast as he can. A giant purple scorpion appears, perched atop a pile of skulls. Its red eyes glow intensely, and its horrid mouth opens to let out a horrifying shriek, preparing for its next meal. The protagonist finds himself before a cavern inside the dungeon. He starts to enter, drawn in by the most toxic stench in the entire place. The scorpion is massive, already standing right in front of him. This was the Scorpion King. Is he going to turn into the Rock? The scorpion's venomous attack is fast, but the MC is much faster, dodging to the side. Still, the protagonist is on edge. The creature has too much venom and won't stop spitting, making it difficult for him to get close. Yunim can handle things with Group 4 one way or another, but the other 2 dungeons need his help. He might be doing this to get the number 1 rank, but he also can't let this kind of tragedy happen while he's around. The protagonist charges forward, dodging the monster's venomous spit, and delivers a diagonal slash, aiming right for its neck. It wasn't enough to destroy the monster, so he leaps into the air. A second later, a strike comes from the side, hitting the protagonist and sending him flying straight into a wall. The blow landed squarely, pinning the protagonist to the wall with its sheer force. The monster begins to screech, almost as if it's laughing at the situation. The MC knows he needs to get close to the monster no matter what. He drops to the ground and once again faces the beast. He has a trump card up his sleeve and wonders if he has no choice but to use it. He says he didn't want to use it so soon, but he pushes off and jumps towards the monster. There's no time to hold back. Before the dungeon, the protagonist had received a side quest, a challenge from his professor to knock over a single drop of water from a full bucket. The protagonist said he'd do it because the reward was a perfect single-use shield. Back in the present, the monster is unleashing all of its venom against him, but he activates the perfect shield. This item was a cheat, allowing him to perfectly block any single attack. The monster is confused that its venom didn't work, so it uses its pincer for a physical attack. The MC prepares his strike, his eyes glowing with the power he's about to unleash. The blow comes down in a vertical arc, slicing the scorpion from top to bottom with his level 3 sword technique. The system announces that the boss has been defeated. A portal opens, and the protagonist steps through it. He enters a new area, the dungeon where Xiang was. The MC wonders if he's okay. The guy is now actually worried about the fake Yujiro, and he's genuinely shocked by this concern. He had the worst first impression of him. The guy had called him trash, but now he had somehow crawled his way into his heart. The protagonist is horrified by this possibility and tries to convince himself he's mistaken. It was just a feeling of concern for an enemy, nothing more. He looks ahead and finds himself in a completely deserted area. There was nothing there. Something catches the protagonist's attention. A shape erupts from the ground to strike him, but he defends with his sword. A small paw steps on the blade, and the creature does a somersault over his head. The monster stops spinning and attacks. He sees it's a horned mole, and its level is too high for him to even see. With a quick diagonal slash, the MC cuts through the disgusting creature. It appears to be defeated, but then the protagonist looks back and sees several mounds forming in the ground. Dozens of other moles begin to emerge, charging at him. They're incredibly fast, striking him from all sides as ketchup splatters in every direction. Hung notes that despite their size, they are extremely fast and sharp. If he doesn't focus, this could get incredibly dangerous. The protagonist endures the damage from the monsters, saying he just hopes Seong is still alive. Meanwhile, Seong is shirtless again, looking like Gray from Fairy Tale, while his teammates are scattered on the ground, completely injured. Seong is also hurt, but manages to withstand the damage and stay on his feet. He curses the moles and charges towards them, his fist raised. One of the monsters jumps out of the ground as Seong screams that he is the mole exterminator. He continuously punches the ground, shouting that he used to walk around his neighborhood smashing all the wacko old machines. Seong grows tired, and we now see the viewpoint of one of the moles. It sees Seong's back and rushes towards him at full speed. Seong screams, but when he turns, he sees the protagonist with a mole impaled on his sword. He had saved Xiang's life. The fake Yujiro asks what he's doing here, and the protagonist dryly remarks that he managed to stay alive. Seong gets emotional and starts to tear up, running to hug the protagonist, but he's told to keep his distance while he's still asking nicely. For now, the protagonist is happy to see alive, but the others weren't so lucky. Seong apologizes. The moles attacked them all of a sudden. The protagonist realizes he might not be able to protect everyone. Even if they were just extras from the novel, they were still human beings. It was as if they were part of his team, too. Huang's expression turns serious and he clenches his fists tightly. Xiong asks what they should do now. Can they get out of this place? The ground begins to tremble suddenly. Seong is startled, asking what's happening, but the protagonist says there's only one thing to do. A giant mole erupts from the ground and attacks them both. The MC defends against the blow with his sword. They have to kill this dungeon boss. The mole is much larger than the others they had faced, but the protagonist isn't afraid. Quite the contrary. The mission was finally over, and a heavy rain was falling. An old man resembling Dumbledore is speaking at a microphone, expressing his sincere apologies for the incident. He explains that they understand no amount of compensation can appease the pain of those who lost loved ones, but the Academy would do everything possible to help. The protagonist and Yunim are walking together under the rain. He apologizes for not being able to save everyone, but Yunim disagrees. No, he says. He had returned countless times, but never once managed to stop the dungeon frenzy. Yet somehow the MC had managed to prevent the deaths of several cadets when all of them should have perished. The sun begins to rise. Yunim stops walking and declares that he now recognizes the MC's existence as something greater than a mere regressor. The two share a smile. Yanam hands a handkerchief to the protagonist and says he will seek him out for advice from now on. He then walks away, leaving the protagonist with the handkerchief in his hands. It almost looked like he was asking the MC out. How strange, right? The protagonist wipes his face with the handkerchief, but apologizes internally because the Hoyang Li that Yunim will meet tomorrow is not him. They will be returning from the mission soon, just as Yunimo seeks to see the winter when he turns 32. And also at the end of this novel, the protagonist also needs to advance to the next floor and reach the end of this tower. Yunam's ending had already been decided, but the protagonist would be the one to decide the ending of this tower. Someone shouts the protagonist's name, telling him to wait. His group is approaching, and the protagonist thinks that in reality they are all the ones who will define the end of everything, and they are all hoping for a happy one. The system announces that the 5th floor mission has been completed. One of the extras says they all did a good job and survived the mission, while another says he feels years older. Everyone there is celebrating, but the protagonist is particularly happier than anyone else. He gained a new skill, intermediate sword technique. Just thinking that he couldn't even buy this in the system shop was good enough. A single level in a sword skill already made a huge difference. Imagine gaining an entire intermediate level, and not only that, as a reward from the hidden quest the fairies gave him, there was something else. A new class slot. He thinks to himself that he never imagined he'd have to work 2 jobs at the end of the world, too. But compared to all the other jobs he used to have, he's never been as excited as he is now. He crushes the items in his hand to consume them. The system informs him that he has gained a new class. The protagonist was hoping for something like a shadow monarch, a rune regent, or maybe a king of coins. The system begins to reveal his new class, and he gets more and more excited, waiting to see what it will be. The Ring of Nikki, which remained with him even after the mission ended, begins to glow, and the protagonist's new class is Tamare. His face says it all. He screams at the system, asking where the amazing class he was expecting went. Sean just looks at him confused. Shortly after, the protagonist stops and thinks for a moment. Tamare. He starts to remember the past, a moment when a cat began to follow him. He told it to stop because he couldn't take care of it. The cat looked at him confused and let out a meow. The protagonist blushed and said that even if it looked at him with a cute face, the cat made a crying face, and the protagonist closed his eyes, blushing even more, and ran away, apologizing to the kitten for not being able to adopt it. He didn't have much money back then, so he had to leave the cat behind. But the situation was different now. If he could legally become a cat's butler, then the tamer class might not be such a bad idea, right? The system informs the protagonist that he has received a new guide. He gets excited. It's been a while since he's seen one of these. The guide states there is a monster on the 7th floor that he can turn into a pet. Besides being agile and strong in combat, it can also be used for transportation. The protagonist thinks about the skills the guide described and wonders if it's some kind of wolf. Hoyong gets excited. Soon he'll be able to reach the 7th floor and get his pet. He strikes a cheerful pose, thinking it's the first time he's actually looked forward to the next floor's mission. The problem was thinking they would reach the 7th floor quickly. Was a complete miscalculation. The 6th floor mission was called Endless Battle. Isel was in the rear, healing everyone as they fought against a huge number of orcs, werewolves, and other monsters. Yongwu even uses his backpack as a weapon to throw a goblin against a wall. The monsters just keep advancing on the protagonist group. He charges forward with the other players, cutting down each enemy with ease. Several monsters are already down, and the protagonist looks tired. This mission was truly endless. Seong, however, is having a great time killing as many monsters as possible. The protagonist wonders why he's so excited. Hoyong asks if he isn't tired of defeating monsters, but he replies that an opportunity to gain this much experience is rare, so no. The protagonist understands Seong's logic. The fifth floor mission didn't allow for leveling up because it lacked that concept in its story. Seong looks at the protagonist and sees that he's reached level 5. The protagonist defeats another monster without even looking at it. The problem is, for him, reaching level 5 made no difference, since his attributes had already hit their maximum for his level. The system informs him that his stats have reached the maximum allowed. If he doesn't surpass the limit through training, he won't be able to increase them further. It had been great for the protagonist to monopolize several items for himself from the previous mission, but he needed to train too. Suddenly, he hears several gunshots and looks back. Seon was defeating numerous monsters, and her attributes were already higher than the protagonist's. He gets angry and wonders if there's no limit to an assassin's stats. Seon notices his glare. She glares back at him with hatred and asks what he's looking at. Did he want to be sent to the next world right now? The protagonist gives her a thumbs up and says he just wanted to motivate her to hold on tight during the mission. Her attitude is very unpleasant, in his opinion, but thanks to her, the mission situation is almost completely resolved. The time was finally approaching. He thinks about the pet he can get on level 7 and asks it to wait for him. The 7th floor mission will finally begin soon, and it's in a strengthening area. When someone hunts a monster on the 7th floor, there's a chance to get a strengthening crystal. The players wonder if it's some kind of enhancement item that appears in games. The tower sound system continues, explaining that players can use gold and crystals to strengthen their items. However, they cannot strengthen items that aren't weapons or armor. The system window shows the conditions for the 7th floor mission. They can move between the lobby and the 7th floor area to hunt and strengthen their items. And the completion time is 72 hours. So they had 3 whole days to hunt, gain experience, and upgrade their gear. Junyo says that if there are no completion conditions, it means the floor will be cleared as soon as the 72 hours are up. A female player remarks that even the tower has a bonus floor for them, and another says they've been fighting hard until now. A girl points out that the shop has an item they can buy called Strengthening Crystal Chance Increase. It boosts the probability of a crystal dropping after monsters are defeated and costs 1,000 gold. Some people buy it. They're going to improve their items to the max and prepare for the next floor. Now it was time to start the mission. Everyone starts running towards the mission portal. The protagonist notices that everyone is excited about this floor. They'll only return to normal after they've spent all the gold from the last mission. For the protagonist, who is using the Ring of Nikki, this area is basically giving him a free bonus, but the main bonus is something else entirely. The pet he expects to find on the 7th floor. The protagonist walks towards the portal and says that now it's time to get a pet and get stronger. Everyone is killing as many monsters as possible. Hunyo comments that the crystals aren't dropping as easily as he expected. Such Chang looks at him and says it's because he's not desperate enough. He should search with the desperation of a soldier looking for a lost bullet casing. Junho wonders what the hell that's supposed to mean. Someone is punching a wolf like Luffy using his Gatling gun. Someone called Pita for the love of God. It was the protagonist who was beating up the wolf. He was trying not to kill it, but even with his bare hands, he was still too strong for the monsters. Xiang shouts that a strengthening crystal finally appeared for him, and everyone looks. He says he's lucky and that he's always been called the god of strengthening since he was a kid. The protagonist remembers the other nicknames he's claimed and wonders just how many he's had in his life. The protagonist calls out to the fake Yujiro. Seong immediately says he couldn't possibly give this item away, not even to him. The protagonist says, "That's not it." Oyong asks what he intends to strengthen since he only fights with his hands. Seong realizes this and falls into a depression, having nothing to use the crystal on. The MC throws the poor wolf to the ground, thinking it wasn't qualified to be his pet. It was too small and weak. He still had plenty of time, so he would search for his pet in the surrounding areas. The system shows that only 2 hours were left. Have they been there for 70 hours? Now, that's what I call a time skip. The protagonist is walking around the area, already biting his nails with nervousness and anxiety, because he hasn't found his pet, and time is almost up. He had found a few candidates, like a king bear. It was very cute, but it was too slow to be used for transportation. He also found a black wolf, which was fast but had low stamina and got tired very quickly. A two-headed cat that was just too weird, even though cats are usually cute. His finger was already bleeding from biting it so much. He remembers the information the guide gave him. He could have at least said where to find the pet. He had managed to get 3 crystals so far, so it wasn't a complete waste of time. But if he doesn't get the pet, it will be. He hears a noise in a bush and sees a silhouette that catches his attention. Something leaps out, does 3 somersaults, and lands on its feet right in front of the protagonist. He looks at the monster and wonders if it has finally appeared. 2 boxing gloves appear in front of him. The system announces that it's a level 20 Kangatao. It looks very strong, and the protagonist also sees that it's very ugly. There was no way such an ugly kangaroo could be his pet, but he had to at least check if it was the one. So he raises his guard to fight the monster. The creature starts speaking in its own language that it doesn't know why, but it doesn't like the protagonist. The MC beckons it to fight. The Kangata prepares itself as well, raising its guard. The 2 of them leap forward at the same time. Their fists meet and a very strong shock wave is created from the impact. They had both managed to break through each other's guard, and their fists were close to the opponent's face. The Kangatao uses its other arm to deliver an overhead punch, but the protagonist dodges by leaning his head back. At that moment, he pulls back his right arm and throws another overhead punch, but the protagonist jumps back and also dodges the blow. His punch was very heavy. He really is powerful, and more importantly, he has incredible speed. His legs are so strong they almost look like springs. He'd be Bellamy if Bellamy were a furry in one piece. The Kangatao's jump was so strong that the ground beneath it shatters, and in the next instant, it's already in front of the protagonist. Ho-Yong takes a sequence of very fast punches and realizes that all this speed comes from its muscular legs. The furry Bellamy gets excited and asks the protagonist what he thought of his blows. But Ho-Yong is already on top of him. What the Kangatao had hit was just an afterimage. The MC thinks that the monster wasn't cool or even cute, but it was the pet he was looking for. He grabs the Kangatao by the ears and mounts its shoulders, leaving the monster bewildered by Ho-Yong's audacity. The system announces that the protagonist had become the master of the Kongatao. It's on its knees, bowing before him. He needed to give the Kongatao a name. He might as well call him Bellamy. That would be fun. The protagonist was thinking of a catchy name for the Kangatao, which was still bowing before him. Suddenly, the boy has an idea. The Kangatao's name would be Kangasu in honor of a Korean children's cartoon. Kangasu seems to have really liked his new name as he gives the protagonist a radiant smile, which in truth startles him. Maybe he should look for a cuter pet. At that moment, Kangasu begins to shine brightly. The protagonist's vision is momentarily blinded. The glow is so intense that it illuminates the entire area where he stood. When the MC can finally look towards the light again, he's amazed. Kangasu had transformed into a miniature, incredibly cute version of himself, resembling a small rabbit. The protagonist is moved by so much cuteness. Time ran out, and the 7th floor mission had finally ended. Back in the tower's lobby, everyone is staring at the ground. Eol is in awe while the others are just confused. They were all looking at the miniature Kangasu, who was practicing boxing moves. They ask if it's a kangaroo. The protagonist tells them to say hello to Kangasu, and the pet offers a small salute. Hunyo asks what's going on. The protagonist explains that somehow he had managed to get an additional class and was now a tamer. Junyo finds it strange that Ho-Yong said he got the class somehow. The protagonist tenses up because that excuse was too flimsy for anyone to believe. But then Junho says he believes it, adding that having just one class was truly too little for someone like Ho-Yong. Everyone there begins to congratulate the protagonist, saying it's what's expected of the almighty Ho-Yong. Someone like him really should have at least 2 classes. They all start calling him Almighty Ho-Yong, and someone tells Kangasu it's a pleasure to meet him. Kangasu starts to wonder if he's in some kind of cult where everyone worships his master, and he gets completely confused. With the pet in his hands, the MC asks everyone if they manage to strengthen their equipment. But most of them don't even answer the question, looking depressed. It seems things didn't go as expected. He had a feeling this would happen when they started falling behind. The protagonist hears a laugh beside him and looks over. Yong-woo was wearing a new backpack, and the system identifies it as a high-level leather backpack. He remembers the situation with the fairies when Yong-woo kept one of their hammers, and wonders if the hammer helped him find crystals more easily. Based on the information the guide provided, he had succeeded in enhancing the backpack 3 times. The protagonist pats Yong-woo's head, thinking that he's much smarter than he looks. Even Kangasu praises him. Isol approaches the protagonist and asks if he hadn't enhanced any of his items. Ho Yong then shows off his sword, and then his armor, both of which were now unique class. He strikes a pose to show the items to everyone, and they begin to praise him even more. The protagonist is loving all the attention while Soen was trembling with rage because she hadn't managed to get a single crystal. At that moment, the protagonist still had no idea what was going to happen to them in the future. Everyone was still praising him and calling him almighty. When suddenly the flames of the lobby's torches go out, everything goes dark. The players, noticing the darkness, start to get nervous. A voice emerges saying they looked much better after some time apart. Ho Young and Seo Yong looked to the side, recognizing the voice. Approaching them with slow steps was none other than Sniffles, who remarked that they must have had a very comfortable time since he left. Everyone is staring at Sniffles, nervous about the next mission he would give them. Sniffles says he's prepared a small event for them since they seemed so bored. Fake Yujiro immediately asks what kind of nonsense he was going to pull on them now, and the protagonist finds the whole thing very sinister. Sniffles' hands begin to glow with red flames, and he says they must have had moments when they wished for someone else's ability. The players realize he's about to do something. With a wave of his hands, Sniffles sends several red fireballs towards the tower's torches, illuminating the place once again. In order to satisfy those needs they had, he had specially prepared this event. Sniffles' arms are open wide and there are other people behind him. A group, including a man with a mustache and short hair, stood before the protagonist and his team. With a terrifying look of pleasure, Sniffles shouts for everyone to enjoy this event to their heart's content. The system announces the event mission. They have to kill players from other areas, and the reward is a portion of their abilities. The protagonist is shocked as he reads the mission details, thinking he knew things were too quiet. He looks at the enemy group and thinks that he doesn't know their personalities, but normal people would prefer to avoid situations that involve killing others. Just as he's about to try and convince the enemy group not to kill each other, Soen raises her gun beside him. He looks at the raised weapon. The enemy group immediately summons their own weapons. The protagonist shouts for Soen, but she's no longer listening to him. Her eyes are fixed on the enemy group. The protagonist is frustrated. He thought there was still a little bit of humanity left inside her. He had forgotten she was an assassin. Everyone there has their weapons drawn except for the protagonist. Sniffles stands in the middle of the two groups. The enemy, whose name is Choi Gangdu, shouts, asking if the fact that they have their weapons pointed at them means they want an all-out war. The protagonist wonders if in the end they'll have to kill each other just as the tower wants. Sniffles puts a hand to his mouth in a mock gesture and tells them to give it their all in this fight. Everything was set. Sniffles would take them all to the fighting stage. He hopes everyone has fun. The protagonist opens his eyes. He finds himself lying in a bed. The system sends a message to all players. Anyone who doesn't move to another room within 10 seconds will die. Some are apprehensive. Others are preparing for the worst. The protagonist gets out of his bed. He runs as fast as he can as the 10-second countdown begins. He grabs the doorknob of a door and opens it carefully. He then moves to another room, number 304, and opens its door at the very last second. The protagonist enters the room and someone says, "We have a visitor." The man with the mustache is sitting at a table with a glass of water in front of him. He asks the protagonist to sit down as well, calling him by name. This man, Sang-du, is a commander class and is at level 25, much higher than even the assassin Seo. This guy must be very dangerous. The notification warned that if players didn't change rooms within 10 seconds, they would die. This was a trick by the tower itself, meant to incite conflict between the rival groups of players. If they encounter an opponent in a state of high anxiety, then there's a good chance they'll end up fighting each other. However, there was something else. Sang-du apologizes for not having anything better to offer than water, and the protagonist wonders why he's so calm. Just the thought that he understood the MC was the group's leader despite his level already made Hoyong nervous. This guy was not a normal person. Sang-du says he has no intention of attacking. If his group wants to fight, then there's no choice, but they prefer to avoid bloodshed if possible. The MC replies that they don't want to fight either, but he might have forgotten to mention that to Seo Yan. Sang-du says that too much blood has already been shed. He's trembling as he says he doesn't want to get caught in the tower's vile schemes and lose more teammates. The MC remembers his own words when he said he would no longer be deceived by the tower, and the other players said they would help him. Maybe Sang-du is also just another victim of the tower, desperately trying to protect his comrades. Sang-du continues asking if the protagonist feels the same way and if he wants to cooperate. Hoyong responds that he does. But even if the two of them work together, the rest of their teams are separated. So, how will they tell them their plans? The protagonist looks at Sang-du's status and realizes he has a skill that could help them mediate the current situation. Sang-du says there's a way and reveals his skill, telepathy. If he can guarantee that no one from his group will attack Sang-du's group, he will tell his comrades not to attack using telepathy. The protagonist is impressed by his honesty in revealing his ability in front of an opponent. This guy must be serious. I can even imagine that no one in the protagonist group wants a fight either. The problem is Seo Yan. Either way, there's no other choice. If the protagonist wants this mission to end without sacrifices, he would have to finalize this negotiation one way or another. Sang-du states that his group is pacifist. If the opponent doesn't attack them, they will never be the first to attack. The MC explains that there was one person who joined his group midway through, and Sang-du immediately realizes he's talking about Seo. The protagonist confirms it and says that he can't control her. If she creates any problems, he will stop her himself. Sang-du says he understands. He will trust the protagonist and send the message to his group via telepathy. The protagonist changes rooms, and this time it's an empty one. He thinks this is good. Now that the negotiation with the other group's leader had been peacefully concluded, he just needs to find Seo Yan. He says this while raising his hand, revealing a map of their location. When they completed the 7th floor mission, the MC already had over 50,000 gold and was able to buy a random skill box from his shop. The shop was already level 5, so he had access to things others didn't, and a very convenient skill had appeared for him. The skill was the mini-map. He was able to see the players within the mini-map of his current location. This ability is so strong, it's almost a cheat. The mission area was a small hotel with 5 floors. The good news is that everyone was safe for now. He starts looking for Seo Yan and finds her in room 505 on the 5th floor. Suddenly, the protagonist hears something that startles him. He looks back, then again at the map. The red dot that was in the same room as Seong had vanished. The system notification appears again. They needed to change rooms immediately within 10 seconds. The protagonist takes off at full speed towards the 4th floor where Shang was. Before the 10 seconds run out, he finds room 401 and throws the door open. One of Sang-du's allies is on the floor. It was already too late for him. The protagonist is possessed by rage. He rushes at Seong, grabs his shirt, and calls him a bastard. Hoyong demands to know what he did after he had gone through so much trouble to negotiate with Sang-du. Seong is completely confused and asks what the protagonist is talking about. The other guy was the one who attacked first, screaming for him to die. The protagonist doesn't believe Seong and still has his hand clenched on his collar. The system announces that an assassin can see the number of people someone has defeated. The protagonist realizes this was the description of one of the assassin's skills and wonders why this information suddenly appeared for him. At that moment, he thinks of Seo Yon and her posture when she saw the enemy group in the tower lobby. Had she seen the kill counter of someone in Sang-doo's group? Xiong shouts that he's telling the truth and asks if the MC doesn't believe his word. The protagonist lets go of Xiong's shirt. He realizes Seo Yon saw Sang-doo's kill count before the mission even started. Now the puzzle pieces were starting to fall into place. Sang-doo is holding a glass of wine and says it's an interesting coincidence that they've met again. He invites the protagonist to come in and sit. The MC asks if he really thinks this was a coincidence. Hoyong draws his sword and says he already knows everything, telling Sang-doo to stop feigning ignorance. He calls Sang-doo a murderer, and this gets Sang-doo's attention. He gives a slight smile from under his mustache, and then begins to chuckle softly, which confuses the protagonist. Sang-doo sticks out his tongue and makes a psychopathic face almost as ugly as Jun's, and says the MC's ability is very interesting. Sang-doo really was hiding his true face, and the MC's hand begins to tremble with rage as he grips his sword. The MC asks why he sent his companions to kill others if he was so greedy. If he killed everyone himself, he would gain much more abilities. Sang-doo throws the wineglass at the protagonist and replies that it's because when his army gets stronger, it's the same as him getting stronger. The protagonist cuts the glass in half and senses Sang-doo's allies attacking from behind him. The commander charges with his axe to attack the protagonist. He shouts that the MC is alone and asks if he really thinks he can handle him and his entire army. The axe comes down with all the man's strength. A loud sound erupts, followed by a mini-explosion inside the room. The protagonist says this was all a shame. The dust settles and Sang-doo is confused. Kangasu is looking at him with smoke coming out of its mouth, holding the axe with one hand. The protagonist also parries the blows of the other three men who were in the room. He and Kangasu are ready to fight, and the protagonist says that he is not alone. The commander is confused and asks what that thing is. He calls Kangasu ugly, and this offends him deeply. The veins on his neck bulge with so much anger. The protagonist says he can't deny it, and Kangasu looks back at him shocked. The man says that the more he gets to know the protagonist, the more interesting he seems. But there were only two of them, so they won't be able to defeat everyone there. The protagonist says this is going to be very easy. He and Kangasu charge forward together to attack. With one blow, he already hits one of the men in the stomach. He wants to defeat the weaker ones first. A guy with a spear lunges at the MC, but he senses the attack, and a tail restrains his movements. Before he can understand what happened, the protagonist delivers a kick that sends him straight into the wall, knocking him down immediately. He gives Kangasu a nod of approval, and the pet smiles. The Wolverine wannabe attacks Kangasu, but he sees it coming and immediately throws a punch so hard the guy's face becomes flatter than a flat Earth map. The man is sent flying and is also knocked unconscious. Kangasu remarks that the Wolverine wannabe's movements are too wide. The protagonist looks at the commander and asks what he's going to do now, since the army he was so proud of has already fallen. The man is trembling and says, "This is absurd. How were his allies defeated so easily?" But he doesn't understand why the MC didn't send them to the next world. The men are getting up to attack again. Sang-doo puts on his psychopathic face again and says the protagonist has a very soft heart. The three of them attack at the same time. This time, the blows hit the MC and his pet. The commander asks if he thinks he can survive in the tower with that attitude. Sang-doo had made his move, and it had hit the protagonist squarely. The exchange of blows was so fierce that the furniture and walls were being cut by the intensity of the fight. The MC asks if Kangasu is okay, and he replies that he is. Ho Yong then begins to wonder how they got so much energy all of a sudden. He didn't even see any healing skills being cast. But then he looks more closely and realizes what really happened. The bastard had burned his companion's life force to force them to awaken. Hoyong was tired and injured. He held a wound on his chest with his hand and was bleeding heavily. The man confirms that the MC was correct and all of their attributes were doubled in their current state. He asks the protagonist what he thought. The men looked quite intimidating now. The MC says they'll die if he continues to drain their life force to the end. Someone like Sang-do, who treated his companions as if they were disposable, dared to pretend he wanted to protect them. Sang-do tells the protagonist not to look at him that way. In the end, his own life was the most important thing. The man charges to attack and accuses the MC, saying he wouldn't have gotten this far without blood on his hands. Ho-young defends and pushes Sang-do away. He confirms that the commander was right. He was no saint or hero, but if there was a way to save one more life, he would continue to follow that path, because that was the path a human being would take. That's why he didn't want to kill any of those men. But if he doesn't, his own companions will be in danger. The protagonist says he needs to harden his heart and begins to summon a gigantic blue aura. The man is startled and realizes there's something different about the protagonist. He activates his impeccable senses skill, and once again the floor turns blue with his ability. The three attacks are about to hit him at the same time, but Ho-young doesn't panic. With an extremely fast movement, he dodges all the blows and is already behind the three men. Then he makes a horizontal movement and shouts, lunging towards Sang-do, who screams in despair at the protagonist's strike. The blow hits Sang-do diagonally, sending ketchup flying from his chest. The axe is on the floor, broken in half. Someone lets out a laugh. Sang-do is kneeling on the ground, saying he's truly unlucky. I thought he was lucky to still be alive. I thought the protagonist was going to send him straight to hell. He never expected to encounter someone as monstrous as the protagonist, especially not outside of a main tower mission. For the commander, his companions were nothing more than pawns he could use and discard at any moment. As he begins to fall, he thinks that maybe he was wrong about that. Kangasu lets out a cry of victory, and the protagonist just glances back. The system announces that Ho-young was randomly absorbing a portion of his opponent's abilities. Most of the people from Sector C-1520 were evacuated, finalizing the mission. Back in the lobby, Junho asks if everyone has returned. Xiong says he's relieved. He was quite worried during the mission. Hunyo says it was a close call for him. The guy he was fighting suddenly disappeared. The protagonist hears this and thinks that once again, everyone managed to survive. He looks to the side and sees Seo Yan sitting on the stairs all alone. He approaches her and apologizes for having misjudged her. She tells him not to get the wrong idea. She didn't do it for them anyway. He asks her to be more honest, but she gets stressed and tells him to get lost, and he obeys. I'm starting to think they'll end up as a couple, but I prefer Isle. What about you guys? Ho-young walks away from her and wonders why she became an assassin. She doesn't seem to be evil by nature, but she must have her own reasons. The tower's sound system turns on again to announce that the event mission is over. The 8th floor mission would begin shortly. Janho immediately asks if they have to go to the next floor's mission so quickly. The protagonist thinks that their biggest challenge yet is waiting for them on the next floor. The attributes he had worked so hard to increase had gained a small boost after the fight he just had. The protagonist gained 5 points in agility and 3 in strength. A fight that depends on having higher attributes can be turned around at any moment. He remembers his speech about saving others' lives, and thinks that if he were weak, his words would have been meaningless. He doesn't deserve to say that kind of thing right now. What he needed to perfect at the moment were his skills, and his skills alone. The 8th floor mission was the renewal of eligibility. Everyone is already gathered in the area waiting for the information to complete the mission. The protagonist is at the front, sword in hand, ready for the next battle. They are all standing before a statue of a man in armor holding a sword, and there are many people besides the protagonist's group in the location. Hunyo asks if that was what he thought it was, and the protagonist confirms, saying that everyone there are gladiators. Not to mention there were some people the protagonist noticed who were truly strong. A window appears in front of everyone, and they immediately summon their weapons. A silhouette appears. Someone asks if it's Sniffles, who is now called Cum, but the protagonist realizes it's not him. The silhouette reveals its form. It's covered in bandages all over its body. He uses his finger to pull a bandage up, revealing his eye. That was the administrator of the tower's middle section, and his name was Keem. Everyone there is impressed, and the protagonist wonders who the hell gave these rabbits their names. Keem speaks again, saying he detests people who ignore what he says, so it would be best for everyone to listen carefully from now on. His words make the players truly nervous, but Keem continues. This was the requalification field where the gladiators of Region B456 had been gathered. Only those who achieve their qualifications as gladiators will be able to pass to the next floor. Junho says they'll probably die if they don't pass the qualification, and the MC confirms that yes, they will. Kim Ki then announces that the Level 1 mission would begin now. The notification shows the mission details. They had to form a group of 4 and kill the purple mammoth. They had 2 hours to kill 8 mammoths. This monster must be very strong to require 4 people to kill just one. The protagonist sees that in his area there were 36 people. If the groups were formed of 4 people, then there would be 9 groups. The problem was there were only 8 mammoths. A blonde man speaks up, saying the number of mammoths in groups doesn't match, and asks Keem if they're trying to eliminate one of the groups. The rabbit replies, asking why they even bother to ask such a thing at this stage. Does he think they're here for a picnic? Or perhaps he's ignoring the words he had just said. Kim Ki says this with a very sinister expression. A moment of silence passes, and then the rabbit sits down in a more relaxed manner and says that since they're doing the Level 1 mission, he would add one more condition for completing it. He once again assumes a frightening posture, and the system announces additional condition. If you kill another player, you will be recognized as having killed a purple mammoth. This new information makes everyone in the arena tense, except for one person. This guy looks like Archer from Fate UBW. The MC thinks that this rabbit is no different from Sniffles. They even invent the same nonsense to satisfy their bloodlust. A portal opens in the middle of the arena. Everyone there starts running towards it to go on the mission. But there are still people who haven't even managed to get into groups. Someone steps between the people and the portal and asks everyone to wait. It was the guy who looks like Sheru Imiya. He looks at everyone and asks if there was anyone there who was an assassin. The protagonist is on high alert and wonders what the hell that guy was doing. His status window says his name is Han Kanguk, and he was an assassin. Why was an assassin looking for another one? He is still in front of the portal waiting for an answer. Some people ask what it means to be an assassin. They hadn't heard about assassins in the tower before. An extra walks past him into the portal, saying he doesn't understand what he means and doesn't care. The others also start running after the guy who had entered the portal. Everyone has already gone in, and Han says he thought there would be at least one in the arena where he was. He looks back and sees the protagonist's group. Han asks to join their group, and a girl who was behind them also asks to join. He looks at the group, but one of his eyes is closed. The MC's group is running through the area looking for the mammoth. The girl thinks she got lucky. All the guys in her group are very handsome. The protagonist ended up accepting both of them into his group as they were the only ones left. In the end, it was for the best. This way, he could keep an eye on Han and find out what he's really after. The guide sends a new strategy to the MC, saying that a hidden piece has been found to the northeast, and a purple mammoth was trapped in a barrier. The protagonist opens the mini-map while running and sees that the red dots are the purple mammoths, and the golden dot should be the hidden piece. This was great. If they kill that one, there would be no need to kill anyone else. The protagonist leads the way for everyone, and they run through the night. Han says he wasn't sure if he should believe the words of an individual with a level as low as the MC's, but he really did find one. They are standing in front of a purple mammoth chief, trapped inside a golden barrier. The system informs them that they were facing a purple mammoth chief, and Han asks if this was a hidden piece in the mission. Junho asks if Han is surprised and says that Ho-young can't be judged just by his level. He begins to praise the protagonist so much that it makes him embarrassed, and the girl completely loses interest in him. Han approaches Ho-young, clearly interested in him, but says he doesn't seem like much. The nervous protagonist wonders what on earth is wrong with this guy. He was very strange. Was he using his assassin's eyes to see him? He had always been the one observing others, so was this the feeling of being observed? The girl gets extremely excited by their proximity, and Junho thinks she's quite weird. She says they need to break the barrier if they want to kill the mammoth. Junho strikes it, but it has no effect. The MC says it will open on its own at some point, and a system window appears, informing them that the barrier will open after 5 mammoths are defeated. The guide would never give the MC something he couldn't get. 4 mammoths had already been defeated so far, so soon they would be able to fight the mammoth chief. A strange sound makes the protagonist startle immediately. He and Junho look back and see Han was walking towards them with his sword in hand, and the girl's head was already in the air. Even her sword had been cut in the blow. The girl's head flew into the air with a shocked expression on her face. At the same time, Han's face was full of satisfaction. A moment later, the head was on the ground. Hoyong gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of rage. Enraged by what had happened, the guy yelled at Han, demanding to know what he was doing. Twisting the sword in his hands, the killer grinned and replied that it was just insurance in case the barrier did not open. Juno was enraged by these words, shouting at him if he was in his right mind, if he would kill a person just for insurance, and also members of their team. Hoyong was shaking with anger when he heard how casually Han answered the guy. His face expressed shock and anger, and thoughts were spinning in his head that it was his mistake since he knew that the killer was capable of acting unpredictably, but did nothing. Standing in front of Han with the sword in his hands, the guy realized that he was too happy about finding the hidden object, and at that moment lost his vigilance. At some point, Han got tired of listening to the guy's screams. Smoothing his hair and licking his lips, the man said that since this happened, he could just kill them all and take the reward for himself. Angered by these words, Junho pounced on the killer. Han filled his sword with energy and prepared to counterattack. At that moment, Hoyong hurried towards them. Finding himself between the fighters, the guy took Han's blow on his sword. While in mid-jump, Junho was surprised to find his friend in front of him. Looking back at the guy, Hoyong demanded that he quickly retreat. The next moment, the energy on Han's sword broke off the blade and flew past Hoyong. His gaze reflected fear when the guy followed it. Fragments of Junho's sword flew into the air. When the guy took the aura of the sword on his blade, it could not withstand it and broke. The remnants of the power Han released hit the red-haired man. Looking back at his friend, Hoyong called his name. In his blade, one could see the reflection of the guy who fell to the ground. Hoyong involuntarily squeezed the hilt of his sword. Moments when he had received rare opportunities while fighting and winning surfaced in his head. Hoyong was shaking with helplessness, angry at himself for not being able to protect any of his comrades. He remembered again an incident from his childhood when he was also shaking with anger and helplessness. Looking at how the guy did not react, Han wondered if he was really that scared. The next moment, Hoyong called him a bastard, but Han ignored his phrase. Looking at what was happening behind the guy, the barrier that surrounded the leader of the mammoths began to fall. When the monster swung its trunk at them, Han noted with surprise that the barrier actually opened. The next moment, an explosion was heard over the jungle. A strip of solid ground was turned into crumbs. When the mammoth swung its trunk again, Hoyong grabbed Junho and ran to the side, carrying his friend on his shoulder. The guy tried to run away. Han, in turn, decided to stay next to the monster. Having laid Junho under a tree, Hoyong began to examine him. The guy breathed a sigh of relief that his friend was able to avoid fatal wounds. After that, he turned his gaze to how Han fought against the monster. He easily dodged all of the mammoth's blows. Holding his sword and filling it with energy, the man enjoyed the fight. Watching their fight, Hoyong realized something. When the energy released from the sword hit the mammoth, the guy realized that Han was much stronger than him. He was especially impressed by the killer's exclusive skill, Blade Aura. Due to the fact that the aura moves separately from the sword, it is difficult to predict where the attack will come from. Standing up and gripping the sword tighter, Hoyong thought that he would like to deal with the killer now, but he realized that he was guaranteed to lose. The system announcement showed that there were about 15 minutes left in the mission. Hoyong rushed forward as he needed to deal with the mammoth leader first. He wanted to analyze the beast's patterns while attacking the monster with Han. A system message appeared stating that they had killed the mammoth leader. The next message said that a reward had been received for clearing the hidden object. Standing in front of the disappearing corpse of the monster, Han stretched and muttered that the monster had been stubborn but had let him have his fun. There was a moment when Hoyong had struck the beast's eye, and the memory of it made the man lick his lips as he felt that he had discovered something rather interesting. Twisting his sword in his hands, Han casually remarked that since they had received the reward, then so be it. He would let Hoyong live. With a frown on his face, the boy asked the killer a question. Looking at him point blank, Hoyong asked why he was looking for killers. Hearing his words, Han became wary. The next moment, the man's face reflected indescribable feelings, and he asked if the guy knew the killers. After some time, joyful exclamations were heard in the hall with the knight sculpture that they had survived. John Ho, who had come to his senses, thanked Hoyong for saving him again. Then the guy glared angrily to the side. Satisfied, sprawled on the floor. Han hummed something under his breath which made Junho angry. Looking at his hands, Huang recalled the conversation he had had. Walking towards him, Han asked if he knew the killer, to which the guy replied that he knew, for example, him. Then, throwing his head back, the man laughed. Looking at the guy with irritation, he said that he was much more interesting than he thought about him and asked what he wanted. Hoyong said with a serious expression that he would tell him everything he knew about the killers, but he had to answer his questions. Han agreed, provided that the guy's information would be interesting to him. Hoyong was silent for a while, collecting his thoughts. Then he said that in his zone, there was a killer so special that he received an exclusive weapon in the form of a pistol. The image of Xiao Yan was in his head, and Hoyong called her the King of Killers. Rubbing his chin, Han thoughtfully noted that such a thing also existed. Looking at the man, Hoyong thought that he did not know if such a title really existed, but he considered it the best bait. The next moment, Han put his sword to the guy's throat, asking who this killer was. Smiling, Hoyong realized that the standing in front of him had taken the bait. Despite the man holding a blade at him, Hoyong replied that he was not going to tell everything just like that and demanded to answer his questions. Grabbing the sword with his hand, he asked why Han was looking for another killer and what his target was. The man chuckled as he squinted at the guy, looking at his hand, which still hurt despite the wound having healed when crossing the portal. Hoyong thought about Han being a complete psycho, but was still glad that he learned some important facts. The first fact was that on the Day of Blood, all the characteristics of the killers would flourish and the massacre would begin. The second important thing was that Han had information about the approaching Day of Blood. The third point was that it required the cooperation of other killers. Hoyong remembered that Xun had previously named him as her target. According to the strategy guide, if the killer killed the target on the Day of Blood, he would receive extremely high rewards. In other words, all the killers were given their legal time to slaughter. Hoyong frowned as it became increasingly difficult to wait for this day, and the boy wanted to know if the girl felt the same way. Remembering what the girl had done before, he wanted to understand what the true nature of the killer was. This thought made him look towards Han. Seeing the man sprawled on the floor, Hoyong thought that now that he knew his target, he couldn't let him continue like this. Clenching his fist in anger, the guy realized that he had to deal with the killer on this floor, no matter what it took, even if it meant going to any lengths. Ron's evil laugh rang out. The sound made everyone present flinch. A rabbit appeared on the screen and asked who it was. Exuding rage, Ron demanded to know the name of the person who found the hidden mammoth. Feeling the thirst for blood, Ho Yang became wary. At this time, Seo Yan was renewing her killer certification, and for some reason her ear itched. Gritting his teeth, the manager said that nothing could be done, so from now on they would be accepting volunteers to kill players. People looked at him in fear, hearing that it was on a first-come, first-served basis. Putting his hand to his head, Sniffles said that too many players had survived because someone had killed the hidden mammoth. Looking straight ahead, he added that at least 4 should have died. Looking to the side, the guy asked if that was the case, that there were more survivors than expected, right? Looking up, the man asked, "What a minute, and how does this relate to killing players?" Putting his hand to his face, the man said that there really was a minimum number of deaths set for each mission, to which he was asked, "That is, if at least 4 do not die, the second mission will not begin." The manager smiled and said yes, he could kill 4 randomly, but that was boring, right? Looking at the screen, people heard that, by the way, they would get a special reward for killing players, so they should choose an easy target instead. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that he was really trying to reduce the number of players, so what was the point of a hidden mammoth? Looking away, he heard that, but that was illogical. Putting his hands in his pockets, the guy asked that whoever demanded a hidden animal with a sword at its throat, he just wanted to watch them cut and stab each other, right? The manager's eyes widened in surprise. Looking away, the guy asked, "That was it possible to talk to the manager like that?" To which Charlie replied that he was behind the screen. What could he do to him? Ho Yong frowned, hearing that he had only threatened but had never touched them, to which he replied that he should stop. A notice appeared telling him never to provoke Sniffles. It was said that no if he made him angry. Closing his eyes, the guy asked that this guy in bandages is the same. Yes, his job is just to explain missions. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in amazement. His hand flew to the side. Charlie looked down and exclaimed. He raised his head up and shouted loudly, stretching his hand forward. "The manager said that he told you so. He hates being ignored." Looking at the people, he added that he thought that being behind the screen, he would not get to them. Naive Sniffles stuck his face out of the screen and said that this is still the end of the world tower. Let him throw his logic in the trash. The people looked at him in surprise. Stretching his hand forward, the manager said that he will ask again. He smirked and added that they will kill each other or want to die by his hand. Gritting his teeth, the boy asked what they should do, to which the hero thought, "What if someone should do it?" The man smirked and said that he wanted to. Frowning, the hero said the same and then thought that maybe this was his chance. The cutscene of their fight appeared. The boys were standing in front of each other, frowning. The protagonist thought that, well, it was all for the best since he had already decided. Han closed his eyes. A thought occurred to him that no matter what happened, he would finish him off here. Standing in front of the hero, the boy asked, "What was unexpected?" Yes, he said that he had not planned to kill him at all and did not expect him to choose him as his opponent. Closing his eyes, he added that he was sure he could handle it. With his skills, he could not be defeated. Ho Yong looked at him silently, frowning. He said that one should not judge the strength of an opponent only by the number of kills. The boy frowned and thought that he knew about the eyes of a killer. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that there were many different ways to become stronger in the tower. He flew to the side and added that it was not only murder. Angrily looking at the guy, the protagonist thought that, after all. Han swung his sword. The thought appeared that he was indeed stronger than him. They fought. The thought appeared that now that they crossed swords, he felt it even more clearly. The guy swung his sword. It was said that even with a unique, indomitable sword, he could barely parry his deadly blows. Red smoke appeared in front of the hero. The thought appeared that this was the power of the killer's eye. The hero looked away. Standing in front of him, the guy asked what was wrong, said that somehow his skills did not match his loud words. Smiling, he added that, "Don't do that." He expected a lot from him. He wants him to entertain him longer. Lowering his head, the protagonist replied that it seemed that this was not enough. He grinned and added that it was good that he wasn't alone. The guy closed his eyes. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. Han flew to the side. The sword slid along the floor. The guy stopped abruptly. He crouched in front of the beast, gritting his teeth. Han wondered what kind of kangaroo it was. He frowned when he heard, "What?" Swinging his sword, the protagonist asked what was funny now. Han flew to the side. He slid along the ground. The guy looked to the side. Taking a step forward, he asked if it was fair to summon a familiar. Grinning, Ho Yang asked what was wrong. He couldn't handle 2 anymore, to which Han replied that the number didn't matter. Holding the weapon in his hands, he said that he would simply cut them all out. A crushing blow flew across the ground. The guy's eyes lit up. Frowning, the hero shouted that he should jump to the side. Suddenly, Hans struck the ground. The thought came that during the hunt for the mammoth leader, they had discovered Hans's only weakness. The guy was swinging a sword. It was said that his blade aura was strong, but it required a lot of mana. Rushing forward, he asked that he was just going to run away. The thought came that in a rage after the strike, he would use his skills at full power. Grinning, Hans said that he told you it would be fun. The thought came that because of this, his mana was quickly spent. A sharp blow appeared, with his eyes wide open. The hero thought that the problem was that it was difficult to predict his attacks. A blow flew sharply across the ground. The protagonist slid along the ground. He frowned and thought that, but with his sense activated, he could dodge them. The state of health appeared. The thought came that if he held out until Hans' mana ran out, and at the last moment, he would use the skill he had saved. Ho Yong struck. It was said that they would win. The hero thought wide-eyed that it was supposed to be like that. He looked forward in fear. The kangaroo spat out blood and exclaimed. Wounds appeared on his hands. The guy smiled widely. A thought appeared that, but why? A blow flew across the ground. The guy rushed forward. It was said that while he was furiously swinging blades with aura, he had no chance to strike a powerful blow. Gritting his teeth, Ho-young thought. But thanks to the kangaroo, there were more targets, and they were still holding on. The state of the mana appeared. It was said that the moment would soon come. The mana was slowly decreasing. Particles flew around the sword. A thought appeared, that when his blades gritting his teeth, the guy asked what the aura. Frowning, the hero thought that they would become dull. The kangaroo looked angrily. They rushed forward. It was heard that now. They looked angrily. The guy angrily clenched his teeth. The kangaroo swung his fist. The protagonist used the skill of an average swordsman. Their hands clashed. They looked at each other in surprise. Han swung his sword and shouted loudly. Ho-young's eyes widened in amazement. A bright beam hit the ground. The hero's eyes widened. He silently looked forward. Kangasu spat out blood. The protagonist sat behind him. The guy smiled widely. The glove fell to the floor. Ho-young froze, thinking that Kangasu he was dead. Walking forward, Han asked that he had run out of tricks. Grinning, he added that wasn't he the one who said that there were many ways to become stronger without killing. Said that, well, I'll give him credit. He did well. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that, but it seems that he was right. Standing in front of the hero, he added that he relied only on his pet, and now he was kneeling in front of him. Looking straight ahead, the hero replied that no, it wasn't. The guy smirked and exclaimed questioningly. Holding the glove in his hands, the protagonist said that it wasn't that simple. Frowning, he continued that it wasn't just a pet. Han smiled and exclaimed. Raising his eyebrows, he asked if he was really going to say some phrase now, like calling him a friend, comrade, or something like that. Lowering his head, the guy said that people, you see, the more they are attached to something, the weaker they become. Raising himself, Ho-yang replied that maybe it was a cliché. The people looked at the guy. It was heard that they were not having fun together. The player rushed forward. It was said that they were fighting hand in hand. Holding a weapon in his hands, the hero said that a peaceful life is what makes them human. Standing in front of the guy, he added that his bloody path. Han frowned at the thought that he would only end up alone. Raising his sword above his head, he replied that it was blank. Swinging his weapon, the boy added that he had enough of this talk. Han rushed forward and said that in the face of death, it was funny how desperately he clung to his poultry humanity. The hero parried his blows. Stepping on his foot, the player said that he was simply dependent on the animal. Swinging his weapon, he added that he had crushed it. The protagonist abruptly moved to the side. Blood dripped onto the floor. Frowning, Ho-young asked what he was dependent on. Said, no, if it weren't for Kangasu, he would have been dead long ago. The guy rushed forward. The thought occurred to him that thanks to Kangasu, he was able to deplete his mana supply. Running towards him, the hero thought that he should attack. Suddenly, Han jumped up. Raising his weapon up, he shouted that he should die already. Lightning appeared around the sword. It was said that now it was his turn. The protagonist swung and shouted furiously. The guy's eyes glowed red. They extended the weapon in front of them. The hero's eyes lit up brightly. A glow appeared near them. Looking in surprise, the guy asked what kind of power it was. He froze in amazement. Han made a face in pain and wheezed. The thought arose that, but these are just words. Footprints appeared on the floor. Sigh were heard. Cracks remained on the floor. Kneeling, the protagonist was breathing heavily. Bright beams appeared. It was said that now he could use release. The thought arose that his fencing level increased at the last moment. Yes, he was lucky. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that, but if one such attack takes almost all the mana, its effectiveness is too low. He stretched his hand up. The thought arose that the destructive power is impressive. Grinning, Hoyong thought that yes, he knocked him down. Clenching his fist, he added that the killer, the beast, was kneeling. The hero raised his head. Looking at the kangaroo, he thought that let him forgive and thank him. His back was the most majestic of all. A notification appeared stating that the summoned creature that had died could be summoned again in 24 hours. The protagonist stared at the message in silence, thinking that it was reviving. Putting his hand to his face, the manager said that it was unexpected. Smiling, he added that he liked obedient people, congratulating him on his victory. Looking at him, the hero heard that, but let him not flatter himself too much. Now that the killer is dead, the missions will become even more difficult. Frowning, the protagonist asked what he meant. Sniffles closed his eyes and replied that he meant what he said. Images of players appeared. It was heard that the killer was not only one of the strongest elites in the tower, but also part of its difficulty scale. Raising his hands up, the manager said that now that one killer is dead, the missions in the tower will become even tougher. Gritting his teeth, Ho Yang wondered what it meant. The more killers they stop, the harder it will be for them to climb. Kneeling, he added that, but if they do not stop the killers? The hero looked angrily and thought that a bloody catastrophe will happen. What should he do? Sniffles, widening his eyes, said that, well, anyway, since he did it. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared. It was heard that he would send him on a second mission, along with his special reward. The protagonist suddenly found himself on the platform. Looking straight ahead, he asked what this place was for the second mission. Something familiar, like from a comic book. Turning around, Ho Yang thought that, by the way, and a special reward, really. Looking at the man, he added that this old man. The tower appeared. A message about the mission appeared. Looking at the notifications, the hero thought about the fact that they suddenly told him to train. The details of the mission are too vague, really. Looking down, he added that, well, at least here you don't have to compete with others. Looking away, the protagonist thought that more than that. Looking straight ahead, the manager said that he wanted to throw a random skill box, but since he would get the achievement of killing a demon, he would give him a special reward. Looking at the man, Oh Yong asked who he was, and the thought appeared that this old man was the special reward. The man stretched and yawned, to which the hero thought that wouldn't a random skill box be more useful. The protagonist looked in surprise, hearing that he had just asked who he was. The old man sat up. He stretched his hand out to the side. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he was a heavenly demon who would become his master. Hoyong's eyes widened, thinking that he was a heavenly demon. An image of a guy appeared, and he added that the one from martial arts webtoons. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he didn't look like canon. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. Holding the stick in his hands, the man said that he had impure thoughts, to which the protagonist thought, what for? He reads minds or something. With wide eyes, he added that by the way that blow, it was obvious. But he couldn't react. Holding the stick in his hands, the heavenly demon said that this is the level of garbage. He will repeat it, so let him watch carefully and try to block the blow. Looking straight, Hoyong answered that, okay. Holding the sword in both hands, he added that that attack was unexpected. He won't screw up a second time. The hero's eyes lit up. He pulled the weapon out in front of him and thought about absolute sense. Suddenly, another blow flew at him. The man stood in front of him silently. Raising his eyebrows, the old man said that yes, he can increase perception. Scratching his back with the stick, he added that, but there is no point in it because his body does not have time. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the body was not keeping up, but his agility indicator had reached its limit. The man sighed and said that it was not only a matter of speed or slowness. Stretching his hand forward, he said that he should attack. His eyes lit up pink. Ho-Young looked at him in surprise, frowning. Vincent said that with the best sword, let him show what he could do. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought, okay, let him forget about being an old man. The image of the man and his statistics appeared, and he added that even the Sage status window did not have information about this heavenly demon, an unreadable monster. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist thought that the best sword, of course, for now he can only use this skill once. A glow appeared on his sword. The thought arose that if necessary, he will show. Ho-Young looked forward angrily. His eyes lit up brightly. It was said about the release skill. Suddenly, the hero struck the master. Vincent extended the stick in front of him. The beam cut his hand. The attack flew in different directions. The hero opened his mouth wide. He froze in amazement and asked again. Raising his eyebrows, the man said that a large piece of garbage. The thought arose that it could not be. Standing in front of him, Vincent said that in order to pass on his martial art, they will first remove this magic technique from his body. To which Ho-Young said that he should wait a minute. Stretching his hand out in front of him, the hero asked what he was saying, that he was going to take away his skill. But they are the basis of the tower system. To which the old man replied that he did not care. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought, no, without skills. Chuck swung his sword. He raised his hand up. The hero fired a beam. The beam flew in front of him, and the thought occurred to him that he would not have lived to see this moment. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that this time, too, if he did not achieve a certain level of success, he would die. A clock appeared, and the thought occurred to him that time was continuing to decrease, and he wanted him to start from scratch. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he was an average swordsman. Putting his hands behind his back, the man said that the smaller the vessel, the more fixated he was on its contents, thinking that this was all he had. Looking straight ahead, he added that he was not going to force him. So, let him decide for himself. Stretching his stick forward, the heavenly demon said that he could live like a frog in a well forever, or accept his teachings and ascend. Turning his head, he added that many were ready to give their lives for a grain of his knowledge, but he was ready to miss the opportunity to be filled. Memories from battles arose. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought about what was right. He already felt then that fighting based only on skills and stats had its limits. He frowned. The protagonist raised his sword up. He abruptly thrust it into the ground and thought, okay. The old man looked at him in amazement. Kneeling, Ho-Young said that he should teach him. Looking straight ahead, he added that from now on he would be his student. Smoke appeared. Sighs were heard. Standing still, the hero thought about how after removing the skills, he miraculously restored all his previous levels. Looking to the side, he added that no. The body was lying on the floor. It was said that the double died. He became even stronger. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist thought that in just 3 days, no, he did not know exactly how many had passed. He stood in front of the clock and added that, but even before half the time had passed. Ho-Young smirked, thinking that he would surpass all his past achievements. Lying on the clock, Vincent smirked. He went down to the ground. Putting his hands behind his back, the man said that he had finally surpassed the previous version of himself, to which the hero replied that yes, thanks to his teachings. The old man closed his eyes and said that he was still at the trash level. Frowning, he thought that it seemed like he had more potential than he expected. The protagonist looked away, thinking that he might have qualities that surpassed any of the sect disciples. If this guy sitting on the floor, Vincent said that from now on they would officially establish a master-disciple relationship, so he should show him due respect and bow. Gritting his teeth, Ho-Young asked why they had not been master and disciple until now. Looking at him, the man asked that he would not call someone a master just because he taught him how to walk, right? To which the protagonist asked him what he meant, and he added that it was true. Frowning, the old man said that from now on he would teach him swordsmanship, which he had perfected based on the unique technique of the heavenly demon, the greatest swordsmanship of all time. Looking straight ahead, he added that it was a shadowless phantom sword. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Mountains appeared. It was said that he was proclaimed the greatest genius in the history of martial arts. The man sat on the throne. The thought arose that by the age of 29 he had united the 7 branches of the Kama cult, and then ascended the throne of the heavenly Kama. The guy frowned. It was said that people then said that greatest Kama of all eras had appeared. Standing still, the man said that so he dedicated his life to the art of the sword, achieved unity with the blade, and ascended to find himself in this tower. Only finding himself in this tower did he realize that his path was not yet complete. Frowning, the hero asked what it meant that he was also locked in the tower, to which the master replied that it was nonsense. Scratching his beard, the teacher said that he had made a pact with the tower, so he played a certain role here and he was not chained to it. At any time, he could return to his world. Looking down, the protagonist thought that if his words were to be believed, everyone here was like an NPC. Frowning, the man said that because of the pact with the tower, he could not reveal the details, but let him know he would master the art of a sword of unprecedented power. A glow appeared around him. Looking straight ahead, Ho Yong heard that the sword was pursuing the soul without a shadow. Standing in front of the master, the hero replied that it was clear he would do his best. Raising his eyebrows, the teacher asked what the reaction was. He did not hear. He said the sword was pursuing the soul without a shadow. They stood in front of each other, and Vincent said that if he were a disciple of another cult, he would jump for joy. But there was not a drop of emotion on his face. To which the protagonist thought, well, he heard about this technique for the first time. Ho Yong lowered his head and said that in any case, he had no time for tears, every second counted. The sand fell down. Grinning, the hero added that to master such an incredible technique. Looking at him, the man responded approvingly. His eyes lit up, and he said that from now on he would have to train hard and be ready for anything. The skills showed, the thought arose that although he had removed the sword skill from his status, restoring the previous level was not so difficult. The hero walking forward thought that he was simply following the same path. He breathed heavily and added that, but this technique. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist thought that, calm but effective, soft but powerful, it was incredibly difficult. He turned around hearing that this was the sword technique that he, the greatest genius of all time, had honed all his life. Standing on the stick, the master asked how it could be simple, to which Ho Yong thought that he would have this branch. Sweat was pouring down the hero's face. Lowering his head, he said that he was not sure if he was doing it right. After he began to study this technique, it seemed to him that his sword skills had worsened. Looking straight ahead, the man thought. He stepped on the ground. Walking forward, the master said that, well, in that case. His eyes lit up, and he asked that he did not want to fight him. The hero froze, looking at him. Frowning, he thought that he barely defeated his double, and now a battle with the teacher, especially now he is weaker than before. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked why he was hesitating. Should he attack? Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist thought that it was true. The sand in the hourglass was inexorably flowing away. Rushing forward, he added that there was no time to hesitate. Ho Yong swung his sword sharply. His eyes lit up brightly. The master deftly dodged his blows. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. The man jumped up sharply, frowning. The protagonist wondered what kind of ghostly movements he was having. He couldn't catch him. The man swung his stick, and he added that it was a blow to the head. Ho Yong parried his blow and thought, great. He blocks and counterattacks. The man hit the sword with the stick. Grabbing his head, the hero thought that again he had definitely foreseen this. But why did he miss the blow? Looking straight ahead, the master asked what he thought. His pathetic sense of smell was able to predict the actions of his sword. Projections of the stick appeared. It was heard that maybe it had worked before, but with false attacks. The master swung his stick. It was said that, or by changing the point of impact at the last moment. Swinging his hand, Vincent said that he could easily deceive his sense of smell, to which the hero replied that he should wait. Clutching his head, the protagonist thought, "What the hell? What is the teacher even thinking about?" The clock appeared, and he added that there was very little time left, and his head was getting more and more confused about whether it was worth continuing to study this complex technique. Ho-young frowned. Looking straight ahead, the teacher said that he should cast aside impatience. Putting his hands behind his back, he added that he should cast aside what he had been relying on until now and feel the texture. Ho-young looked forward in surprise. Standing in front of the man, he thought, "What for?" The master stood still, saying that everything, be it tangible or intangible, has its own texture. Lowering his head, Vincent said that if he can feel it, suddenly he struck. Bright lightning appeared. A glow appeared around them. The hero looked in surprise, hearing that it can cut anything. He froze in amazement. Red particles appeared. It was said about a sword pursuing a soul without a shadow. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that the sword capable of cutting even the immaterial texture. Clutching his head, Ho-young thought that it was calm but powerful. He clearly foresaw it, but he could not reflect it. The hero pulled the sword forward. A thought appeared that it was soft but powerful. A bright yellow beam appeared. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. Rushing forward, the master said, "Come on, let him attack." Huang swung his sword at him sharply. They ran through each other. The stick flew up. The man froze in bewilderment. He turned around and thought that this guy. The hero grinned and exclaimed. Looking at the weapon, he said that, "So this is what it is. A sword pursuing the soul without a shadow." A thought appeared that it seems that he still learned something. Standing in front of the hero, the man asked what he finally began to understand, to which the protagonist replied that at that moment he comprehended the true depth of the master's teachings. Ho-young closed his eyes and thought that although he had tried to clearly outline the path of the sword, not everyone was given the ability to see its true essence. The cloak flew up, and the man said that he should remember. Putting his hands behind his back, he added that the secret of the sword that pursues the soul without a shadow is not in filling, but in emptying. Vincent raised his head up, frowning. He said that he would only learn true mastery of the sword when he reached the limit, discarding everything unnecessary. The hero looked at him in surprise. A memory arose, and he thought that indeed, having succumbed to the temptation of momentary benefit in search of better techniques, he would never have comprehended the depth of the art of the sword. Images of people appeared. A thought appeared that, like no hairstyle. Grinning, the protagonist added that he would not outshine the shine of the bald head. The man's eyes lit up, and he said that he was asking for punishment until the very end. Ho-young grabbed his head and exclaimed, "The clock appeared." The hero stood silently. The man looked at him in surprise. Kneeling, the protagonist said that he thanked him for the instructions. His words would forever remain in his heart, and he would definitely reach the top of the tower. Ho-young bowed his head down. The old man looked at him silently. Clothes fell to the floor. Looking at the suit, the hero exclaimed. Turning around, Vincent asked that it was not proper for a disciple of the heavenly karma to walk like a beggar. Closing his eyes, he thought that they would definitely meet again on the way to the top of the tower. The old man froze silently. The protagonist sat behind him. A notification appeared that the mission was completed. Ho-young abruptly teleported to another place. Looking to the side, he asked where he was. Was he supposed to return to the Gladiator's waiting room? Suddenly, the hero's eyes widened. He sat down abruptly and thought about the manager, frowning. The protagonist thought that he had been transported to Sniffles' room, which he had seen on the screen, and then asked why he was here. The manager chuckled and said that he had a proposition for him, and then asked that he remembered the vacant place of the killer after Han. He held a glass in his hands. Stretching his hand forward, the manager said that he should take it. Standing in front of him, the hero said, "What about this proposition?" The manager looked surprised, hearing that he could refuse. Closing his eyes, he answered that formally. He had no right to force him to do this, but the liquid in the glass bubbled. Sniffles smiled and said that who knows what will happen if he gets angry. He really doesn't like it when his words are neglected. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that he himself said that he had no right to force, but to threaten, therefore, is allowed. Opening his eyes wide, he added that if he agrees, Everything he has created so far will turn to dust. He will have to break through by force. The beams appeared on the manager. The thought arose that, but with his current level, he can't even comprehend the true essence of sniffles. Standing in front of the manager, Ho-Yong thought, "Damn, what to do?" He looked in surprise, seeing that he received a walkthrough guide to which he thought, "That's right, he has a guide." The guide appeared. It was said that after completing the Gladiator mission, he would return to the beginning of the 8th floor mission and begin the trainer mission. Looking at the notification, the hero thought that going back in time, the tower is capable of this too. Frowning, he added that, "But how is this related to the current situation?" The guy grinned. The thought arose that if he returned to the beginning of the mission, then Han would be alive. Looking down, the protagonist thought that in this case he grinned slightly. Taking the glass in his hands, Ho-Yong said, "Okay." The manager looked at him in amazement. Looking straight ahead, the hero said he agreed. Sniffles grinned and replied, "That was a different matter." A glow appeared around the hero. Notifications appeared that he had become a killer. His life force had increased, and a blade aura was applied to his sword mastery skill. After looking at the message, the protagonist thought that it was sword mastery, but the teacher had removed it. Ho-Yong looked in surprise, seeing that there was no sword mastery. It was impossible to apply a blade aura, and alternative weapons and skills were given instead. The hero looked at the glow in amazement and wondered what it was. The man was running forward. The protagonist looked forward. The guy stretched his arms out in front of him and said that he was fine. Looking to the side, he asked what kind of speed he hadn't even noticed. Grinning, the player asked how strong he had become, to which Ho-Yong replied that he had also achieved his goal, and then thought that he had decided to accept the challenge, secretly hugged Ho-Yong. Hunyo's eyes widened and asked that he had even changed his clothes, to which the hero responded approvingly. Looking down, the protagonist asked how he was, to which the guy replied that he had a majestic aura. Ho-Yong grinned and thought that he was afraid to get a battle suit like his teacher, but they provided a very decent suit. Moreover, such a useful effect. Looking away, he added that, however, looking at the players, the hero thought that these were the only people who could survive. The manager grinned and said that it had finally become more spacious. The players shuddered in fear. Sniffles stretched out his hand and said that the last mission would be more severe than all the previous ones. I wonder how many people would survive. He snapped his fingers sharply and added that they should flounder in agony until the very end. The eyes of the animals lit up brightly. They began to crawl out of the portal. The animals surrounded the players. A mission about destroying the Iron Lion appeared. Gritting his teeth, the man thought that the arena was a place called the Gladiator's Graveyard. So, this is where the scene of the last mission would take place. A glow appeared around the beasts. A thought arose that each of these iron lions emanated the power that they felt from that mammoth. The 4 of them barely defeated it. The man closed his eyes, thinking that perhaps they would bury him here. The crowd exclaimed joyfully, looking straight ahead. He added that, but he, the swordsman Dave, the beasts suddenly rushed forward. The lion looked furiously. A man frowned and shouted loudly, thinking that he would not give up so easily. A blow flew at the beasts. The lion looked in amazement and exclaimed. The crowd froze in surprise. The manager opened his eyes wide. Looking at the weapon, the hero exclaimed. Grinning, he said that it turned out to be. The protagonist began to shoot and added that it was even nicer than he thought. Frowning, he laughed loudly. The man looked at him in bewilderment. The clock appeared. Notifications appeared that the Gladiator's status had been successfully updated. He could not return to the lobby. Returned to the beginning of the mission. The hero appeared in the middle of the forest. It was said about the qualification renewal stage. Gritting his teeth, he thought that this was the trainer's waiting room. He really returned. Looking at the notification, the protagonist thought that he should check the status first. His statistics appeared. Grinning, Ho-Yong thought that, as expected, the killer's characteristics had disappeared. After Han's revival, the killer's place was filled again. He looked in surprise and exclaimed. His inventory appeared. The thought arose that why everything here was unchanged. Standing in the middle of the forest, the hero thought that without a sniper skill, everything was in vain. Okay, they will leave it for now. He looked in amazement. A blow flew at the man. It was said that it accidentally absorbs part of the enemy's abilities. A description of the telepathy skill appeared. The guy flew into the wall. The protagonist put his hand to his ear. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. Frowning, Ho-Yong thought that he should warn Junho about Han in advance, since he was going through the Gladiator mission alone. Kneeling, the guy raised his hands up. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that thanks to this message, Junho would certainly be able to survive. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist sighed. Lowering his head, he said that he was calling Kangasu. The pet's head appeared. Its arms and legs appeared. A small kangaroo appeared among the glow. Ho-Yong looked at it, grinning. The pet turned to him, hugging it. The hero said that he missed it so much. He pressed the kangaroo to himself and added that, thank God he was safe. Closing his eyes, the kangaroo told him to move away. Looking at it, the man said that he was just a cutie. Closing his eyes, he asked that he did not understand how this little guy had survived so far. To which the protagonist thought, what an unpleasant guy. The man smiled broadly. The dogs gritted their teeth. Looking straight ahead, the player asked what he wanted to become his pet's prey. Ho-Yong looked at him in amazement and thought, what? What? Putting his hand to his face, Ron said that he was welcome to the 8th floor. He was the intermediate manager of the tower. The hero gritted his teeth, hearing that, by the way, he can't stand being ignored, so now he should listen. To which he thought, how dare he consider Kangasu food? Crossing his arms, the manager said that he was sharing the contents of the A description of the mission appeared. Looking at the screen, the protagonist heard that, by the way, if they do not die even if the first level mission fails, they remain in the game, so they should not give up. To which he thought that there are only 4 participants, so the rules are relatively lenient. Ron grinned and said, let the fight begin. Standing in front of the beast, the man said, what was going on? It was as if fate had brought them together. Gritting his teeth, the kangaroo said he wouldn't allow it anymore. Frowning, the player asked what the transformation looked like. It was an unusual pet. He stuck out his tongue and added that it was even better. The man stretched his hand forward and shouted, let him enjoy the treat. The beast suddenly jumped up. Beams from the blows appeared. The hero parried the attack. The kangaroo swung before the blow. The beast opened its mouth wide. It was rapidly moving forward, gritting his teeth. Kangasu said, not bad, to which the protagonist thought that significant speed and strength and unpredictability due to 2 heads frowning, he added, not bad. Standing behind the beast, the man shouted what he was doing. Let him press them harder. The thought arose that this was where the trainer's weakness was evident. The beast's eyes lit up. It was said that with proper training, it is possible to raise a pet that is not inferior to the combat class. Joe clenched his fists. A thought appeared that by focusing on the development of the pet, the combat power of the main owner inevitably remains below average. The man kept the pet on a chain. It was said that therefore, from the point of view of the pet forced to protect the owner, there are limitations to the combat range. Frowning, the hero thought that now it was clear why there were few trainers, and then said that he would show them. They stood in front of the beast. It was heard that this was not just a monster battle. Trees appeared. Loud sounds were heard. Raising his eyebrows, Joe asked how this was possible, why the trainer was so good at wielding a sword. The beasts glared at each other. Stretching his hand forward, the man shouted for Kel to tear them to pieces. Suddenly, the beasts jumped up. The hero and Kangasu looked at each other. The protagonist rushed forward sharply. The beasts looked around. They began to circle around him. Kel looked away. He exclaimed in bewilderment. The beasts looked away angrily. Suddenly he clenched his teeth in rage. Ho-Yong frowned. Kangasu opened his eyes wide. They rushed forward after the command. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that before he was only focused on his attack, so they were not in sync with Kangasu. But now he can feel it. Lightning flew around the pet. The thought appeared that Kangasu's strike and his sword created an ideal battle path. The pet was kneeling. It was said that this mission would be a new opportunity for him. They quickly ran forward. The beasts looked in amazement. The thought appeared that he received the sword through the mission. The man exclaimed in fear. The hero's eyes lit up, and he thought that after this mission, Kangasu and he would become the best partners. There were messages about the renewal of the trainer's qualification was successful. Returning to the lobby, the players were standing in the lobby. Gritting his teeth, the guy turned. Standing in front of the hero, he asked what a killer meant. The protagonist silently looked at him. The girl looked surprised. Joyful players appeared. Ho grinned and thought that it seemed like everyone had renewed their qualifications. What a relief. The man looked away, hearing that they survived thanks to him. Wow, he has telepathic skills. He was so surprised, he thought that God was talking to him. Putting his hand to his chest, he shouted that he should wait. He had telepathy all the time. Why didn't he use it on him then? He was so scared, performing a mission without him. Turning her head, the girl said that she was also a little offended. To which the hero replied that he would definitely use it on them next time. Sean turned away. A thought appeared. Why is she upset? Putting his hands on his hips, the guy said that he just loves him more. The hero frowned. The guy grinned. A thought arose that this time not everyone managed to return. Even more depressing is the fact that everyone is trying to hide their grief. The protagonist looking forward heard that but. Standing in front of him, the guy asked, "That who are the killers?" Ho Yong frowned. The girl looked surprised. Yo looking forward asked that the killer. What is it? Frowning, the hero thought that now that he thinks about it, he understands how dangerous Han was, and his status is mentioned as the status of the killer. Even Soon does not know that he knows about the killers. What should he do? Frowning, the protagonist thought that let them wait. They will soon go up to the 9th floor. Looking to the side, he said that the killer. The girl looked at him in surprise, hearing that it was the one who controlled the difficulty of the tower's tasks. The thought appeared that perhaps this could be a chance. The loudspeaker announced that in an hour they would be sent to the 9th floor. Let them continue training. The players fought each other. The protagonist swung his sword. Standing still, he thought that the technique of shadowless soul hunting was too complicated to let training slide. The protagonist looked away, frowning. The girl offered to talk. The thought appeared that she had swallowed the bait. Hoyong drank from a glass. It was said that when he himself was a murderer, he managed to find out important information about the Day of Blood. A vote related to the Day of Blood would be held on the 9th floor. If the majority of votes were positive, then the 10th floor would become the venue for this day. The girl pointed the gun. The thought appeared that after their areas merged, Seo could not use the gun to its full extent, and there was a possibility that she would want to make the 10th floor a Day of Blood. No, she would definitely do it. Frowning, the hero thought that his goal was to use the card hidden in his sleeve. The girl stood still. It was said that to make Sean doubt her decision. Smirking, the protagonist asked what happened. She wanted to tell him who she was. Turning around, he added that Seo was the killer. The girl looked at him in amazement and asked what he was talking about. Holding the gun in his hands, Hung said that there was no need to try to hide it so much. He pointed the gun forward and added that because he was also a killer. Seo's eyes widened, thinking that he was a killer. Then it was clear where he got all these abilities from. She looked angrily. The hero threw the gun over his shoulder. Standing in front of him, the girl said that no, he was not a killer. To which he asked why, because he hadn't killed enough. Grinning, the protagonist added that either he should blindly trust the eyes of a killer, to which Seo Yan thought he knew about the eyes of a killer. Gritting her teeth, the girl added that he really was a killer. She frowned and said, "Okay, just agree that he was a killer." A gun appeared in the girl's hands. Pointing it at the hero, she asked how he knew that she was also a killer, except for trying to count the number of her kills. There was no other way to find out who she was. Looking straight at him, the protagonist said that he saw everything. Cards appeared behind the girl. It was her that her class, her characteristics, skills, and even the amount of gold. Seo looked in amazement and asked again. Pointing the gun, she shouted that he shouldn't try to trick her. He couldn't have such an ability. Ho Yong took the gun. Standing still, he said that she had 350 units of mana. With that amount, she could use any magic weapon. The girl looked surprised, hearing that her endurance was still 51, and her strength had increased by 3 points, and her agility. Looking straight ahead, Soen said that was enough. Stretching her hand out to the side, she said that she understood. Let him stop. Smirking, the hero thought, well, now that she thinks he might be a murderer, she won't recklessly vote for a day of blood. That's because a murderer would get a big penalty if he kills another murderer. Lowering her head, the girl said that she had one last question. Smiling, the protagonist wondered if she wanted to know what choice he made on the 9th floor, being a killer, or ask why he killed so few. Looking straight at her, he added that she should ask, no matter what the question was, she would get the answer that was beneficial to him. Standing in front of her, Ho Yong said that she could ask anything. Looking straight at her, the girl asked that he was a great killer. The hero exclaimed in bewilderment and wondered what it was. He stood still. The people looked up. Hearing that the break was over, a glow appeared on the 9th floor. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. Looking around, he said that this was the 9th floor, asked where the others had gone. Ho Yong opened his eyes wide and asked that this was an individual mission again. Suddenly, he turned around in surprise. The man took a step forward. The hero trembled and said, "No." He looked at her in fear and said that it couldn't be. It was her that the mission of the 9th floor was this. The woman stood in front of him and said that he had grown so much. She grinned and said his name. A notification appeared that the 9th floor was the head of the dead. The protagonist stood in front of her silently. He looked at her in amazement and asked what was going on. His hand trembled with fear. The woman grinned and he asked what the director was. The children were playing on the playground. The school children were running around the office, frowning. The guy shouted that he should give it back quickly, to which the protagonist replied that he said that he hadn't taken anything. The student abruptly hit the table, looking forward angrily. He shouted that he shouldn't lie. There were witnesses. He had taken his wallet. Turning around, the guy asked that yes. Lowering his head, the schoolboy answered approvingly, to which he asked what he saw. Ho Yong closed his eyes, hearing that he should return it immediately, and then thought that he really did not take his wallet. The hero sat up, hearing that just because he was a beggar, it did not mean that he could steal other people's wallets. Right. The thought arose that he still clearly remembered why he did it to him. Leaning on the table, the protagonist thought that it was because he took first place during the midterm exams of the 2nd semester. Looking at the guy, he said that he was not then what is he trying to prove? An idiot. Stretching his hand forward, he added that orphaned idiots like him live off the taxes that they rich people pay. Ho Yong clenched his fist, hearing that is not a beggar. Closing his eyes, the guy said that yes, the orphanage where he lives is also beggarly. The hero slapped him hard in the face. The thought came to mind that all fights between 10-year-old boys begin with insulting their families. The protagonist swung his fist. It was said that he exploded when he heard what he was saying about the orphanage, about the people living in it. Then he thought it was fair. Kneeling, the director apologized, to which the woman asked what, and what she got out of her apology. Let him kneel in his church and not in front of her. Looking down, she said that if he was an orphan, he should act accordingly. How dare he raise his hand against her son? Closing her eyes, the director said that she was asking for forgiveness. She really was very sorry. It was her fault. Standing behind the door, the hero heard that yes, it was her fault, so she would also get what she deserved. He opened his eyes wide. The protagonist looked into the room, listening to her ask to calm down. She really thought that this was possible. She would wear out this brat no matter what. Ho Yong cried. It was said that on that day he realized one thing. Justice without force will only lead to even greater injustice. The hero walked forward. The thought appeared that after this he decided to never stand out from the crowd again. The protagonist grew up. It was said that and passed by even if he saw unfair treatment. Ho Yong walked in a military uniform. The thought appeared that he ceased to exist, completely merged with the gray mass. People were walking around him. The thought came that because he did not have enough strength to protect someone, Grave crosses appeared. The doors of the building opened. The description of the mission appeared. A horn appeared on the head of the beast. The hero looked at it. Standing in front of the beast, he thought that a raccoon. She was killed by a one-horned raccoon. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly. Gritting his teeth, he apologized to the director. Ho Yong began to cry, saying that he should forgive him for not being able to protect her. Walking down the street, the hero said that she was hit because of him, to which the director turned to him. Looking away, she added that how long will he call her director? The protagonist lowered his head, hearing that he should call her mom. The woman smirked slightly. She hugged Ho Yong. Closing her eyes, the director said that everything was fine, really. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that this is the job of parents. The ghost hugged the hero. He opened his eyes wide, hearing that to protect their children. Standing in the middle of the cemetery, the woman said that, so what? He does not need to apologize. The protagonist silently looked at her. Memories appeared. It was her that he had grown so much. Just think. The guy rushed forward. Looking straight ahead, Ho Yong heard that now he also had the opportunity to protect others. Grinning, the woman said that he was kinder and stronger than anyone she knew. Let him help others in need, become a ray of light in this world. Lowering his head, the hero thought that he tried to be as inconspicuous as possible. However, now he is trying to follow the instructions of the director, albeit after the end of the world, no matter how ironic it may sound. The eyes of the beast suddenly lit up. He raised his hand up and screamed. The woman looked away in fear. The protagonist grabbed him abruptly. The director looked at him in amazement. The beast looked angrily. The thought appeared that it was too easy for him to kill this one-horned raccoon. A notification appeared that let him kill the monsters that killed the dead and free their souls. Looking straight ahead, Ho Yong thought that she would probably disappear when he died. The woman smirked, looking at him. The hero looked surprised, hearing that he should not hesitate. Stretching his hand forward, the director asked that now he had someone to protect, right? Standing next to the hero, she added that he only needed to follow the path he had chosen for himself. The protagonist stood still. He silently looked forward. Hong's eyes lit up. A weapon appeared in his hands. He threw the beast up and thought that he would climb the tower. Raising his head, the hero added that he would destroy it and return the past world. The protagonist swung his sword sharply. He swung the weapon. A bright purple beam appeared. The beast was cut in half. The thought came that maybe this is his path. Looking straight ahead, Ho Yong thought that he should rest in peace. A glow appeared around him, and he turned to his mother. A view of the square opened up. The monster rushed forward. The girl parried the blow and exclaimed. She slid along the ground. A glow appeared around her. The girl clenched her teeth tightly. Holding the weapon in her hands, she thought, no, she can't take it anymore. A view of the building opened up. Stretching out his hand forward, the guy said that he should take it. Yol, opening her eyes in surprise, asked what it was. Closing her eyes, the guy replied that he just felt sorry for her. She needs to study even during the holidays. It sucks. And shouldn't she take care of her body while she's torturing herself with studying like this? Standing in front of him, the girl laughed and said that he was so weird, to which he asked why she was laughing. This is not a joke. Yil grinned and said that she knew. Raising her eyebrows, she thanked him. The guy looked at her in amazement. Raising his hand, he said that, well, he had training. He was leaving. Let him take it responsibly. To which the girl replied that, thank you. Have a good training. Suddenly, the guy turned around in amazement. The girl looked up in fear. She froze. She heard that she should be careful. The people looked away in amazement. There were medicines on the floor. Lying on the ground, the guy asked if she was okay, to which Yol responded approvingly. She looked away in surprise. The girl clenched her teeth tightly. She stood in front of the guy. A thought appeared that if not for her, he would not have lost his leg and could have become a national athlete. Standing still, Yil heard that it was all because of her, to which she thought that she would not have appeared in front of her in such a state. Lowering her head, the girl apologized. She looked down and then thought that she was telling the truth. The monster swung his club and screamed. Yayol closed her eyes and thought that the truth was asking for forgiveness. Looking down, she added that he should pull himself together. A bright beam appeared. The hero suddenly stood in front of her. Turning around, he asked that she heard him. He did not know what connected her with the deceased, what her past was, but she had to do it. To which the girl thought that he was talking. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that he should finish off the orc, help the dead calm down. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that, but standing next to her, the guy shouted that it was her fault. It was all because of her. It was all her. It was her that he lost everything because of her. Frowning, the guy shouted that he died because of her and she wanted to kill him again. To which the girl said that if he had not lost his leg, he would not have lost his life. Tears appeared in her eyes, and Yil said that, but how could she take his life again? The hero clenched his teeth tightly. Frowning, he shouted her name. Fighting the orc, the protagonist said that he knew it was difficult. He probably meant a lot to her, but didn't she tell him? Smirking, the girl said that she would become stronger. Her eyes widened when she heard this phrase. The monster growled furiously. His eyes glowed red. The hero grabbed him by the head abruptly. He slammed him to the ground. The protagonist looked at the girl. Closing her eyes, Yul said that she couldn't. Looking straight at him, Huang asked what he should think about it. He really said that he lost everything because of her. Frowning, he added that he should think about it. Could he do such a thing? Standing in front of him, the girl heard that the man who cherished her, could he blame her for his misfortune and hate her for it? Yul looked in amazement. She stood in front of the guy. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She looked in surprise, hearing that why she looked like she wanted to cry. Grinning, the guy said that it was not necessary. He would buy her new dietary supplements. A glow appeared around her. A bright light appeared behind her. Closing her eyes, Yael thought that yes, that was the kind of person he was. He saved her, although he himself suffered. He always put others above himself. He is like the sun. The hero watched her silently. He grinned. A thought appeared that perhaps... The guy closed his eyes. It seemed that she saw him in him. The monster growled furiously. Suddenly he rose sharply. A blow flew at him. The girl plunged her sword straight into the orc's head. The protagonist looked in amazement. He sighed and grinned. Lowering her head, the girl thought, "Thank you." The thought arose that this was goodbye. The trees bent from the wind. Rushing forward, Hoyong thought that the essence of this mission was not monsters, but acceptance. Coming to terms with the departure of loved ones. Looking straight ahead, he added that they must come to terms with their death. So perhaps this is the hardest mission they had. A notification about the remaining time appeared. Frowning, the hero thought that they only had 3 hours left. He was able to help Yil because she was next to him, but he could not help everyone. Climbing the stairs, he added that all he could do was support them telepathically. A view of the church opened up. The thought arose that he believed that they could overcome difficulties. The girl stood near the altar. Looking to the side, she said that, as expected, here he is. The protagonist silently walked forward, frowning. He asked why she was waiting. The altar appeared. It was said that whether the Day of Blood would take place on the 10th floor or not, everything would depend on the vote of the killers on the altar, hidden on the 9th floor. Crystals appeared. An idea arose that in case of a positive vote, a red crystal should be placed on the altar, otherwise a blue one. Altars appeared. An idea arose that the number of killers is unknown to anyone. If the 10th floor is set aside for the Day of Blood, then several areas will unite into one. People attacked. It was said that, and when this happens, the killers will begin to hunt other players according to their role. A temple appeared. It was heard that so. The girl was standing near the altar. Looking to the side, she said that, as expected, he is here. The hero walked straight. Frowning, he asked why she was waiting. Looking at the girl, the protagonist thought that in order to get at least one vote against, he must convince soon she should also have loved ones. But it seems that she does not care. Frowning, he added that perhaps her emotions were dulled after receiving the status of a killer. Taking a step forward, Hoyong said that they didn't have much time, so he suggested finishing the conversation in the lobby. Asked what made her think that he was a great killer. Looking straight at her, Soon replied that if you think about it, he almost always makes the right decisions. The hero froze, hearing that it was as if he could see the future. The protagonist frowned and asked what he wanted to say, that she had begun to trust him, and then thought that she believed that the authority of a great killer was unshakable. Clenching his fist, he added that he didn't know who the great killer was, but if she thought so, then let it be him. Crossing her arms, the girl said yes, asked what he intended to do now. He wanted the 10th floor to become a day of blood. Looking at her, Ho-young replied that he would say it straight. Standing in front of her, he added that he thought it was too early to hold a day of blood on the 10th floor, to which Sean asked why. The hero raised his head and said that whether they were killers or not, they also needed to go up the tower. A hole in the ceiling appeared. It was heard that he did not know yet how many floors they had to go through, but he was sure there were still a lot of them. Standing still, the protagonist said that if they killed the players already on the 10th floor, how long would they, the killers, be able to hold out in the tower? The dog was brought to the cauldron. It was heard that he knew how they say when the rabbits died. The dog was boiled. Looking straight ahead, Ho-young said that those who lost their usefulness would be thrown out of the tower, which is why they should delay the day of blood for an indefinite period. The girl lowered her gaze. Looking at her, the hero thought that although he had just come up with this to convince her, it did not seem so impossible because even killers are just pawns in this game. The people's eyes lit up and the thought appeared but the problem was that even if he managed to convince her, the majority of the killers would vote for the day of blood and they would not be able to do anything. A shiny crystal appeared. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that if this happened, it was possible that they would have to fight each other. The girl held the crystal in her hands. Standing in front of the hero, she said that she was beginning to think that everything that had happened up until today was written by fate. Stretching her hand forward, Seo-yan added that, as he knew, each killer was given some unique ability. Frowning, she said that, and so, suddenly the girl crushed the crystal. She threw it on the altar. So-an raised her hand up and said that she knew how to change everything. A glow appeared on the altar. Suddenly, it sharply intensified. The hero covered his face from the light. A notification appeared that hidden abilities were used. They moved to the canyon. A description of the mission appeared that his wish would become the wish of all the killers. Looking at the notification, the protagonist said that if they pass the mission, they will be able to postpone the day of blood, regardless of the results of the vote. Looking at the girl, he thought, interestingly, she knew about hidden opportunities. It's true. It looks like the machinations of fate. Ho-young looked in amazement, hearing that this mission was initially a failure. Frowning, the girl said that they must find the wolf in 50 minutes. But how will they find it among these mountains? Looking to the side, the hero thought that right, she has topographic cretinism. They rushed forward. Closing her eyes, the girl shouted that, "Let him stop. She wants to live." Frowning, the protagonist said that, "Let Kangasu jump." Looking straight ahead, the kangaroo said something. Sitting on the hero's back, Seo asked again. The pet approached the edge. He jumped up abruptly over the abyss. They clenched their teeth in fear. The black blood wolf stood in front of them, holding a gun in her hands. The girl said that, well, they really found it as expected from a great killer. Frowning, the protagonist thought that, but in any case, the beast screamed furiously. Ho-young, holding a gun in his hands, thought that what an incredible tension. A guide to this monster appeared. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that toxic poison, since he does not have a perfect shield, he cannot use the same method as then. However, this time he is with Seo. She can deal damage from a distance. Looking at the pet, he said that he and Kangasu will distract and she will attack him at this time. Pointing the gun, the girl said that she will do as he said, but let him not think that she will obey him from now on just because he is a great killer. The protagonist grinned slightly. He and his pet rushed forward sharply. It seemed that this was enough. A glow appeared around the weapon. Ho used the technique of shadowless soul hunting. The kangaroo swung his hand. He struck with an uppercut. The bullets rushed forward. They flew at the beast. Smoke was coming from the monster's head. Looking at it, Ho-young thought that it worked. The beast clenched its teeth. The wolf, raising its head, growled. Turning around, the hero shouted that he was preparing poison. Suddenly, the beast attacked with poison. The ground began to melt. There were puddles of poison on the ground. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that there was enough of it. They would die if they miscalculated a little. Suddenly, he looked in surprise. Hoyong jumped up sharply. The monster stretched out his hand in front of him. The hero flew into a rock. The girl rushed forward. She jumped off the ground sharply. So-on pointed the gun and thought that her magic bullet skill worked better if she was closer to the target. Frowning, she said that it was time to die. The beast swung his hand. Suddenly, Kangasu struck him. Grinning, he asked what and how he liked this. Suddenly, the pet looked surprised. The wolf suddenly grabbed him with its tail. Frowning, the hero shouted about recalling the pet. The beast looked away. Looking straight ahead, Sean said that her magic bullets did not work on this monster. Asked what to do now, to which the protagonist thought that, damn, he was strong despite all their attacks. Gritting his teeth, he added that if he mastered the technique of shadowless soul hunting, he would be able to cut anything. But at this level, he would not be able to cut off even his leg. The beast raised his head up. An idea appeared. What to do now? Sean shot at the beast's head. The enemy opened its mouth in rage. The girl dodged the attack. The monster swung its tail. The protagonist jumped back from the blow. He landed next to the enemy. Looking at the blurry wolf, the protagonist wondered that his vision was getting worse. Was it because of the poison he spat out? Did it his body after all? Hoyong tried to catch his breath and thought about the technique of shadowless soul hunting. Watching his girlfriend hold the gun, the guy thought about the bullets she fired. The protagonist looked at the beast and thought that all this was ineffective. Everything was much worse. They could not even pierce its skin. Gritting his teeth, he thought about what to do. The protagonist looked at the enemy's head. Looking in surprise, Hoyong wondered if it was skin. The guy held a sword and asked if his ally could prepare for a large-scale attack. Frowning, Seon thought that he had something in mind. She looked at her serious friend, thinking that despite the fact that he was insanely tired, his eyes were full of determination. Pulling out her gun, the girl thought about what he was saying about a large-scale attack. The preparation takes a lot of time, so she can only use this skill once during the fight. Seo Yon aimed upwards, deciding to just believe in him. The protagonist ran past the enemy, thinking that the reason why the shadowless soul-hunting technique did not work is simple. The monster pierced the wall with its tail. The protagonist dodged the attacks, thinking that the reason was because it was trying to kill him with one blow. Grinning, he thought that given his condition, he would not be able to deal with one blow. Sparks enveloped the wolf. Ho-Yong examined the opponent's head, thinking that if this was just his shell. The guy closed his eyes and alarmed. Raising the bright sword, the protagonist thought that he had mastered the most powerful sword technique in the world if he couldn't even cut his skin. The beast ran towards him furiously. The protagonist's eyes began to glow. The monster opened its mouth viciously. Ho-Yong swung his sword and asked how he would look his teacher in the eye. Sean closed her eyes tensely. She imagined a mana cartridge and thought about how the magic bullets she usually fired were shaped like a sphere. Remembering how Kyle had squirmed from the shot, she thought that as a result, upon contact with the target, their power would decrease and the penetration would not be high enough. The girl imagined several cartridges and thought that if she gave the magic bullets a shape similar to real ones, she would succeed. Seowen opened her eyes in surprise and realized that the penetration power would increase several times. The guy screamed at the same time. The protagonist hit the monster on the head. A wound appeared on the beast. The bullet rushed towards the enemy's forehead. The cartridge began to glow. The mana accumulation was approaching the opponent. The bullet quickly flew forward. The projectile pierced the wolf's head. Seo aimed through the hole in the monster. She held the gun with a serious expression. A notification popped up that the girl had defeated the black blood wolf. The protagonist sighed heavily. Seo lowered the gun. The protagonist stood opposite his friend in the ravine. The guys looked at each other happily. The system reported that they had completed the mission. Their votes would represent the votes of all the killers. The votes were cast against declaring the 10th floor a day of blood. Hoyong climbed onto the monster's corpse. Taking out his sword, he asked his companion to wait. Stunned, Seo-yan looked at him and asked what he was doing. The guy picked up the ball, and the guide said that if he managed to kill the black blood wolf, it was recommended to rip open its stomach and eat its essence. Holding out this fear, he asked if she wanted to eat it, to which she answered negatively. The protagonist smiled and thought that she had a very weak stomach. The protagonist brought the essence to his mouth. There was a crunch. His heart began to glow. Ho-yong looked at the flame in his hand, and notifications appeared that he had received immunity to 1,000 poisons. He has resistance to all poisons of the tower. Covering her mouth with her hand, Seo thought that she could not believe that he ate it. Standing in front of him, she said that now he was leaving. Not only did he quickly find the black blood wolf on such a large map, but he also determined its abilities at a glance, specifying what else he could do. The guy remembered how anxiously warned about the poison and wondered if this is what she was talking about. Crossing his arms, the protagonist replied that the power of the great killer. The girl put her hand to her chin and said that everything was as expected from the great killer. Looking at his thoughtful friend, the protagonist asked if she was okay. He stood on the corpse and said that since the 10th floor will not be a day of blood, it will be more difficult to replenish the required number of killed players. Hong thought about how he flew from the tower that the duty of the killer is to reduce the number of players. He imagined how the girl extended her hand, thinking that for this purpose, each killer receives an individual plan for killing, and if he does not fulfill it, a fine is imposed. He does not know yet what kind of fine it is, but apparently it is something serious since killers have huge advantages. Having stuck the sword in the ground, the guy thought about the fact that she so easily agreed with his arguments, knowing about the fines. Does this mean that the great killer has great authority? Soon sadly lowered her eyes and said that while she is alive and then come what may, the gorge dissolved and the system reported that all the dead have calmed down. The mission of the 9th floor is completed. Laughter was heard in the lobby. Covering his eyes with his hand, Kyle said that just think he was killed by ordinary cobalt crazy. He shed tears through his smile. The man sat on the steps and called the boss. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Looking at the sad Junho, the protagonist thought about the fact that in the chapter of the dead, although the monsters that had to be defeated were weak, many faced their families. He looked at the upset guys, thinking that someone had to meet their loved ones. Someone saw friends. Ho-yong stood in the center of the hall, thinking that they all had to accept the death of their loved ones and let them go for the last time. One could say that this floor was the most brutal at the moment. Young-woo swung his hammer. Holding the weapon, he told everyone to cheer up. Frowning, the guy said that they must continue to live. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Shunho created a sword and said that he was right. They can't just sit. Swinging the blade, he said that they were alive. The protagonist was taken aback. Ho-yang calmly thought that it was true. If someone refused the mission, they would not be able to return. The guy stood in front of the guys with a weapon, thinking that everyone left their regrets behind and returned back. Smiling, he thought that they were getting stronger as they supported each other. The portal in front of the people began to sparkle. The guys turned around, hearing the system announce that the 10th floor mission would begin soon. The protagonist looked at the gate, listening to the 10th floor mission being a dimensional test. The portal showed a city, and the tower was telling that all players were assigned to specific areas. The guys stood in front of the gate, listening to the 10th floor mission being in other dimensions. They would be transferred to Merim. 3 armies were visible in the portal, and the system was telling that there would be a war between the orthodox, unorthodox, and demonic factions in this dimension. They would be assigned to one of them. Standing next to the guys, Clark thought that in order to quickly pitch a tent, he needed to calculate the tilt of the fixed pin. The protagonist frowned, thinking that wasn't Mirim, the master's homeland. Taking hold of his coat, he thought that if this world was like what he heard from the master. Huang imagined the old man behind the portal. Smiling, the boy wondered if there was a chance for them to meet again. The protagonist happily looked at the sword, thinking that he could only superficially learn the technique of shadowless soul hunting due to the lack of enough time. Grabbing the handle of the blade, he thought that he wanted to meet him again. The protagonist recalled the furious monster, thinking that then perhaps he could refine the technique to a higher level, to the point where he could kill the Black Blood Wolf with one blow. The system said that they needed to choose a faction to join. The guys stood in front of the portal. Hoyong grinned, saying that he thought it was obvious who he wanted to join. The guy looked at the confident guys and told us that after a short discussion, Junho and Clark joined the Orthodox faction. Looking at the serious team, the protagonist informed us that Kyle, Yongwoo, and Lizzie are with the unorthodox faction. He stood behind the girls, telling us that he and Yeziel would join the demonic cult, and Seon would also join them. The protagonist looked away. Kyle hugged his leg in tears and asked to take him with him. The plot moves us to the city, to the arena, where the system reported that the mission had begun. It was necessary to live a certain amount of time within the faction assigned to them. Yell stood in the crowd in surprise. Bright projectiles rushed down, and the tower said that the introduction of memories necessary for the current mission had begun. Ho Yang looked at the flying streams of memories. Puzzle pieces appeared above the crowd. Smiling, the guy thought that this place was the divine cult of the heavenly demon master. The protagonist stood happily in the crowd, thinking that from today on they were disciples of the heavenly demon divine cult. Would they be able to pass the test of the path of the heavenly demon? Turning around, Soen thought that there were martial artists mixed in with ordinary players. The protagonist frowned and thought that he could feel the power of their energies. Each of them was at least an advanced player. His pupil reflected the silhouette of a person, and he thought that among these people there was a person who possessed energy that made him unattainable. The man stood in front of the crowd and said that they were glad to welcome them. Ted stood surrounded by mana and said that he was the main examiner of the path of the heavenly demon. Ho-Yong remembered the old man in the crowd, thinking that he was the main examiner of this test and one of the 12 elders of the heavenly demon divine cult. Imagining Ted standing on the corpses, the boy thought about how he hadn't appeared on the battlefield for about 7 years. But his palm strike technique could still crush anyone. He was one of the strongest martial artists of the heavenly demon divine cult. The examiner stood in front of the boys and told them that, as they knew, the heavenly path included 5 trials. Those who reached the third would become servants of the divine cult. So it was in their best interests to give it all. Standing in front of the crowd, he said that the beginning of the heavenly demon path was weeding out trash. Raising his finger, the man said that it was time to begin. Acolyte number 1, go ahead. The girl confidently took out her sword. She flew back from the blow to her stomach. The stranger landed on the ground. Ted held out his hand and said that it was trash. He stood in the arena and called the next one. The protagonist watched as the man flew away, thinking that after the man became the main examiner of the heavenly demon path, the first test was to check the acolytes one by one, and after this test, the number of servants of the cult increases several times. Soen crossed her arms and said that this was a pretty good idea. In any case, they will eventually return to the tower. The protagonist looked at the screen with the mission and answered that perhaps this will be one of the ways, since the mission of the 10th floor is only about survival. He smiled. Ho-Yong looked away at his surprised friend and asked if he wanted to go through it as a slave. Smiling, the girl replied that not in this life. Ted appeared in front of the guys and said that they dared to talk during the sacred heavenly path. Exuding dark mana, the man said that as he understood, this is a challenge. Clouds were gathering over the canopy. The examiner stood in the arena in front of the girl and asked her name. Frowning, he informed her that from now on, Seo would forget this name. It no longer belonged to her. The protagonist watched them carefully, thinking that he assumed that she was another slave, but it did not seem like she was ready to give up so easily. Looking at his confident friend, the protagonist thought about the fact that she had never held a sword in her life. Would she be able to pass the first test? Sean was taken aback, hearing that it was enough to stand there. The girl bared her teeth. She tore herself off the ground. Sean swung the sword in front of the examiner. Stopping the blade with her fingers, Ted thought that she was not using any techniques, just waving the sword. He looked in surprise. A bullet flew into his forehead. The girl was holding a gun and a sword. The The guys looked at her in shock. Ho Young was taken aback, thinking she was crazy. How could she explain a gun appearing out of nowhere in Mirim? The guy watched his friend shoot, thinking that she was basically screaming that she came from another world. The man grabbed her by the neck. Frowning, the examiner asked if that was the finger-snapping technique. Letting go of the girl, he said that it was not bad. Ted walked away from her across the arena and announced that she passed. The dumbfounded protagonist stood in the crowd, thinking that it was understandable he did not see the gun. Imagining Seo Yeon aiming with her finger, he mused that the tower disguised it as if she was shooting energy using her fingers. Touching his chest, the protagonist thought that this was a relief. It seemed that sometimes her recklessness played into their hands. Ho Yong opened his eyes slightly, hearing that looking at his smile, his friend dared to suggest that he enjoyed watching her suffer. Seo held her neck and said that she could laugh as much as she wanted. Smiling, she said that he was next. The guy stood in the arena in front of the examiner. The protagonist frowned. The protagonist imagined a huge Ted in front of him, thinking that when he stood in front of him, it felt like a mountain in front of him. He imagined animals and an insect, thinking that he was not as strong as the master. But for an end, it made no difference whether it was a tiger or a wolf in front of him. They were both stronger, and how he should attack him. The man asked with a serious look if he was really there to make eyes at him. Hoyong stood calmly, deciding that he would start with water attacks. The guy got off the ground. Ted ran away from the attack. The protagonist swung his sword. The examiner deftly dodged the blows. The protagonist bared his teeth and wondered what was wrong with him, as if he was mocking him, showing that he would never be able to get to him with such techniques. It felt like he was hearing the master's voice. The man stood silently in the arena. Gathering mana in his hand, Ted thought that it was not bad, but nothing outstanding. It was time to finish. Hoyong sighed heavily. He confidently extended the sword, thinking that this was a monster that could kill Yin with the first attack. The water technique was useless from the very beginning. The protagonist stood in front of him, thinking that even if he was just an insignificant firefly, he was still the successor of the heavenly demon and should not forget this while being here. Filling the sword with mana, the protagonist decided that he should show him. The man looked at him in surprise. Hoyong walked forward, frowning. He thought that just a little, but he would show him. The guy jumped above him. The protagonist swung his sword, thinking that he would show the spirit of the successor of the heavenly demon. Ted was taken aback, thinking that this was the technique. The protagonist was walking through the forest. Hoyong was looking ahead thoughtfully. He approached the examiner with his sword. The tip touched a hairpin. The guy untied his hair with a blow. The man extended the sword to the surprised opponent. The protagonist froze in front of him. Ted brought the weapon to his neck and said that he had passed. Walking under the trees, the protagonist thought that although he had not managed to land a single blow, he was glad that he had passed the first test. Hoyong sadly raised his head. Stopping in front of the house, he wondered why the man had called him at such a late hour. Ted crossed his arms and said that he had too little internal energy. The examiner sat at the table in front of the guy, telling him that it was because he had learned some unknown cultivation technique that was unknown even to the dogs living in the divine cult. Annoying. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if he was starting to get nervous. Would he fail it due to lack of internal energy? The protagonist looked at his stats, thinking that the magic power called internal energy here increased when he leveled up. However, he was only at level 8. He closed his eyes, thinking that the hell with the leveling penalty, which he thought gave him an undeniable advantage. This was why he was here. Hong watched as the man touched his arms and asked what he was doing. The examiner removed his hand. Touching his chin, Ted reported that this was very strange. His blood vessels were not blocked, and his body had a constitution that was perfect for accumulating internal energy. He remembered the guy swinging his sword and thought that if he was not mistaken, that sword technique existed. But it was impossible. He had not heard of the Almighty taking disciples. Looking at the confused protagonist, the examiner thought that moreover he would never take a person with such a small amount of internal energy as a disciple. The man looked at the surprised guy, thinking that maybe he really was a secret disciple of the Almighty. Ted imagined how the crowd of people joyfully raised their hands and shouted that the heavenly demon had descended. All the demons bowed before him. Imagining Hoyong standing on the stage, he thought that the guy would become the heir of the heavenly demon, the leader of the cult of the heavenly demon, revered on 10,000 mountains. The examiner imagined how the protagonist frowned. Grabbing the bridge of his nose, the man thought that the second stage of the path of the heavenly demon is a test that a person with a small amount of internal energy will never be able to pass. In this case, he will become a slave. Although he can be a successor to the heavenly demon, no matter how stupid it sounds, he does not see any other option. Is it really necessary to use this? The protagonist put his hand to his head and said that he seemed tired, and it was time to leave. Ted opened the box. Holding out a plant root, the examiner asked him to eat it. He held the box and said that it was a 100-year-old ginseng. If he ate it, he would gain internal energy for 10 years to come. Standing in front of the guy, the examiner said that this was his gift to him because he was surprised by that sword technique, so he should not think anything unnecessary. The protagonist took the box in surprise. Ted held him by the shoulders and said that from now on, it was necessary to follow his instructions and circulate energy inside his body. He filled the guy's back with mana. Hoyong clasped his hands. There was a bright flash. The protagonist sat surrounded by energy. Closing his eyes, the protagonist listened to him say that these were the basics of the art of shining life, wondering if it was true. Stretching his hands to his back, the man said that he must not lose concentration. He did not want the root to work in vain. Hoyong sat on the floor in front of him, thinking that besides trusting him so much and giving him 100-year-old Snoginsang that increased his energy, he was using the most advanced technique of his time, known only to members of the divine cult. Presenting the book, the boy thought that this was the shining life force of the sacred art, and he had no idea how he deserved such favor. He was filled with mana and thought that maybe it was really because he impressed him with his sword technique, or maybe it was just luck. The moon was shining above the house, and the protagonist thought that whatever the reason, this is what he learned during the mission at the academy, to seize any opportunity. The plot moves us to the divine cult of the heavenly demon. On the second day, lunch where the sun was shining. The protagonist looked at the groups of guys in the arena and told us that the cadets who passed the first test were either training solo or resting before the second test began. Isle tied her hair and told her friends that she thought all the other players were disqualified. Ho Yong looked in surprise at the flying stone. There was an explosion behind him. The guys looked at him in fear. They were looking through a hole in the wall. Chase raised his leg and said that it got hotter because they were in a place where they shouldn't be. He grabbed his head and said that they were stupid outsiders. How dare he dodge his blow? The protagonist frowned. The protagonist looked at the greening opponent and thought that he was from the blood tribe. His origin and skill were much higher than theirs. He was one of the best cadets. What does he want from them? The boy put his hand to his head and said that he had no idea how such a loser joined the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Chase opened his eye in displeasure, hearing that it seemed like they had some chatty fools who wanted to die. Dusting off her sleeve, Soan asked if they were deaf. She put her hand to her neck, asking why they were asking so many questions. The veins on the boy's neck stood out. He smirked, putting his hand on her hip. Chase said that she had a big tongue. The girl raised her gun. Putting the gun to his forehead, Soan asked if it would knock the crap out of his head. Grabbing his sword, the boy replied that he was also wondering which was faster, her finger snapping technique or his sword. The protagonist raised his hand and asked to stop. The boys looked away from him. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he said that he didn't think it was a good idea to cause trouble during the heavenly demon's journey. Frowning, the protagonist thought that they would lose if they fought him right now. However, they should wait for a better opportunity. Ho Yong closed his eyes, listening to the guy say that he seemed to be a coward. They should show mercy. They would not pass the second trial anyway, and thought that for the remaining trials he should either gain more energy through training or use all available means. The protagonist was taken aback hearing that if you think about it, the girl was quite beautiful despite her long tongue. Licking his lips, Chase said that he had decided everything. He touched his chin and said that when this trial was over, he would choose her as his slave. Seo was taken aback, listening that she should be ready. Smirking, the guy said that taming beasts with a bad character was his forte. The protagonist looked at him seriously. Raising his sword, he thought in anger that his opponent had gone crazy. The man walked up the steps. Standing in the arena, Ted ordered everyone to return to their seats. Chase walked through the crowd and said that they would see each other soon. The guys looked after him furiously. The sun illuminated the sky. The examiner stood in front of the guys and told them that this day would be one of the most important turning points in their lives. The novices who passed this test would be allowed to study the advanced techniques of the divine cult. Sweating. Ho-Yong thought that it had been hot before, but because of this fool, it had become simply unbearable. He was a good man, he held back. The time would come and teach him a lesson. Looking at the bottles, the guy thought that they had finally been given water. The protagonist drank calmly, thinking that he felt much better. They had never been told the essence of this test. The liquid was leaking into his body. There was an outbreak inside. The stunned protagonist held back his nausea. Ted stood in front of the crowd of patients, announcing that the second test had begun, and the goal was to cleanse themselves of the poison they had just drunk, using their energy. The man frowned. The examiner watched as the boy held his throat, thinking that he had helped him a little. But he was not sure if it would be enough to pass this test. He had to prove himself, of course, if he really was the successor of the Great One. The system reported that the immunity to 10,000 poisons had been activated. Ho-Yong was taken aback. Dragonflies were flying over the building. Ted stood in front of the boy, asking if he had really gotten rid of all the poison. The protagonist clasped his hands, announcing that he had prepared himself in case there was something in the water, so it was easy for him to get rid of the poison. He recalled holding the flame in his hand, thinking that after eating the essence of the black blood wolf on the 9th floor, he had obtained a body with immunity to 10,000 poisons. As he imagined himself filling up with energy, the protagonist thought that while he was trying to comprehend the shining life force of the sacred art, he had not accumulated enough internal mana to get rid of such a strong poison. If not for the immunity, things might not have ended so well. Ho-Yong stood in front of the man and thought that he was glad to have passed the test without using any effort. Ted looked at him in surprise, thinking that it was amazing. Even though he gave him 100-year-old ginseng and the sacred art of shining life, one must have the internal energy of a first-class warrior to neutralize the poison so quickly. How could he have collected so much energy in just 1 hour? The examiner grabbed his beard. He imagined the master in front of the building. Looking at the bowing disciple, the man thought that it would be possible if his talent was chosen by the Almighty. Maybe he really was his disciple. The guy walked towards them. The protagonist looked away. Chase wiped his chin and said he was done. Ted laughed. The examiner stood in front of the boys and said that this year's cadets were impressive. I would not have thought that first and second place would cope with the poisons so quickly. The boy frowned when he heard him congratulate them both on joining the divine cult, and was looking forward to how they would do in the next tests. He stepped forward and addressed the elder. Chase clasped his hands and asked if he could request another test. The boy frowned and said that he wanted to undergo the test with a double dose of poison. The stranger sat on the ground wondering what kind of double dose was this. He was ready to die from this. The man frowned and asked, "How dare the cadet behave like this?" The elder looked at him seriously and asked why he was asking for such a thing. The boy was sweating and replied that he felt like he had not reached his full potential and wanted to prove his abilities in more difficult conditions. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, he said that he would like to be with the one who got rid of the poison first. Chase grinned, thinking about how he was called the future of the blood tribe. He drank elixirs from a young age and accumulated internal energy with the exclusive cultivation technique of the blood tribe. The guy looked at a serious opponent, thinking that it turned out that this fool's internal energy was better than his. This was impossible, imagining Ho-Yong's face cracking. Chase thought that he probably used some kind of trick or was just lucky. Even he would have a hard time with a double portion. No matter what tricks he pulled, he was the future of the blood tribe. The cadet clenched his fist and decided that he was the future of the divine cult, and he would completely crush him. Closing his eyes, Ted thought that a strong spirit was expected from high-ranking tribes, but he crossed the line and replied that this was not the case. The protagonist looked at him and interrupted him, saying that he agreed. Chase smirked as he said he wanted to make a small adjustment to the amount of poison, thinking he expected that double the amount was too much for him. The protagonist held up 3 fingers. Frowning, he said he wanted it to be 3 times as much. The guys were taken aback. Ted looked at him in shock. The opponent was sweating in fear. The sun was shining over the building, and Hoyong was announcing that he was done. Chase writhed in tension, wondering if he was done. The guy sat behind him, thinking that this was impossible. This was an accident. He bit his lip, wondering if a nobody like him was actually superior to him. How was that even possible? The guy writhed in anger, thinking that he didn't understand it. Chase coughed up blood. He looked at him in fear. The guy looked after his opponent. The cadet collapsed unconscious, smiling. The protagonist thought about how the unexpected extra round ended in his easy victory thanks to his immunity to 10,000 poisons. The protagonist watched as a screen came from the building and told us that since Chase could not withstand the triple dose of poison, he was immediately taken to the medical department and fortunately saved. Looking at Yol putting her hand to her head, he informed us that the girls also soon finished the task. Imagining a crowd of guys, Hoyong thought about the future of the remaining cadets. Whether they will become slaves or official warriors was decided. Dragonflies flew over the arena, and the plot informed us that this is where the second test of the path of the heavenly demon ended. We are transported to the next day to the cadets' accommodations, where they were talking from the house about a mystical creature. The guy pointed at his horns and said he was a head taller than a man and jumped like a rabbit. He was so fast that he couldn't catch him even using the agility skill. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist thought that they were a head taller than a man and jumped like rabbits. He was taken aback when he heard the guy from the room say that these mystical creatures looked incredibly ugly. The protagonist was sweating, thinking that he understood who it was about. Huang imagined a smiling Kangasu. The guy remembered how he told the kangaroo in the forest to take a walk, but returned before dawn. Chase was lying on the bed asking where he saw this mystical creature. He was holding the towel furiously. The cadet was sitting on the edge of the bed and answered that last night. The protagonist watched from behind the door. The guys were standing in the night forest, and the guy was saying that he saw it right here yesterday. There was a click. Chase opened the box with a flower. The system reported that it was a snow flower. Its name was due to the fact that after blooming, it resembles snowflakes, possessing an exceptional aroma. It is a delicacy for mystical creatures. Chase planted the plant in the soil and said that the guys cannot even dream. It is very rare. The worried cadet raised his hands and asked if he was sure that everything will be fine. What if they are caught doing this? He heard that it is a very expensive flower. Chase frowned. Imagining mana in a deer, he thought about the fact that the essence of a mystical creature contains a large amount of pure energy, which most elixirs cannot compare with. The guy was sweating in panic, thinking that if he could absorb this energy, he would be able to restore his reputation as the strongest of the younger generation of the blood tribe. Chase stood in front of the guys and said that now they will sit quietly and wait for the mystical creature to appear. Frowning, the protagonist asked if this was his plan. The protagonist sat with a kangaroo and said that it was a beautiful evening. Why don't they practice a little? The guys sat behind the bushes. Kangasu watched from an ambush. Hoyong stood seriously behind a tree. He raised 2 fingers. The protagonist pointed forward. The kangaroo rushed to the flower. The animal examined the plant. Chase frowned. He took off from the ground. The guy flew above the animal and shouted that it was here, grinning. Chase thanked it for the essence. The guy smiled happily. Kangasu held the flower in his teeth and thanked it. The protagonist looked at him seriously, smiling. Hoyong used the pet recall. The kangaroo dissolved in front of the enemy. Chase smiled in shock. High cliffs were visible when someone asked where the magical creature disappeared to. The protagonist petted Kangasu and wondered how he could say that he was ugly, and then added that the kangaroo was the most beautiful creature of all, and that he did a great job taking the snowflower. The protagonist's feet touched the ground. Hong looked at the plant when he asked if it was really a very expensive elixir. The dark-haired guy turned his gaze to the upset pet. He imagined the kangaroo opening its mouth wide. The protagonist handed Kangasu the flower and asked him to take it, explaining that it would bring him more benefit. The pet greedily began to eat the plant, wondering what had gotten into it. Then the protagonist thought that taking elixirs of the same strength would reduce its effectiveness, so feeding it to it was the right decision. The protagonist touched the pet and said that he would help it with energy circulation so that everything would be better absorbed. His palms were enveloped in light energy when he used the shining life force of the sacred art. Hoyong looked at the kangaroo with concern. Veins appeared on his palm when he thought about the huge amount of mana and that he ate a snowflower, and it seemed like he swallowed a 100-red-year-old snow ginseng. A bright light began to emanate from Kangasu. The protagonist crouched, touching the ground with his hand. Light streams of energy appeared on the pet's head. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he thought that at least everything was not like this. The kangaroo opened its mouth wide and screamed. Then the guy thought about how he could only hear about it. Muscles appeared on Kangasu's arms. Veins bulged on his thighs. The pet stood with his fists clenched. The kangaroo smiled widely, looking forward when Hoyong realized that this was body reformation. Kangasu crouched when he spoke about this power coming from within. He jumped up and shot upwards as he finished speaking. The protagonist looked at the pet and wondered why the elixir had affected it so much, assuming that it really was a mythical creature. The protagonist looked down in concern, wondering if his appearance had changed along with his body, then what had happened to his smaller form. Sweat began to trickle down the boy's face. He imagined a small, muscular kangaroo, thinking that it couldn't be. The pet looked closely at Hoyong, who turned to it and asked it to shrink. The small animal began to fall down. The protagonist reached out his hands to it. The protagonist looked at it with a smile, thinking that nothing had changed. He stretched its stomach with his fingers when he realized that it had become plumper. The boy's face turned red as he thought about what the meaning was. Kangasu sat on his shoulder when Hoyong said that he had become even cuter and thought that in any case he had not lost anything. The protagonist looked ahead confidently, thinking that he could not summon him in the path of the heavenly demon, but he was looking forward to using him in battle in the future. The protagonist turned his back when the kangaroo asked him to stop. The sun shone on the building of the demon god archives. The man stood in front of the young man as he said that they were no longer just cadets, but official warriors of the heavenly demon divine cult. The mentor in the bandana opened his mouth and announced that they would be given a special opportunity before passing the third trial of the cult. The boys looked ahead hopefully. He opened the doors slightly as he explained that for the next 4 days, they would be allowed access to the entire third floor of the demon god archives. There were bookcases in the room. The boys smiled, looking ahead. They ran forward when it was said that they could study any martial arts manuals on the third floor for 4 days, but they were forbidden to make copies, and that if they were caught doing so, they would be executed on the spot. The boys were in front of Hoyong, shouting about being able to study the martial arts of the divine cult, when the master called them scum and ordered them to maintain order. And the young man thought about how they had gained access to the third floor of the demon god's archive before the third trial. The protagonist touched his chin, thinking that based on his memories, he could tell that the third floor had low-ranking manuals that even slaves could access. He imagined books with tattered bindings. The protagonist imagined a crimson tome when he thought about how there was also a supreme art that even the cult leader studied, and how the essence of the heavenly demon divine cult could be found in the art of mobility. The two pointed at each other as Ho Yang thought about the fact that from what he knew about the third trial of the heavenly demon path, this was the arena where they would fight their chosen opponent. The dark-haired boy smirked, thinking that the fact that they were given access to the third floor could only mean that the art of mobility would play a major role in passing the third trial. Someone brushed against the protagonist's shoulder. Chase looked at him with hostility and asked if he was so relaxed because he had passed the second trial first, adding that he might as well enjoy himself until the third trial began, while he had the chance. The boy had his back to the protagonist, who thought that he was an ass for assuming that he wanted to choose him as an opponent. Chase tilted his head forward as Hoyong thought that regardless of his behavior, the other boy still had a lot more energy than him. The protagonist looked at the bookcase, realizing that the art of mobility he would learn there for the third trial had become even more important. A system notification appeared in front of him, stating that the books on the third floor of the Demon God's archives would be assigned star ratings, and that they had already been assigned. The corresponding symbols appeared next to the tomes. The protagonist touched the bookcase, thinking that this was great and that the guide had done all the work for him. The blonde was sitting in front of the young man, who thought that she seemed to have become more motivated after the 9th floor. Hoyong's pupils narrowed. There was a stack of books on the floor when he realized that all the tomes the girl had taken had low ratings. The boy stood next to Yayol when he spoke to her, noticing that she was working hard. The blonde opened her mouth and replied that she needed to work hard to have a chance to become stronger. The girl turned around, looking back as she added that she wanted to be able to help him and their team even more. The protagonist looked forward attentively, thinking about how her words were like balm to the soul and how he felt very peaceful, summing up what it meant to be a healer. The protagonist opened his mouth and spoke to her. He handed Yil a book when he asked about reading it, adding that he thought it would suit her. Hong looked serious as he presented the tome and thought about how Moonwalk was the highest-rated book in this area, and that, of course, if you looked hard enough, you could find even higher. But at least it would be more useful than what she was reading. The girl picked up the book and said its title. The blonde hugged it and said that although she didn't know the reason why he recommended the book, his advice had never hurt her before and then him. Yong closed his eyes, smiling and asking her not to worry about it, and then wondered if his excuse wasn't convincing. Someone was watching them when the boy said that he would go look for books to read. Then Yiziel wished him to find something suitable. Seo Yan looked forward angrily. There were low-rated books on the shelf. The protagonist was standing by the bookcase, wondering if all these tomes were written by some mediocre author when he was approached. The protagonist looked away intently when he recognized the girl. Seo Yan was standing in front of him when she asked him to give her one too. Then he asked what she said. The dark-haired girl opened her mouth and said what she wanted. She closed her eyes when she asked him to choose a book for her too. Hoyong looked shocked. It was raining outside the building 4 days later. The boys were standing in front of the arena when they were informed that the third trial of the Heavenly Demon Path was about to begin. The bearded man opened his mouth wide when he said that the rules were simple and that they just needed to defeat their opponent. The arena was square in shape when he added that if they fell off the wooden pillars installed in the arena, it would be considered a defeat, and advised them to use the mobility art they learned in the Demon God's archive. The boy stood in front of the pillars. The protagonist stared ahead, thinking that the type of mobility art they learned would be the key factor in the trial. The protagonist looked away. The boy stepped in a puddle. He jumped off his feet. Chase nimbly jumped onto the pillar. He pulled his sword out of its sheath. The boy pointed his blade at Hoyong. Chase glared ahead as he ordered his opponent to step aside. The protagonist looked ahead with concentration. It was raining over the area. The opponents stood opposite each other. Chase held his sword in front of him as he said that his previous life was rather boring. He imagined himself walking along a path as he added that everyone he had encountered lately, no matter how talented they were too weak. The boy glared ahead as he summed up that wherever he went, he only met pathetic people who lay at his feet. Chase held his blade out in front of him as he said that he thought that by taking the path of a heavenly demon, he would also only be killing time, and that after passing the trials and becoming the best cadet, he would have slaves to relieve his boredom. The protagonist looked ahead carefully. The opponent remembered standing behind the protagonist. Chase glared ahead. He swung his blade, attacking Kangasu. The boy grimaced, looking ahead as he summed up that all of this became unimportant when Huang appeared. Drops fell from the sky as the boy thanked him, explaining that he was filled with a desire he had never felt before. Several bolts of lightning flashed. Chase appeared behind the protagonist. They looked away, gritting his teeth. There were pillars underneath them as the opponent exclaimed that he was filled with the desire to kill him. The raindrops were cut in half. Chase was in front of Ho Yong. A cut appeared on the boy's chest. The protagonist placed his hand on his chest, thinking about how his technique was so perfect that it cut even drops of water and how it was only one attack, but he felt it in full. An ominous aura enveloped the opponent as the protagonist thought about how he felt, how strong he was. Ho Yong's mouth fell open. A drop from his chin fell when he realized that despite this, it was clear that today he would make him fall. The guy imagined Chase licking his lips, who asked if he realized that taming beasts with a bad character was his forte. The protagonist's pupils narrowed. They hung in the air in front of each other. The guys crossed swords several times. The protagonist glared at his opponent. Chase smiled evilly when he asked if this was all he could do, adding that, as he thought, what he did in the second trial was just a cheap trick. Their feet were next to each other when he added that he had something to tell him. The pillar in front of Ho Yang was empty when his opponent reported that the art of mobility, which he learned from the archive of the demon god, was written by one of the 12 supreme ones. Chase appeared in front of the protagonist when he finished speaking. The pillar was empty again. Colorful animals rushed towards the protagonist as the opponent used the 4 God-step technique. The boy looked ahead with concentration. Thinking about this skill, he imagined a bookcase with a tome of the same name when he realized that this book had 4 stars. Chase pointed his sword at Ho Yong, who thought that he was already talented and strong thanks to his lineage, but this was more like luck and that the world was unfair. The boy rested his feet on the pole. A purple aura emanated from him as he used the high-ranking shadowless step technique, and thought that on the other hand he was glad that he was like this. The opponent looked at the protagonist in surprise and asked again. There was a message written on the page of the book, as the protagonist began to think about the fact that he guessed this as soon as he saw the title Shadowless Step. And the more he read, the more confident he became that the one who wrote this book was his teacher. Chase put his hands out as he wondered if he had found a decent mobility art and which corner he had dug it up in. Vincent was in front of the boy as he said that it was a pity that he couldn't teach him sword techniques because of his oath to the tower and that he couldn't help. Then he replied that he didn't seem too sad. Ho Yong looked ahead with a smile as he thought that he now understood why he had said that, and that the shadowless step was the shadowless soul-hunting sword technique. He moved around the arena nimbly as he thought that this arena was definitely created by a teacher. The protagonist appeared at the side of his opponent. He imagined Vincent and the book as he thought about the 24 round wooden pillars that could be stepped on, and that it was drawn in the second part of the shadowless step manual. The protagonist deftly dodged Chase's attacks, who called him a slippery vine. A blade was waved in front of the boy's face as he thanked him for the compliment, explaining that the vine was an incredible slave that could eat up to 1,000 mosquito larvae a day. Ho Yong was in front of his opponent, who asked him what he was saying. Chase approached the protagonist, shouting loudly. The protagonist was moving backwards under the opponent's pressure. The opponent looked forward angrily. Ho Yong's pupils narrowed as he realized that while he was advancing, the flow of his attacks was uneven. The youth dodged Chase's attack, thinking that the 4-warrior step was an art of agility that showed its true value on level ground, and that in this arena he could only use 70% of the aforementioned abilities. Chase gritted his teeth as he was struck. He flew away from the protagonist, who wondered what it was for him. On the other hand, the protagonist quickly approached the opponent. Cuts appeared on Chase's chest when Ho Yong exclaimed that this was practically his home. The opponent grimaced when he wondered if he had lost. He began to fall, stretching his arms up when he thought about this being the ground. The clouds in the sky dispersed when Chase thought about how scary this technique was. The young man rested his foot on the pole. The protagonist touched his hair and mentally exhaled, wondering if he had won. He looked towards the boys. The protagonist was standing on the pole in front of them when he assumed that he had succeeded. Sioan looked up intently as she mentally called him a name and thought about him taking the best book. The man bent his hand in front of him and exclaimed that Hoyong had won and that the next one could choose his opponent. Ted looked ahead in admiration, realizing that right now he was witnessing the birth of the next Supreme. The protagonist bent a few fingers. Clouds were floating in the sky. The sun's rays illuminated the area. The protagonist stood with his back to him. He imagined the people fighting, thinking that the 10th floor could be a day of blood. The guy imagined Ted with a box. He remembered sitting with his hands folded in front of him. Ho Yong imagined a muscular and smiling Kangasu. He remembered using the shadowless step technique. The protagonist clenched his fist, realizing that this floor was the place where he acquired a lot of new knowledge. Sean was standing next to him as he thought about how she used her advantage of ranged attacks, and also won easily. The protagonist imagined the girl attacking the enemy when he summarized that her main skill was arc strike. Seo Yan crossed her arms over her chest, saying that the book Ho Yang chose for her was useless when the guy realized that she had reached a higher level. A girl was standing on the pole in front of him when he realized that this time it was Yeo's turn. The protagonist, looking ahead with interest, thought about how, although most of them were stronger than her, she was quick on the uptake and given moonwalk, she could defeat the majority of opponents. The protagonist looked scared. The blonde was lying on the ground when he shouted her name. Hoyong lifted her head. He gritted his teeth and looked away. A guy was standing on the pole next to them. The young man with a sword on his shoulder looked ahead. Chase took a step forward when the protagonist explained that if anyone asked who the strongest cadet was among those who participated in the Sky Demon Path, it would be his opponent who was the future of the Blood Tribe. The protagonist stood with his legs wide apart when he added that he who had defeated Chase convincingly was also considered one of the strong cadets. Ho Yong looked away angrily when he summed up that most of the cadets remembered a different name. A young man stood on the pole in front of them. He was holding a sword when it was explained that he was the first son of the Blade tribe named Rick. The boys were sitting by Yeel's bed in the medical room of the Sky Demon Divine cult when the protagonist thought about how she had gotten the most fearsome opponent of all. The protagonist and Sean looked closely at their friend who said his name. Then he asked if she was okay. The blonde looked away guilty when she asked if she had lost, adding that it had happened even with the book he had recommended to her. The guy wrung out a wet rag. He placed it on Yeel's forehead when he replied that her opponent was too strong and that she shouldn't think about it yet and should focus on healing. Ho Yong was sitting next to his friend's bed when he added that not long ago she was an ordinary office worker and that being on the same level with people who were fighting for their existence was also very impressive. Then the girl laughed and said that she thought so, soon closed her eyes and asked her not to be fooled, adding that he had taken the best book for himself. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when the blonde asked if it was true, to which he replied that it was not what she might think and that it was not that she was completely wrong. Then the friend said that this meant that everything was really so, after which Seo grinned. The protagonist looked at Yol with concern, who said that he was usually very serious and stern, so it was cute to see him so confused. The girl covered her face with her hand as she added that everything was fine and that she actually liked the moonwalk that he recommended. She propped her hand on the bed as she concluded that she couldn't always rely on him, and then asked her comrades to do their best in the remaining challenges. The blonde looked forward with determination. Isel was sitting by the window as she exclaimed that she would also do her best until they returned to the tower, and Seo agreed with her, saying that she was going to do that anyway. The guys looked in the same direction. Ho-Young smiled slightly as he thought that this was very similar to her. The full moon illuminated the mountains as he thought about how it would be nice to walk the path of the Sky Demon with her. But she would find a way to use her time wisely, and that it was their job to pass the remaining trials with dignity. The boy remembered Rick standing next to them, asking if she was okay, explaining that he thought he hit her too hard. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion as he cursed in his mind and wondered what was going on with this boy. Birds were seen in the sky as it was explained that the third trial of the Sky Demon Path would end the next day. The sun illuminated the grounds as it was explained that there had been 38 duels in total, and only half of the cadets remained. The protagonist stood in front of Ted's desk in his office. Huang was handed a scroll as he thought about how right after the trial ended, the contents of the fourth stage were announced. Someone stabbed a man in the neck as he explained that the fourth trial was murder. A brief description was given near the portraits when it was told that among the requirements for passing the fourth stage was choosing a target from a list of names and carefully preparing for 2 weeks, as well as the murder itself. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist, which said that the probability of a successful murder was calculated using the information from the list and its statistics. Then he mentally repeated what was written. System windows with different percentage values appeared when it was reported that the calculation was complete. The corresponding numbers appeared near the portraits. Then the protagonist thought about what detailed calculations. Ho-young looked carefully in front of him when the examiner spoke. In front of Ted was a box when he said that the person who took first place in this test would receive a sacred object of divine cult as a reward. They were opposite each other when the protagonist repeated what was said, wondering that if this is called an object, then how impressive will be the treasure. The bearded man looked ahead with a frown, thinking that the most important thing in the fourth trial was the target, which had to be chosen wisely. He imagined someone opening the doors, thinking that if the target was too easy, he would pass but would not learn anything. The dark silhouette was pierced by thorns when Ted added that if he chose a target that was too difficult, then he could die, summing up that in order to survive and near him, one must be able to find a happy medium in everything. The protagonist held a parchment in his hands when he thought about which opponent he should fight to take first place. Near the portrait of the dark-haired man, 30% was written. Then he decided that the probability was too high. Rick put his hand behind his head when Ho-young thought that he would probably choose a target with 20% or less. The dark-haired boy touched his chin as he thought about how it would be risky to pick someone with a score below 10% given the options, and how there would be no point if they all died, and then wondered what he should do. He stood in front of the examiner. Ted stared ahead, thinking that the test had already begun. The protagonist looked surprised when the old man mentally asked him what he should do. The boy gritted his teeth. The examiner sat in front of him as he said he wanted to pick Lucas from the Red Death sect, an unorthodox faction. The man in portrait smirked as his stats were listed. The protagonist imagined women arguing behind him as he called the target a filthy animal. The man covered his face with his hand and laughed. He smiled creepily as he looked ahead. Ho-young gritted his teeth in anger as he remembered that the target's profile said that he liked knives, alcohol, was leerous, had raped and killed over 10 women, and then said that he would take care of this trash. Ted slammed his fist on the table as the system alert popped up, saying that the probability of a successful kill was 1%. An ominous aura enveloped the examiner as he said that this was too reckless and that only the strong had the right to be angry, and then asked him what he thought the probability of killing Lucas was. The protagonist stood in front of him when Ted allowed that it was 10%, and then said that it was not, and that even if the boy gave it 200%, the probability would be much lower. The bearded man looked ahead angrily and asked him if he was really willing to risk everything, even knowing what would happen. The protagonist opened his mouth and replied that saying that the probability was too small did not mean that it was completely impossible. The examiner's pupils narrowed. The boy took a step forward and spoke. He imagined a flame above him when he said that if his path led through fire, he would put it out. Ho-young imagined cutting through thorns when he added that if his path led through them, he would cut them down. The boy took another step. The protagonist looked ahead resolutely when he said that he would do whatever it took to get through his path. The protagonist stood in front of Ted. The bearded old man looked tense as he thought about how, instead of choosing the middle path, he had the arrogance to claim that the path he had chosen was the right one. An image of Vincent appeared above the boy as the examiner thought about how he was just a kid who had just touched the martial arts, and why he saw him as the supreme one. Ted smiled slightly as he suggested that it might be him. The setting sun illuminated the road in front of the cart. Hong sat by the window, thinking about how he had not chosen Lucas thoughtlessly. The young man imagined the book and the ring as he added that he had the manual and Kangasu who had woken up. He remembered how besides his own abilities, he also had various cards that could greatly change the situation. The protagonist sat looking out the window, thinking that if he prepared properly for 2 weeks, his chances of winning would increase significantly. A smirk appeared on his face as he thought about how the most important thing was that he wouldn't lose the reward the guide recommended. Then the protagonist remembered the system announcement that said that the special reward Ted announced would be of great help in the upcoming mission. So he was strongly recommended to take first place. Ho Yong was shown in profile as he summed up that he still thought that 1% was too much. The youth continued to look out the window of the carriage when someone cursed and asked him if he really wanted to go all the way with him. The boy held the reins in his hands, cursing when the guide asked him to shut up and look at the road. The protagonist remembered the opponent grimacing when it was explained that Chase, who was disqualified in the 3rd stage, was assigned to the transport squad to transport the cadets undergoing the 4th test. The protagonist imagined the man with long hair when he thought about how calling it a transportation department was too pompous and that he was basically just a porter, and that it was a result of him incurring the clan's wrath by getting disqualified on the 3rd test. Chase gritted his teeth when Ho Yong thought about the only reason he took him along, specifically for killing practice. The carriage stopped near the trees when the boy thought about how, even though he wasn't as strong as Lucas, and he didn't know if he would make him his target for training, there wasn't much of a choice. The protagonist slapped the carriage and asked it to stop, explaining that they would be camping there today. Chase stood by the horse, thinking about how he was using weird words again. The protagonist crouched down, looking back when he turned to the porter and asked him to come and get this. The boy grimaced in anger. He stood behind the horse as he replied that, although he had to serve him because he had lost, he was still Chase, the future of the blood tribe. The veins on his neck stood out as he added that his role was only to deliver him to the mission site, and that was all. The guy squeezed the hilt of his blade. The horse looked away carefully. Chase was enveloped in an ominous aura as he summed up that if he dared to humiliate him further, he did not even know what he would do to him. Ho Yong looked ahead indifferently as he thought about how he expected this from him. The guy stuck his hands in the basket as he decided it was time to tell him the cruelest truth of this world. The protagonist held a chicken carcass as he summed up that whoever does not work does not eat. He imagined the shutter as it was explained that inside the tower, basic human needs such as sleep, food, and natural needs are suppressed. A river flowed between the trees when it was explained that although this murum was on the 10th floor, it was not part of the tower but was located in another dimension. The lock was opened when it was explained that the suppression of the need to eat in this place was removed. Many dishes appeared in front of Ho Yong when he thought about how he remembered the food he ate on the ground and could not restrain himself any longer. A cauldron was on the fire. The protagonist tied a bandana when he added that this is why he decided to start cooking. Then it was explained that he had lived alone for 12 years. A plant was depicted above the cauldron when the protagonist explained about the oil extracted from the fragrant lotus, a seed found in Murum, and how it looked very similar to the one he had on Earth. A large knife appeared in his hand. He cut the chicken carcass several times. The chicken pieces flew down as Ho Yong summed up that he would now throw the seasoned chicken legs into the oil. The chicken parts were floating in the cauldron. The guy was shown in profile as he thought about how pleasant it was, which reminded him of rain. He poured the red liquid on the meat as he thought about the most important thing. Or rather, he would season it with a special sauce that he had prepared in advance. Chase looked ahead in horror as he asked what kind of strange food it was. The protagonist grinned, mentally asking again, There was a plate of food in front of the cadet as he was told that it was the food of the gods, which would captivate him forever. The protagonist smiled widely, summing up that it was seasoned fried chicken. Hoyong crossed his arms over his chest and said that he would be his partner in murder. Chase turned his head to the side and said that he would rather starve than follow his orders, and then asked him what he meant. A piece of meat was shoved into his mouth. Then he began to say what he had already said he would not. The guy froze, putting his hands out to the sides. He closed his eyes in pleasure. Chase stuck out his tongue, licking his lips when he realized what it meant to be happy. The cadet ran, spreading his arms out to the sides. When he wondered if the world had always been so beautiful, he put his finger in his mouth. The guy with the scar looked pleased when he suggested starting to practice killing. The protagonist looked away carefully. Clouds were floating above the mountains. The boys were standing opposite each other. The protagonist looked at Chase and suggested calling it a day. Then Chase called him a monster, adding that he had never lost to anyone. But in a fight with him, it felt like he was fighting a new person every time. The cadet wiped the sweat off his face as he asked if the assassination was planned for 3 days from now, to which he was told in the affirmative, explaining that it would be if everything went according to plan. The setting sun was shining on the trees as he warned that even with his help, Lucas was in another league, and that he still couldn't imagine him killing him and then wondered how he was going to do it. Ho Yong was standing behind Chase as he said that if he was that worried about him, he could join in. The boy glared at him as he asked him again, exclaiming that he would celebrate all day if he died, and then asked why he thought he was worried about him. The protagonist put his hands behind his head as he said that it was too bad, and that he was going to cook him more chicken if he succeeded. Chase's eyes sparkled as he said that he never doubted him for a second. The protagonist's mouth was closed as he thought about how he was simpler than he seemed and how he reminded him of someone. The boy put on his hat as the cadet told him to hurry up, warning him that he would not wait for him. The sun's rays illuminated the carriage as Hoyong thought about how he was doing now. The protagonist looked ahead in shock. The baskets fell to the ground. A woman was sitting in front of the man who asked if it was true that if they wanted to trade there, they would have to pay for protection. To which she replied that she would pay next month, and then asked him to be merciful. The men looked at him with smiles when he asked again, and wondered if she thought he didn't know that she would ask for an extension again next month. Then they started talking about how it seemed like they got the newbies right this time, and how they needed to work harder too. Chase was standing next to the protagonist when he said that these unorthodox bastards were so barbaric and that he looked like a wild boar. The man opened his mouth with his back turned when he suggested that she must think he was joking. His muscular arm was shown when he started talking about who he was. Kyle looked forward angrily when he shouted his name, adding that he was the Black Bear of the Red Death Sect. Then Hoyong wondered what he was doing there. The man was shown half-turned when he was told that he was behind him. Kyle looked back in surprise. Tears welled up in his eyes. The protagonist adjusted his hat when he shouted his name. A man was eating noodles in an inn near the Red Death cult when someone said that he was doing well. The protagonist was sitting in front of Kyle when he said that he really enjoyed taking money from people, and that one would think that he grew up in an unorthodox cult, to which Kyle replied that he was also on a mission. The red-haired man looked at Ho Yong and asked what he was doing there, to which the boy replied that he was on a mission right now too. The cadet squinted forward when he spoke of killing. Kyle was shown in profile when he asked again, assuming that the target was one of his guys, to which he replied in the affirmative. Sweat was pouring down his face when the protagonist said his name was Lucas. The dark-haired man was eating noodles when he loudly asked again. Kyle opened his palm and whispered that the protagonist had really gone crazy, adding that he would never defeat him and whether the guy had overestimated his abilities, summing up that he knew he was strong. But Lucas was on another level. Huang glared at his comrade. The protagonist looked ahead thoughtfully, thinking that if Kyle, who knew him quite well, was reacting like this, then his target was actually quite strong, and that he was very objective, which made him even angrier. Chase glared at him and turned to him, asking if he was in cahoots with an unorthodox bastard. The protagonist and Kyle looked in the same direction when the latter asked who it was, to which he was told that it was his porter, the cadet with the scar-grammist. The red-haired man looked at him with a smirk and replied that he understood. Kyle stood in front of Chase when he asked how dare he call Ho Yong by his first name, being a simple porter, explaining that he is his right hand, and on this basis he will now teach him discipline. The guy in the headdress looked away and asked them to calm down, warning his comrade not to look at his appearance because in fact he is much stronger than he looks. Then the cadet replied that he is not just a porter. The protagonist looked at the angry guy, thinking that they were in trouble. Chase clenched his fists when he exclaimed that he is the protagonist's fault. Sweat appeared on Kyle's face. Hoyong looked shocked. The men looked at each other arguing about who is who to the protagonist. It was raining outside. A lantern was burning near the entrance to the Mooncloud house. The protagonist was sitting on a tree branch. He stared ahead, thinking that it was finally time for the mission and that it was good that it was raining. There were people standing outside the house with an umbrella. When Ho Yang thought about the fact that, based on Kyle's words, Lucas visited a brothel called the Mooncloud House every day, the man kicked down the doors, calling for Sophie. The servant covered his head with his hands when he exclaimed that he had arrived. The girl hugged the musical instrument to herself, trembling. The protagonist lowered his angry gaze when he realized that it was Lucas. The man stuck out his tongue, squeezing the neck of the bottle. Kyle crossed his arms over his chest when he said that there was a girl in this place named Sophie, and that she was an aspiring courtesan that the bastard had fallen head over heels in love with. The protagonist was sitting next to Chase when he asked him again, and asked him how young she was and how old she was, to which he was told she looked 16. Hoyong was shown in profile as he thought he was completely crazy to be acting like that. Dark shapes were seen in the building as he thought that what was even stranger about the situation was that Lucas himself had placed Sophie in the brothel. The man smirked evilly when the protagonist explained that he had intentionally made her family indebted to the Red Death cult. The old man was kneeling behind the girl when it was revealed that her father eventually had no choice but to sell his only daughter to the brothel. Lucas tilted his head forward as he said that it was beautiful. He turned his back as he waved and said that he was going to the bathroom and then asked him to wait. The protagonist looked ahead menacingly, thinking about what he had heard, his last words loud and clear. There was a forest in front of the house. Lucas was standing half-turned. He looked away, frowning, when he asked who it was. Kyle was standing near the tree, who said that this was where the young leader of the sect was. Then the latter called him a newbie and asked what he was doing there. The man's face turned red. His bottle was cut. The protagonist appeared behind him. The man began to spin. Ho looked closely at the parts of the bottle. Lucas was right in front of him. Kyle ran to Chase, who called him a wild boar and advised him not to come closer. The protagonist looked at the guys behind the tree, who were shouting that now that things had gone this far, he had to win no matter what, and that they would all die if he lost. Then the young man wondered why they had come with him there at all. The man pulled the sword from its sheath and asked who sent them there, guessing it was either the Justice Alliance or a demonic cult. The sheath fell into a puddle as he added that it didn't matter. Lucas tilted his head forward as he summed up that now that he had ruined his good mood, he would make him pay for it. The man grinned creepily, looking ahead. The opponent pointed the blade at the protagonist, who thought about how once the first assassination attempt fails, the difficulty of the next attempt doubles, and how the longer this goes on, the harder it will be for him. A footprint was left on the ground. The guy hung in the air, realizing that he needed to attack as much as possible. Hoyong held the sword in front of him, adding that he needed to do this before he sobered up completely. Lucas dodged the blow with his eyes closed. The boy was in front of him, holding the blade. The protagonist swung the sword in front of the opponent. The man deftly dodged a series of blows. The boys were peeking out from behind a tree when Cal called him a monster, exclaiming that the protagonist's attacks weren't working at all. Lucas gripped the hilt of the blade when the boy thought about how he seemed to predict all the trajectories of the sword, judging by his movements. Hoyong was in front of the enemy when he assumed that this was the difference in their abilities. The man touched his hair when he said that he was speechless. He looked at the boy menacingly. Lucas swung the sword in front of him when he asked about the man trying to kill him with such a low level of skill. The man swung the blade when he compared the protagonist to a parasite, adding that it was too absurd. The protagonist looked at the broken sword. The boys opened their mouths wide and called him by name. A shard of the blade was in the air. It stuck in the ground near the fighting people. Lucas looked at the sword in horror and asked what it was. Ho Yong smiled, looking ahead as he replied that he thought that the man with his vast experience could not have foreseen this. The young man stood in a puddle. Suddenly, he flew away from the opponent. An ominous aura enveloped the man in front of him. The protagonist adjusted his hat as he thought about the powerful energy, wondering if his attack was not fatal. Lucas touched his chest several times as he said that this was not bad. He imagined insects as he added that he apparently had some skills despite being a pathetic parasite. The opponent looked ahead angrily. He rushed forward as he exclaimed that he would still remain a pathetic insect no matter how hard he fought. The man swung at the protagonist. He moved behind the boy. Lucas grabbed Hoyong by the neck. The opponent lifted him up, holding him in front of him. The man looked at him with a smile and said that wriggling like this suits him better. Chase pulled his sword from its sheath and told him to take his hands off of it. The cadet was grabbed by the shoulder. The boy was standing behind him when he told him to stop. Then he asked what he was doing. Kyle looked forward seriously and explained that the protagonist had not yet shown all that he was capable of. The man held the boy in front of him, who thought about the arrogant idea that everyone weaker than him was an insect. The protagonist frowned deeply. Lucas's hand reached out to the old man and his daughter when Ho Yong realized why he did not hesitate to commit such brutal acts. The boy glared at his opponent, thinking that he had to admit that his current fighting skills could not defeat the bastard and that he needed to do something right now. But the difference in their abilities was so great that he could not even touch him. The protagonist remembered the duel with the cadet when he thought that if it were not for his training with Chase, he would have died much earlier. But even in all the hopelessness of the situation, he had an advantage. Lucas swung his sword, licking his lips as he exclaimed that it was time to die. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. He held the boy in front of him, looking at the sword as the protagonist thought of a move that could not be foreseen. Kangasu hit the opponent on the head when Huang called him. The man looked at the kangaroo, assuming that it was a mystical creature. Lucas turned his head to the side as he thought about how he did not know where it came from, but the strength of its energy was simply off the scale. Veins appeared on the opponent's forehead as he summed up that this meant that he had a powerful and valuable essence. The protagonist swung the blade, cutting off his head. The boys carefully looked in front of them. Kangasu was standing in front of a decapitated body. Someone raised his leg, standing in a puddle. Bloody drops fell on the protagonist. Behind the boys lay Lucas's head. Kyle and Chase clenched their fists, exclaiming that they knew he could do it, that he was invincible, and that Ho Yang did it. The boy looked at his hand, breathing heavily. He remembered the blade wrapped in energy as he thought that it was definitely the aura of the sword, the symbol of a high martial artist. Lucas glanced at his blade as the protagonist wondered why the sword's aura suddenly dissipated. The protagonist looked at the fist extended to him. Kangasu looked ahead with satisfaction. A smile appeared on Ho Yong's face as he realized that the most important thing was that he had overcome the 1% chance. They touched fists. The protagonist and the kangaroo stood next to each other as he thought about his victory. The moon was visible from under his hat as the protagonist decided that it was time to go home. He adjusted his hat, looking up. Chase stood behind him when he called him by name. Then Hoyong thanked him, explaining that their training was very useful. The cadet opened his mouth and began to ask a question. The guy looked furiously in front of him and wondered if this mystical creature was really his. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. Kangasu looked scared. There was a full moon in the sky when Chase called them thieves and ordered them to return his snowflower. Then the protagonist suggested that the kangaroo run away, and Kyle asked Hoyong not to forget him. The cart was driving through the mountainous area. Angry Chase screamed loudly, and Hoyong said that when he found out that Kangasawa ate his snowflower, he was furious. Chase ate chicken and calmed down. Kyle left home, and the protagonist noted that he, fearing problems after the death of the leader of the sect, quickly left its ranks and joined the group that Yong-woo was a part of. Ho-yong imagined the girl's angry face and thought that Kyle had learned after that the young courtesan of the Mooncloud House had been putting poison in every day. The protagonist imagined Lucas, after which he emphasized that if it weren't for her, they would never have been able to defeat this monster, and they owed their lives to her courage. Ho-yong looked out the window. A smile appeared on his face. Looking at the bright sun, the protagonist said that it was all a matter of karma. His carriage arrived at a tall building that stood behind a high stone wall. Ho-yong frowned. The protagonist remembered standing among his comrades and thinking that the fourth test of the path of the heavenly demon was murder, including him. 12 people had coped with it. Hung imagined the killed guys and noted that 7 paid for their failure with their lives. 15 returned crippled. The wounded warriors left the battlefield, while the protagonist said that most of the recruits failed the task and only miraculously returned alive. Ho-yong moved along the corridor. The protagonist introduced Yil and began to reason that it was good that she failed the 3rd test. She was not the best killer. Seung stood behind a tree with a gun in her hands, and Ho-yong emphasized the fact that his acquaintance was as if born for such tasks. Bowing, the protagonist reported to the elder that he had completed the task. Taken aback, Ted wondered if he had really been able to kill Lucas, noting that Ho-yong continued to surprise him again and again. The protagonist stretched out his hands. His look was crazy. Putting his hand in his bosom, Ted declared that he would keep his word. The protagonist was in anticipation of receiving a reward. Ho-yong imagined the liquid dripping from the bottle, and in his mind he wondered if they would give him the essence of azurite, a drop of which could give him as much internal energy as 30 years of training, or if they were talking about a sacred relic of a cult, at least something on the level of the sacred art of a heavenly demon. An image of a book appeared in his imagination. Ho-yong looked at the book with a satisfied look and thought that he could finally become incredibly strong. Disgust was visible on his face. Opening the box, the protagonist saw a terrible mask inside. Looking at Ted, Ho-yong said that he had gone through real hell and received a mask made of a human face. The mask suddenly flew out of the box, and Ted said that this was an unusual thing. The mask ended up in the hand of an elder, and the protagonist in his thoughts asked about a phantom touch. Surprised, Ho-yong listened to the words that an ordinary mask could not hide its potential from the falcon gaze of a master of his craft. But this item fully deserved to be called a relic. Ted said with a smile on his face that if he put on this mask, saturating it with internal energy, the mask began to cling to the old man's face. The protagonist was frightened by what he saw. Ho-yong suddenly calmed down. Ted's face changed, after which he said that he would be provided with a perfect disguise. Looking at the elder, the protagonist thought that it was incredible. Even his perfect sense could not detect it. He imagined how the girl pierced Lucas's body and emphasized the fact that with such a thing, even the most difficult murder would become just child's play. Taking the mask off his face, Ted asked what Ho-yong would say and if he was satisfied now. The protagonist took the mask and replied that he was satisfied with everything. Putting the box in his bosom, the protagonist thought that if he used this thing correctly, it would help much more than any elixir or secret technique. Ted slightly lowered his head and said that since Ho-yong liked the reward, he should allow him to ask one question. The confused protagonist replied that he was listening. The dumbfounded protagonist heard the question about his relationship to the cult leader. Holding his beard, Ted said that it could be said that his position in the cult was unshakable. Even the elders were afraid to mention him once again. Smiling, Ho-yong began to reason that Ted was not afraid to mention the supreme leader, which meant that he was quite sure that he was somehow connected to him. Standing opposite, the protagonist replied that Ted had noticed correctly. He was the only disciple of the supreme leader. Looking around the room, Ho-yong said that now it was his turn to ask questions. The enraged protagonist asked where he was. He imagined a battle with a monster and thought that thanks to the shadowless soul-destroying sword technique that he learned in a hurry, even the most difficult trials were within his power. but it was obvious that there was still a lot to learn. Lucas stood behind him looking at the screen with the cults. Hoyong reasoned that he chose the demonic cult to get the opportunity to meet the teacher again. In fact, the plan was to search for him immediately after arriving, but the protagonist calmly remembered how he shouted that he wanted to meet the leader of the cult. After such tricks, the death penalty would not be long in coming. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist came to the conclusion that it was time to act because the elder now believed that he was his student. Looking back, Ted said that he had not yet completed his training in isolation. Looking down, Ho Yong reasoned that he had mastered the sword technique all his life. The sword and body became one. He became a deity, after which he was transferred to this tower. Looking at Ted, the protagonist asked if the supreme leader had gone missing. The elder was suddenly taken aback. He slammed his hand on the table and asked if the protagonist knew anything. Holding his chin, Hoyong thought with a satisfied look that he had hit the bullseye. The protagonist imagined himself standing in front of a tall castle and began to reason that the training ground of the heavenly demon was a place that only the cult leader and his right hand had the right to enter. The pavilion of the demon god. The protagonist frowned. He saw the outline of a girl shrouded in a bright aura and noticed that the deputy leader of the heavenly demon cult was standing in front of him now, and if he died, she would ascend the throne. Ho Yong knelt down, putting his hand on his knee. The protagonist greeted the deputy, holding a fan in front of her. The girl said with a satisfied look that this was the old man's disciple in person, and the plot introduced us to the deputy leader of the heavenly demon cult, Amanda. Hojang felt as if he was being squeezed by a huge snake. Lowering his head, the protagonist noted that he did not think that he would meet the deputy himself. So soon she could be aiming for the place of the leader of the cult, although he should inherit it. In his imagination, a picture appeared of Amanda holding a blade, and came to the conclusion that she wanted to get rid of her at any cost. Stunned, Hoyong suddenly heard laughter. Wiping away tears, Amanda asked if the protagonist's nerves were too much, after which she clarified who he took her for. The protagonist was taken aback by the words that she gave him her favorite relic. She was even a little offended. Hoyong was in shock. A drop of sweat was running down his face while he thought about the fact that Amanda was not going to kill him. Touching the ground, he clarified whether Amanda was looking for a teacher. Rising to his feet, the protagonist also asked if she was looking for the supreme leader. The girl answered with a satisfied look that it was true. That's why she called him there. The purple aura enveloped Huang's body again, after which he felt as if he was being drilled through. His face was serious. Streams of blue energy were hovering behind Amanda. A portal opened behind her. Hoyong came out of the portal. A bay appeared in front of him. Amanda looked at the protagonist and said that the actions of the Murm Alliance, that of the Blood Cult, did not give him peace. There were reasons to suspect their alliance. Hoyong introduced the people of various cults and emphasized the fact that they seemed to say that there was a war between them. Now, in this dimension, there was a war between three factions, the Murm Alliance, the Blood Cult, and demons. After which he added that if he had not prevented the onset of the Day of Blood, he would have had to carry out their missions in the middle of this meat grinder. Smiling, Amanda clarified whether the protagonist was saying that he knew where the Starry were and whether he could return him to them. Hoyong turned his gaze to the portal. Hoyong folded his arms and replied that he would definitely return it very soon. A man appeared behind him and asked who he was. The old man held his hands behind his back and said that he was the protagonist's future teacher. A slight smile appeared on Hoyong's face. The protagonist remembered training with the old man. Pulling out the stick, the old man said that it was his choice whether he would remain a frog splashing in the well or be reborn under his command. Standing in front of Vincent, Hoyong declared that he was his disciple. Memories of how he bowed his head before the heavenly demon and asked him to teach him everything surfaced in his head. The protagonist was kneeling before him again. Vincent looked at him and listened to his request to accept his respects. The old man looked at him intently. His face suddenly became displeased. The upset protagonist looked up. Hoyong began to swing the blade. The protagonist imagined a watch with its hands spinning backwards and thought that it would be weirder if Vincent recognized him. After all, he had regressed and was now in a parallel dimension. Ho-Young's eyes were shining brightly. He had struck. Adjusting his hair, the protagonist asked Vincent how that was. The old man was shocked by what he saw. Holding his chin, he said that Ho-Young's skill was lousy, but it was definitely a shadowless soul-destroying sword technique. Looking at the river, the old man said that taking someone not from the cult as a student was unthinkable. The enraged protagonist thought that he was a stubborn old stump. Vincent hit him on the head with a stick, frowning. The old man thought that Ho-Young was not bad after all. An ordinary person would not be able to master even the basics of the shadowless soul-destroying sword technique. But he, holding his head, Ho-Young said that no matter how much Vincent denied it, if someone defeated him, an old man trained in techniques. The embittered protagonist cried out that Vincent would have to say goodbye to his reputation as the strongest warrior. The veins on Vincent's head stood out and he agreed with the protagonist. Hong suddenly smiled. The old man began to draw something on the ground with a stick and said that he had heard of one man. He was called the most talented fighter among all the candidates for the leadership of the cult. Vincent drew the guy's face on the ground and said that his name was Rick, and if nothing unexpected happened, then he would be his student. Ho-Young suddenly frowned. The old man, with a serious look, said that if the protagonist defeated him, then he would take him under his wing. The protagonist's face was embittered. Sweat was running down his face. The protagonist imagined Rick as well as Lucas and emphasized the fact that he had no idea what Rick was capable of. He might be weaker than Lucas, but this time his goal was not to kill, but to duel. So all tricks were useless. He would have to rely solely on his own skill. Ho-Young started walking. He imagined the girl's corpse and noted that he could very well lose, but there was no way to retreat. The protagonist moved toward the portal. He said with a serious look that he could handle it. Looking after Ho-Young, Vincent asked where he was going. Holding a stick on his shoulder, he asked if the protagonist really thought he could win. The protagonist turned around. He smiled broadly. Ho-Young ran to the old man, shouting that he would gladly heed his every command. Coming out of the portal, the protagonist thought that he had a feeling as if he had forgotten something. Amanda was sitting on a chair waiting for Ho-Young. The people gathered in the arena 10 days later. Ted opened his mouth wide and said that he would announce the conditions of the final test of the path of the heavenly demon. Holding a paper in front of him, the man said that they would have to fight each other according to the list he had made. With a wave of his hand, he announced the first duel. Rick held his hand to the back of his head. The protagonist crossed his arms. Ho-Young frowned and mentally asked if he would be with Rick right away. The people pointed at Vincent. The men's faces were serious. They stood quietly. Amanda crossed her arms. Vincent sat on the throne and stroked his beard. Rick waved to him and cried out that they had not seen each other for a long time. Frowning, the old man thought that the guy had not changed at all. Throwing the blade over his shoulder, Rick said that he was looking forward to a glorious duel with Ho-Young, although the victory would still be his. The protagonist squinted and reasoned that they were about to cross blades, but he felt no anxiety, no excitement, no fear. Looking at the enemy's sword, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he saw that Rick had grown up to be a worthy warrior, as befits a son of a respected class. Holding his hand in front of his face, the protagonist noted that for him, a man who had grown up in the shadows all his life, Rick was brighter than the sun. Many sad memories surfaced in Ho-Young's head, after which he assumed that Rick really deserved to become a disciple of a leader greater than him. The protagonist closed his eyes. Vincent ran his finger near the gorals, thereby saying that if Ho-Young lost, he was finished. The protagonist sighed with a smile on his face. He got into a fighting stance. Rick prepared to fight. They rushed at each other. They swung their blades and cried out that they would fight with dignity. Rick was lying on the ground. He was trying to catch his breath. Sweat was running down Ho-Young's face. The man waved his hand. The people in the stands looked at the arena and heard that the protagonist was the winner. The protagonist extended his hand. He helped Rick stand up, saying that he was incredible. Looking at the boy's happy face, the protagonist reasoned that he was not saying this out of politeness. He was very impressed. Rick was almost as good as a full-fledged martial artist. Looking at Vincent, Huang emphasized that this was to be expected from a potential protege of the teacher. If not for his 10 days of individual training, he would have lost without a doubt. The protagonist smiled. He looked at his fist and wondered if he had now secured his right to become the leader student. The guys were scared. Ho Yong looked at them and wondered why they were all so scared. The protagonist was shocked. Vincent was hovering in the sky above him. The old man, who was surrounded by a purple aura, thought that he wanted to address all the members of the heavenly cult. People knelt down. The elders' aura began to spread. Ho Yong also knelt down and thought that the body had lowered itself. This was the stern authority of the supreme leader. Energy began to emanate from the protagonist. The protagonist was surprised. Vincent said with a serious expression that Ho Yong would become his disciple. People surrounded the old man while the protagonist thought that not everyone agreed with his sudden decision. With a wave of his hand, Vincent threw the people away from him. Watching the remaining duels, the protagonist told us that, of course, the other recruits also faced off against each other as part of the test. It was getting dark outside while Ho Yong was saying that thus the long journey of the heavenly demon had come to an end. Night had fallen. Sitting next to Vincent, the protagonist asked why the old man had declared him his disciple if he would soon leave this place, adding that he had only drawn unnecessary attention to himself. Holding a glass in front of him, the elder asked if the protagonist wanted to say that the news that the strongest in the world had chosen a disciple was a trifle. Ho Yong was surprised. Holding his head, the protagonist emphasized the fact that there were clearly consequences. Many people would be interested in where he had suddenly disappeared. To drinking alcohol. Vincent said that, on the contrary, the race for the throne would be more interesting this way because his competitors would not even know where he was. Looking at him, Ho Yong asked if the teacher had figured out the problem Amanda had told him about. The old man imagined how he had defeated the warriors and said that he had only had to stomp once, and they had all fallen down without strength. The puzzled protagonist mentally assumed that it had been an interesting sight. Embarrassed, Vincent asked if the protagonist wanted to learn anything else before returning to the tower, noting that it was quite possible that they were seeing each other for the last time. The protagonist was thoughtfully silent. He filled his glass. Drinking alcohol, Ho Yong suggested that they just have a drink. The disgruntled old man called the protagonist an idiot, adding that he climbed into the portal to find it and ended up ruining such an opportunity. The protagonist thought with a calm face, thought that he knew that he would not get a second chance like this and might even regret it in the future. Ho Yong remembered how he watched the guys drinking together. Looking at his reflection in the sake, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he just wanted to drink with the teacher. Vincent silently looked at the guy. He remembered how Amanda watched his training, after which he said that, at his age, it was stupid to bother himself with thoughts about the future. There was not even enough time for training. Sighing, the elder thought that despite the fact that he had dedicated his entire life to improving his level of martial arts, it was a sin to complain about such moments of silence. Holding out a glass, Vincent asked to pour him one. While drinking with the teacher, Ho Yong reflected that the journey had been exhausting. The 10th floor had almost become a day of blood, but he had learned a lot and would return without any regrets. Looking at the flowers, the protagonist noted that even if he parted with the teacher again, it seemed to him that this meeting would not be the last. Ho Yong teleported. He saw a pedal in his hand and, in his thoughts, asked the teacher to take care of himself until their next meeting. The protagonist noticed the voice calling him. He smiled. His comrades were standing in front of him, and Ho Yong emphasized the fact that he would conquer the tower side by side with his friends for now. They paid attention to the loudspeaker and heard that they were being congratulated on passing the 10th floor. Players from Area C2567 would no longer be able to increase their stats with gold or stat points. From now on, they could only increase their level through training. The joyful protagonist emphasized the fact that they had all become noticeably stronger. Kyle started posing, saying that it was impossible the bloody cult called him a black bear. There was a smirk on his face. Yong-woo held a hammer in his hands and said that Kyle really was a spy. Kyle began to cover his head with his hands. Seo approached Ho-yong standing opposite. She asked if he had become stronger than the others, after which she called him a disciple of the Sky Demon. The protagonist was taken aback by what he heard. The dumbfounded guys asked about the Sky Demon, who is stronger than everyone in the world. Puzzled, Ho-yong wondered how to explain everything to them. The protagonist imagined how he received various items, and noted that when conquering the tower, everyone gives it their all. But he always rad in all the sweet rewards for himself. He stood quietly imagining Vincent and thought that before this, by hook or by crook, he managed to hide it. But now they found out that he became a disciple of the Sky Demon, especially for Seo, an unrivaled killer and the best in her previous squad. Dumbfounded, Ho-yong assumed that Seo was unhappy with this state of affairs. She said with a serious look that this was expected from the great, unrivaled killer. The embarrassed girl said that no one but the protagonist could become a disciple of the heavenly demon himself. Enthusiastic Kyle said that he had dreamed of meeting the heavenly demon all his life. The guys joyfully began to shout that Ho-yong was doing well. A blade appeared in Junho's hand. He rushed into battle, shouting that they would not disgrace the honor of the protagonist, and it was time for them to become stronger. Yale swung her sword and noted that one cannot always rely on the protagonist. The boys started training, and Ho-yang thought that their friendship and faith in each other helped them conquer 10 floors, so such things could not cause discord. Smiling, he assumed that he was the only one who hesitated in doubt. A projection appeared in front of him which said that the manual was available. Ho-yong was suddenly surprised. He began to read on the projection that he needed to familiarize himself with the principle of the mask made of a human face before starting the 11th floor. The protagonist climbed into Clark's tent and asked to let him take shelter in it. A mask appeared in his hand and he began to study the rules, where the first was that the mask allows you to take the form of only other players according to the choice of the wearer. The second rule was that it is possible to change not only the face of the wearer, but also the display name and level. The third rule was that as soon as other players find out about the existence of the mask, the disguise will immediately stop working. And the final rule was that murder is committed with the mask. On the face cannot be tracked, even by the ability of an unrivaled killer. Looking at the projection, Huang thought that it was not for nothing that this thing was called a sacred relic. The protagonist held the mask in his hands. It began to transform. The protagonist put it on and saw projections of the guys he could turn into. His eyes were scared. A bright light was coming from Clark's tent. Ho-yong turned into Yil and looked at himself in the mirror, arguing that he chose her because she had a different body shape, gender, voice, and clothes, which could not be imitated by facial transformation alone. So, he wanted to know if the mask could handle such a task. He climbed out of the tent and emphasized the fact that he was not a pervert. Embarrassed, Ho-yong looked away. Turning away from Yil, he said that the weather was wonderful today. Confused, Yil watched him. Exhausted, Junho said that they had been torturing themselves for 6 hours already, but the characteristics were still the same. A purple projection appeared. Sitting on the throne, Ron asked if the guys thought that they would sweat for a couple of hours and immediately become 3 times stronger. Ho-yong frowned when he saw the monster. Grinning, Ron asked them not to be too upset, noting that for those of them who thought they had chosen the wrong class, the 11th floor would be an ideal chance to retrain. A voice came from the loudspeaker saying that they and the players from other zones would be pursuing the same goal. The guys looked up and listened to how their goal would be the complete extermination of the participants of one of the zones. Now a reward would be assigned for the head of each of them. Their characteristics appeared next to the warriors. Frowning, the main character read that the reward for his murder would be 146,000. Behind Ron's back were leaflets with the wanted players, and he emphasized that the amount of the reward was determined based on the dexterity and agility of the player. So, they should not yawn and are obliged to reduce the distance between themselves. This is a chance to radically change their situation. The guys were horrified by what they heard. The enraged protagonist thought he was trying to prevent a blood day, and Ron had assigned such a task. The girl raised her hand and asked to wait. She looked dumbfounded and said that they didn't have to kill anyone if their task was to completely clear one of the zones. They could just hide until the players of the other zones were tearing each other's throats out. Waving his hand, Kyle asked if they would do nothing while the others were raking in gold with shovels, and if she was suggesting that they miss such an opportunity in conditions when it was hard for them to level up. A stood behind him and said that the problem was that their opponents would not be monsters but other people. The world was not what it used to be, but if they just started killing people just to get stronger. Holding her head, Yol asked how they could trust each other after that. An angry Yongwoo cried out that the girl was right. It would take much more time, but you can level up with training. Junyo held his hands in front of him and said that the problem was that with such altruism, they only shot themselves in the foot, because while they sat back, other players would not miss the chance to get stronger. Looking down, Huang thought that most of his comrades had never killed before. Looking around the room, he reasoned that there, even if they did nothing, they would simply become targets for other players. Clenching his hand into a fist, the main character emphasized the fact that after all the litigation they had experienced together, they had become a real team. The guys were having a heated discussion. Hoyong listened to them in silence, upset, and thought that everything was the same now as it had been then. Seo Yan sat on the stairs and said that they had found something to fool their heads with. She asked the guys with a serious expression to understand that if they did not kill, they themselves would become victims. The protagonist rode through the settlements on Kangasu. He remembered standing in front of his comrades and thinking that this time perhaps everyone would have to kill another person. Even if they did not dare, they would just wait until one of them died. Frowning, the protagonist said that their lives were at stake, so the line between good and bad was now blurred. But he could confidently say that each of them had coped with past trials and formed their own principles. Ho Yong presented the book and emphasized that it was good when the leadership suggested the best course of action, but it was not omnipotent. The guys looked at the protagonist carefully. Ho Yong rode through the forest and came to the conclusion that when the leadership was silent, he could only rely on his principles. The protagonist imagined Sioen holding a gun in front of her and saying that they need to understand that if they do not kill, they themselves will become victims. Holding the rope in his hand, Ho Yong thought that survival is an elementary answer, but so true their goal is to survive, to conquer the tower. The protagonist imagined himself falling from the tower, wrapping it with a rope, and added that if they continue to avoid killing others, then the difference between them and those who were not afraid to take such a step will only increase, in which case only death awaits them. In his imagination, the people he killed appeared, after which he said that these were only the first who fell by his hand. Hoyong suddenly turned around. He dodged the attack and said that he killed those people because they were villains who wanted them dead. The guy jumped back, saying that he immediately hit the young Wu-Pot. He said with a crazy look that the main character had an excellent reward and his level was shameful. The protagonist looked at the enemy with a serious look. Spinning his weapon, the stranger asked how Ho Yong had survived with such a level. He swung his nunchucks, shouting that it would be no more painful than a mosquito bite, so the protagonist should accept his death with dignity. Ho Yong hit him in the face. The guy flew into the tent. The protagonist extended his fist. The stranger was lying under a piece of cloth. He rushed at the protagonist again, swinging his nunchucks. The guy asked if Ho Yong had killed anyone. He shouted with an enraged look that he had already ruined more than one soul before coming to the tower. He delivered a powerful blow with his nunchucks. The protagonist threw him into the air and asked if he dared to brag about such a thing. Kangasu watched their fight. The wounded stranger thought it was impossible. Hoyong and Kangasu moved on. The embittered protagonist noted that the world was teeming with the most scum, so his conscience did not gnaw at him. He simply got rid of the trash. The guy called Vinny by name and raised his hand in greeting. The system showed that the man who had approached was Herman, and the guy had a level of 27. Vinny also raised his hand and greeted his friend. A system message appeared, and Herman noted with fine horror that someone from their zone had been killed again, to which Vinny pressed his hand to his chest and in a sorrowful tone said that it was terrible. Herman narrowed his eyes, grinned, and said that his friend was being overly dramatic, to which Vinny replied that he was simply glad to have run into an acquaintance. Herman smiled mysteriously and thoughtfully confirmed that he was also glad about it. The next moment, the guy swung his axe, declaring that he was also extremely glad to see them. At the same time, the guy's face was distorted in a grimace and a thirst for the huge reward that was appointed for Vinny. But the next moment, a glowing line appeared across his entire body. Blood splattered, and Vinny, upon removing the artifact mask, turned into Hoyong. The look in his eyes said that the guy was serious about achieving his goal. A notification appeared about the number of players in the 4 zones, and the news that 2 people were killed in the 4th zone. Hoyong was sitting on Kangasu's back, who was confidently rushing forward along the rocks. According to the information received from the tower, in order to complete the task with the number of kills, the chest option would be to target the 1st zone, where there were only 2 players. However, given how the tower system loved balance, it was safe to say that these 2 were quite capable of giving a full-fledged rebuff to players from other zones, which is why the guy concluded that they were stronger than even Soon and him. Sitting on Kangasu's back, Hoyong thought about those players in the 4th zone that he had encountered earlier. Vinny, who he had met at the beginning, was still in school. Herman was also a high school student, but Hoyong did not feel a drop of humanity in any of them. In the past, when he was still in school, he also met similar people. Once, when a group of bullies from his school attacked him, Hoyong asked why they did it. In response, he heard that it was fun. These people tried to cause harm because they were typical trash, who shamelessly made the lives of others a nightmare, and all for their own amusement. Those whom Hoyong killed in the tower were no exception. Kangasu's foot landed on the very edge of the cliff. Carrying the guy on his back, the kangaroo pushed off the edge and jumped forward, while Huang, sitting on him, thought that he needed to kill the rest of the players of the 4th zone as soon as possible, activating his skill received for the first kill on the 11th floor. Hoyong tried to locate each player. The first one he was able to find was Seo Yon, who clashed with a man with brass knuckles. It felt like the girl was out of her mind as she was rambling, asking why he killed an innocent man, then claiming that people like him deserved to be punished, while the man looked at her in confusion. Preparing for battle, Chris felt stunned as at first, seeing the reward for the girl, he was truly scared. But now it seemed to him that she was just crazy. Ignoring his words, Soen approached him step by step, continuing to mutter that he killed an innocent friend. The next moment she was overcome by bloodlust, and Seoen pointed her gun at the man, telling him to beg for mercy. Watching what was happening with his arrogant gaze, Hoyong tried to understand what she was talking about. When an angry Chris also asked what Seo meant and whether they had known each other before, the girl shot him in the leg. Unable to stay on his feet, the man fell to the ground. Clutching his shot knee, Chris began to scream. But ignoring his screams, Seo Yan approached him, demanding that he beg. Trying to stop the blood, Chris also tried to find out from the girl what exactly he was supposed to beg for, and if she meant one of his acquaintances, then he did not want to. The next moment, a bullet hit his other knee, and the guy screamed in pain. With a scary face and an equally scary voice, Seo demanded that he beg for mercy. Chris, completely scared of her, tried to crawl to the side. With tears in his eyes, he turned around to curse the girl. The spearman and the guy in glasses stood opposite each other when a system message appeared that a third player was killed. The guy in glasses, who looked like an avid gamer, looked at the message, laughed, and said that the pace was too fast. The spearman shook all over. Seeing that the bespectacled man allowed himself to be distracted and the man cursed, swinging his weapon, he directed the tip of the spear to attack the guy. But the next moment, the gamer appeared to his side, saying that the spear should not be struck like that. Eugene turned around at his voice. But the next moment, the guy in glasses pierced his back with the spear that Eugene had previously held in his hands. Seeing the tip sticking out of his chest, which Eugene tried to understand when the guy managed to go behind him, adjusting his glasses, Choi asked the man with a grin if he understood now. Surprisingly, the reward appointed for him was designated in the form of questions. An hour and a half after the mission began, the status of the number of live players in each zone was updated, which was shown by a system message. In Zone 1, there were 2. Zone 2 had 7 alive and 4 killed. In Zone 4, there was only 1 survivor out of 7. Zone 3 still had 8 players who were divided into 3 groups. Ho Yong, Wright, and Clark managed to catch up with the girl and call her by name. For some reason, tears were visible in her eyes, the sight of which stunned the guy. But the next moment they evaporated, and Seo Yan looked at him with her gaze. When the guy got off the kangaroo's back, she turned to him and said that so much time had passed, and he had killed only 1 person. Using her ability, the girl, looking intently at Ho Yong, reproached him for being a great, unrivaled killer. But for some reason now he was cooling off. Her ability was the enhanced eye of the master killer, which allowed the user to see how many people their target had killed, and also allowed them to see the target's memories. The guy's eyes lit up with admiration. Then he read the information about the girl's ability. On the other hand, if you remember how she acted when she met Chris, then you can't help but wonder what she saw in his memories. After waiting for Kangasu to take on a miniature form and climb onto his shoulder, Ho Yong said that, in his opinion, it would be better to scout out the situation now rather than rushing to kill other players. Turning away, Shoijed, and said that she did not understand him at all. Ho Yong remembered the 4th fact about the mask made of a human face, which said that a murder committed with a mask on the face cannot be tracked even by the master killer, and this turned out to be completely true. So-an glanced over her shoulder at her partner and asked what his plans were since there was 1 more player left to deal with to complete the mission. The system message did indeed show that there were 2 players in the first zone, 7 in the second zone, 8 in the third, and only 1 participant in the fourth where they were. Ho Yong opened the mini-map and began to examine it. Summoning his sword into his hand, he told Shone that there was 1 last player left to find to complete the mission, and they needed to deal with him as soon as possible before more were killed. Only after activating his superiority gaze did Ho Yong discover one thing. For some reason, the 2 players from the first zone were nearby. Choi turned to his companion and said that he did not want their fun to end so early. Behind the 2 of them was a tied-up man who was the last survivor from the 4th zone. Bob Kneeling tried to say something, but the gag prevented it. Choi was holding a bottle with a button in it, and the guy complained that there was still a lot gold that they hadn't appropriated yet. His gaze was filled with greed and anticipation, just like his girlfriend's. Standing next to Seo-yan, Ho Yong said that they would have to deal with another problem first. Fighters were flying on the screen of the game console. Choi was trying to beat an old game, and Mina, who was sitting next to him, was reading a book. At some point, Choi's hands, constantly pressing the buttons, froze, taking off his headphones. The guy grinned. Then he threw the game console at the feet of a man who had approached. Ho Yong stood in front of him in the sunset light, and Choi muttered that the game had begun. Ho Yong's tense face was displayed on the panel, already turned off to the console. Choi turned to his girlfriend and said that he had said that it was worth catching this miracle, pointing to the tied man as the hunter would come to them himself, and therefore she lost the bet. In response, the girl cursed and transferred him the money. Looking at how the 2 communicated, Hung thought that these 2 were well-coordinated partners. Choi adjusted his glasses and remembered a series of messages showing the speed of eliminating players. Getting up from the ground, the guy said that seeing how someone was diligently clearing one of the zones, he immediately understood everything. Quickly appearing next to Ho Yong and putting his hand on his shoulder, Choi said that someone most likely has a skill that reveals the location of other players. Sensing danger, Ho Yong also turned on his ability to analyze and quickly turned around. Still holding his shoulder, Choi assumed that the guy had a mini-map. The next second, Huang tried to get away, jumping back. The intense gaze betrayed his weariness and concern from the realization that these 2 were able to hold out for so long for a reason. Choi and Mina simply emitted waves of power. Moreover, it seemed that both of them had a unique class of pro-gamer. Since the tower followed a system similar to the game, then perhaps the pro gamer class was the strongest of all. Looking at the two in front of him playing rock, paper, scissors to see who would attack first, Hoyoung thought that if they both belonged to this class, then either they really were professionals or spent their entire lives playing games. Finding out this was the primary task for Hoyoung at the moment. So he opened his mouth and addressed the gamer. Making an innocent face, Hoyoung asked if the guy in front of him was the pro gamer Choi, thereby making him freeze in place. The next moment, his face lit up with happiness. A slight blush appeared on his cheeks, and the guy asked if Hoyoung was his fan, smiling and making a shy face. Hoyoung replied that he was not exactly a fan of Choi, but often rooted for him, confirming with the guy's reaction that he really was a pro gamer. Looking at how the couple in front of him was flirting, Hoyoung thought that since he did not really know Choi, he was not the best player, but he would still have to sweat to cope with him. Choi happily turned to Hoyoung and asked if he wanted an autograph. At this time, Hoyoung himself gave a signal to Seoyoung. The girl appeared high in the air behind him, aiming her gun at the target. She pulled the trigger. At the moment of the shot, the bullet flew forward towards Bob. He, kneeling, felt the projectile hit him the next second. But before that could happen, Mina was there. She grabbed the bullet with her blade and grabbed it by the guard. Then she twisted the handle, changing the bullet's direction. The next second, it hit the ground without even hitting Bob. Seo was shocked by what she saw. Hoyoung was also very impressed by Mina's abilities. Shock appeared on the guy's face from how quickly Mina caught the bullet. Looking at the girl holding her hair from the gust of wind, a thought came to Hoyoung's mind. The girl's serious look showed how powerful the owner of the pro gamer class could be. Standing in front, Choi grinned and sarcastically said that it was a pity that the two of them were prepared for such an outcome. Then the gamer, giving his legs speed, added that the fun was just beginning. The next moment, he was already attacking Hoyoung with his spear. The satisfied expression on his face showed how happy the guy was when he said that it was a sin to finish the task right now. Hoyoung gritted his teeth as he barely held the sword in his hands after parrying the attack. The next moment, Kangasu covered himself in shining energy. Cracks appeared on the ground where Kangasu, already in his large form, had struck with his fist. Choi barely managed to jump back from this attack. Feeling something, the gamer looked back and saw a guy with a sword in his hands about to attack him. Using a shadowless, soul-destroying sword technique, Hoyoung struck Choi. The guy used a penetrating gaze to dodge every blow dealt to him. Sparks flew in different directions when their weapons touched. The tip of Choi's spear flashed in the air. One of these blows, the gamer almost hit Hoyoung, but he was able to dodge it by bending back. Concentrating, Kangasu prepared to strike. Feeling this, Choi suddenly brake. Using divine control, the guy was able to track the kangaroo's movement. His control was so amazing that he was able to move his body in the small space that was between Kelvin's fist and Hoyoung's sword. The gamer then pressed the end of his spear into the ground and jumped. With a precise kick, he threw both opponents in different directions from himself. Having received a kick to the chest, Hoyoung coughed, pressing his trembling hand to the place of the blow. The guy wondered how Choi could move so quickly. The gamer himself at that moment firmly planted his feet on the ground, looking at him. He turned to Hoyoung and said that the technique that the guy possessed aroused his interest since he had never seen anything like it before. Then, over his shoulder, he looked at the kangaroo and continued to say that to his surprise, the guy also had a high-ranking pet, which meant that he was a multi-class character. Choi scratched his head and thoughtfully said that Hoyoung was so strong. But for some reason, he wanted to finish the task early, and that was why he was bored. Drawing an analogy with the game, Hoyoung could have taken all the rewards and lived happily ever after. But for some reason, he did not want to do this. After a short silence, Choi spoke again. Expressing his irritation and contempt, the gamer said that Hoyoung called himself a fan, but in fact, he was just a loser who had never played a game in his life. Looking at Choi standing in front of him, Hoyoung said in a firm voice that this was not a game. Brightly smiling images of Yihol and Yongwoo popped into his thoughts. Frowning, Ho Yong said that the people who were caught here were not some lines of code. The next people he thought of were Junho and Kyle, who had put a lot of effort into training. Holding the sword tightly in his hands with a serious expression on his face, Ho Yang declared that they were all real people. Frowning, Choi tried to understand what the guy in front of him meant. Then, with a tired sigh, he contemptuously called the guy justice itself. Pointing a spear at him, Choi asked if he wanted to conquer the tower without actually killing anyone. Giving himself some speed, Ho Yong answered that he did. Running to meet Choi, Hung regretfully said that he had no idea who exactly he would have to face here. Attacking the gamer with his sword, the guy continued to tell that if he had known such things in advance, he would not have started to cut out the fourth zone. Spinning the spear in his hands, Choi grinned and asked how he had lasted so long with his principles in the tower. Attacking Hoyong's blade with a spear, Choi assured him that he was not going to stop either. Against the red sunset, he looked very sinister with his wide smile, advising to deal with him before they killed his girlfriend, because even he could not defeat his wife so easily. Taking his blows on the blade, Ho Yong asked who exactly they were going to kill. Mina repeatedly deflected the bullets fired at Bob. From the efforts applied, the girl was already out of breath and her physical strength was not the best, which could not be said about Seoen, who stood in front of her with a gun in her hands. Holding the gun in her hands, the girl looked away. The heroine's mouth was slightly open, talking about good skills. Looking forward, Mina understood that no one had deflected her shots like that before. Her eyes looked ahead carefully. Seo Yon, holding the weapon above her head, thought about her outstanding speed and reflexes. Her hands confidently held the gun. An incredible stream of power rushed high into the sky, straight from the magic gun. The stream continued to rush forward. Soon the stream of power reached a certain peak in the sky. A magical rain was falling from the sky. Mina looked at the sky, her mouth slightly open in surprise. Frightened, Choi shouted to Mina, warning her. A strong magical hail swept to the ground. A group of guys stood next to each other in the camp. Two heroes were walking up the mountain. Sean and Emile looked ahead in surprise. A large group of guys appeared in front of their faces, standing next to each other. The frightened heroes decided to just leave. Running away from the guys, Sean and Emile did not understand what happened because they should have all been scattered across the map. The guys continued to silently watch the heroes. Turning around with a smile on her face, Lizzie remembered that they learned a lot from the tasks with doubles and said that she quickly found them from such a height. Looking at the book, Clark was glad that the manual said that getting together at least 3 people would greatly increase the chances of survival. Yong-woo looked away in surprise, holding a hammer in his hands. Yo looked up and began to say that they all could not worry. The team of guys confidently continued to stand. A lot of sand and dirt rose up on the street. There were explosions in one of the areas, in the middle of which there was a body. Mina was unconscious. The main character, standing next to Kangasu, said that he did not expect such a strong blow. Tired Seo said that there really was no more mana. Turning around, the heroes watched Mina and Choi. Thinking about the battles, everyone could not understand how the girl was able to throw the guy beyond the skill. Thinking about Bob, everyone understood that they all used him to stall for time. The main character looked away with distrust. Choi looked at Mina with displeasure. With a smile on his face, the guy told Mina to get up, since her time was almost up. A report began in the system window. The tired heroine lay on the ground, not moving. A few seconds later, the system window asked to insert a token. This was a unique skill of pro gamers. The heroine looked forward in surprise. The girl's body immediately began to jump to the side. Mina opened her eyes wide in surprise. The heroine continued to rush forward quickly. With her mouth wide open, Mina began to scream. The main character and Kangasu looked forward with concern. The eyes looked forward angrily. Turning to everyone, the girl said that this was her last cheating skill. Looking at the laughing Choi, the main character said that he apparently also had a second life. The legs slowly walked forward. Something noticeably large began to fall from the sky. Menina and Choi ran forward, shouting that they had no equal. The main character, gritting his teeth, carefully prepared for the battle with the rest of the guys. Choi continued to run forward with Mina. Kyle happily twisted the guy's head. tightly squeezing his head with his hands. Kyle continued to rejoice. Mina and Choi turned to the screams. The protagonist and Kangasu opened their mouths wide. Someone looked away with displeasure, seeing the system window that all players were killed from 4 zones. The windows began to say that the 11th floor task was completed and they could all return to the lobby building. Kyle, with his hand raised, began to call the protagonist. With a smile on his face, the man asked Hoyong what they would do without him. With a positive grin, the protagonist looked at the man, realizing that he had saved him more than once. Hoyong looked askance at the guys, hearing how happy they were that they were okay. Thinking about his team, the guy realized that most of them decided not to kill anyone. With a smile on his face, Hoyong said that he was very glad that it turned out this way, despite the fact that they missed the opportunity to become stronger. Thinking about the rabbit, the guy understood that they still chose to remain people, not monsters. Introducing the guys, the main character realized that before entering the tower, he did not know anyone. But now he strives to conquer it for the sake of his friends. The main character stood next to his friend. Raising his head up, the hero understood that they would finish this place and return to normal life no matter what it cost them. Grinning his teeth, Ron told the guys that they were idiots. Looking at each person, the rabbit said that only he gives them a chance to become stronger. But they missed it, and now they are still smiling. Sitting on the throne, Ron looked ahead with displeasure. The system window began to appear slowly, and Ron said that they will all see how long their friendship will last. The lead went forward. The second one also slowly approached. The team of heroes confidently looked ahead. Seo Yan, meanwhile, was sitting on the steps of the stairs beside herself with anger. Thinking about Mina's blow, Ho Yong realized that he really hurt her pride. The magic circle began to slowly thicken. Sparks flew in different directions. The team of guys looked ahead in surprise. Kyle screamed in surprise. All the guys did not understand what was happening. The main character and his team were looking forward attentively. Seo Yan looked away, holding her head in her hands. Armed, Choi and Mina looked at the guys with a smile on their faces, saying that this was a very good meeting. The system window showed that the merging of the remaining zones was complete. The heroes looked at each other with displeasure. Opening his mouth, one of the guys said that he was standing side by side with those who killed his friends. The guy put his sword forward with displeasure. The hero, opening his mouth with displeasure, asked what kind of mockery this was. One of the heroes looked forward with a smile on his face. Choi happily told the guy that he turned out to be the leader. Their legs stood next to each other. So Yeon and Mina looked at each other angrily. Waving his hands, Ho Yong asked everyone to calm down, saying that the mission was already completed. Seeing the whole situation, the hero answered that there was no point in them fighting each other now. Ho Yong gritted his teeth in displeasure. Throwing down his weapon, the protagonist understood that they weren't even thinking about calming down. The spear confidently fell down to the floor. With a smile on his face, Choi calmly raised his hands without weapons. With a smirk on his face, the hero understood that they hardly had any good feelings for them because they killed their friends. Waving his hands, Choi told the guys that he could tell them about the essence of the 12th floor mission in advance. Holding his glasses, the guy with a smile on his face said that this was very valuable information. The heroes gritted their teeth in displeasure. One of the men looked ahead with displeasure. Ho Yong's eyes watched something in surprise. Satisfied, Choi heard how they asked him about what he knew.